Chapter 662. Numerous shooting stars flashed through the horizon, and they seemed as if they had eyes as they collided with the wind blades that covered the sky one by one. It wasn't just that, there were another two extremely enormous shooting stars that flashed out directly to intercept Feng Yunfei's two claw marks that had been condensed into form. These two claw marks of Feng Yunfei were the strongest amongst his attacks. Bang! 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 In the sky, the red or white origin energy and fire concept interweaved together to form shooting stars that ceaselessly collided with the wind blades before exploding apart with a bang. After exploding apart, they seemed to have transformed into numerous dazzling fireworks that drew the attention of the crowd. In next to no time, the people present saw it again. After Feng Tianwu's attack crushed Feng Yunfei's attack as easily as crushing dry leaves, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it flashed out. In next to no time, the shooting stars that covered the sky swept towards a single place before converging together once more to form a sharp sword that lay horizontally before Feng Yunfei's throat. The sharp sword floated just like that. So long as it moved, Feng Yunfei would die miserably on the spot. I've lost. As he felt the coldness that came from his throat, Feng Yunfei's face went ghastly pale, and his legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, causing him to be unable to move in the slightest. In the sky above the distant red-clothed young woman, there was the strength of 18 ancient horned dragons circling around there, and they ceaselessly fluttered about in a lifelike manner. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 8th level Fire Concept. This was the strength of the opponent he was facing now. Earlier, he'd thought of dodging, but the strength of his opponent's strength caused him to have nowhere to dodge. For the first time in his lifetime, an extremely powerless feeling of defeat arose in the depths of his heart. This sort of feeling of defeat was something he'd never felt even when facing the strongest expert in the Feng clan's younger generation, Feng Yunxiang. He didn't deny that Feng Yunxiang was stronger than him. But Feng Yunxiang's age was similar to his after all, and Feng Yunxiang wasn't much stronger. Whereas in terms of age, the red-clothed young woman before him seemed to be more than 10 years younger than him. Such a young woman possessing such strength caused him to feel that he'd lived these past few years in vain. Whoosh! At the same time, the crowd of spectating Feng clan disciples were in an uproar. Heavens! I'm not seeing things, right? A single move. In just one move, Feng Tianwu defeated Feng Yunfei. The scene before them was truly unbelievable. Some of them even wondered if they were dreaming. However, when they reached out to pinch their thighs, the pain from their thighs told them they were not dreaming. Everything they saw was real. A young woman that was less than 25 years old had defeated the number 2 expert in the Feng clan's younger generation, Feng Yunfei. Young Lady Tian Wu is indeed worthy of being the eldest son's daughter. You've inherited the eldest son's talent. It's too scary. Even the eldest master seemed to be inferior to Miss Tian Wu when he was at her age, right? I thought Miss Tian Wu was going to lose to young Master Yunfei. I never imagined that Miss Tian Wu would only use a single move to defeat young Master Yunfei. Not only is young Miss Tian Wu a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, she has even comprehended 8th level Fire Concept. Her comprehension ability is even more heaven-defying than her natural talent. The surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly, and they didn't stop for a long time. Their gazes were filled with passion and worship. Feng Tianwu's strength had convinced them. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's origin energy that was coiled by fire concept had transformed into a sharp sword that was pressed against the side of Feng Yunfei's throat, and it gradually dissipated and perished in the sky. It was as if it had never appeared. Subsequently, she glanced indifferently at Feng Yunfei before paying no further attention to him. Big brother Ling Tian, let's go back. When Feng Tianwu's gaze moved on to Duan Ling Tian, a heartfelt smile bloomed on her face, and it caused many male Feng clan disciples to be stunned. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses when he heard this. Feng Tianwu's ability earlier had exceeded his expectations as well. Even though he was mentally prepared and felt that as the possessor of the fire spirit body, Feng Tianwu's comprehension of fire concept would not be low. But he never imagined that Feng Tianwu's fire concept had actually been comprehended to the 8th level. No wonder the possessor of the fire spirit body is called the darling of fire. If she wasn't the darling of fire, how could she comprehend 8th level fire concept at such an age without the assistance of a concept fragment? Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. When they saw the figures of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu vanish before their eyes, the group of Feng clan disciples including Feng Yunfei returned to their senses. No wonder besides young Master Yunxiang, the other position was given to young Miss Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu's strength is indeed stronger than young Master Yunfei, and it's much stronger. Yeah, with young Miss Tianwu's strength, even if she's compared to young Master Yunxiang, it would probably be difficult to determine a victor. If she doesn't utilize a spirit weapon, it would indeed be difficult to determine a victor. But once she utilizes a spirit weapon, young Master Yunxiang ought to be superior. After all, young Master Yunxiang is already an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, and his foundation of origin energy is strong. Besides that, young Master Yunxiang has comprehended 7th level saber concept. You're right. But in terms of age, young Miss Tianwu is unable to compare to young Master Yunxiang. When young Miss Tianwu is at the same age as young Master Yunxiang, the current young Master Yunxiang is probably not even fit to carry young Miss Tianwu's shoes. Yeah, young Miss Tianwu is still young, and her potential that can be unearthed is extremely great. As expected of the daughter of our Feng clan's eldest master, she's extraordinary as expected. Along with the group of Feng clan disciples dispersing. It wasn't long before everyone in the Feng clan knew of Feng Tianwu's strength. Feng Tianwu was quickly publicly acknowledged as the second peerless genius in the Feng clan in the last 100 years after Feng Wudao. Most shocking of all was naturally Feng Tianwu's gender. A woman possessing such natural talent and comprehension ability was shocking. Right when the entire Feng clan was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already returned to the private estate that belonged to Feng Wudao, and they stood in the rear courtyard. The two of them stood facing each other and stood in confrontation. In a nearby pergola, Feng Wudao and Elder Kong sat facing each other, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu who were in confrontation with each other with interest. At this moment, when Feng Tianwu faced Duan Lingtian, it wasn't like when she faced Feng Yunfei earlier. She didn't take Feng Yunfei seriously. But when the distant Duan Lingtian entered into her eyes, he seemed to be unfathomable. Especially the confident smile on Duan Lingtian's face, it unknowingly infected her, and it caused her to subconsciously feel that Duan Lingtian was invulnerable. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath and moved her gaze away. She knew that if she continued in this state, then she would lose without a fight. Elder brother Duan, watch out. Feng Tianwu shouted out lightly and chose to gain the initiative by striking first, and her entire body flashed out as if transforming into a blazing flame that swept towards Duan Lingtian. It seemed as if she wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In the sky, 18 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. As soon as Feng Tianwu attacked, her origin energy and concept exploded out completely, and she didn't hold back in the slightest. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't move like a mountain. When he saw the flame that Feng Tianwu had transformed into was about to flash towards him, strands of milky white flames finally floated up into appearance on his body. It was precisely his origin energy that had been ignited. It wasn't just that, strands of azure-colored energy seemed to have appeared within his origin energy, and it was suffused with a strange aura. Wind concept. Tian Wu, receive a finger of mine. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his right hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning as if it was assisted by the gods. Tempest Point. A piercing howl sounded out when his finger pointed out. The condensed origin energy finger force flashed out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it was coiled with deep azure-colored energy as it moved to intercept Feng Tianwu, who pounced over. Slap. Along with the origin energy finger force striking Feng Tianwu, a wave of light sound suddenly sounded out. Feng Tianwu's figure stopped, and the flaming palm print that accompanied her was instantly shattered. But a portion of the origin energy finger force was consumed because of this. 8th level wind concept. At the same time that Feng Tianwu exclaimed in shock, her figure flashed out once more to sweep to the side like a flame, and she barely dodged Duan Lingtian's origin energy finger force that didn't lose momentum in the slightest. The Yuan power finger force flew out. Finally, it entered the ground and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and calmly withdrew his hand, and he didn't move in the slightest. The attack from before didn't even cause Duan Lingtian's clothes to flutter in the slightest. 8th level of the void initiation stage. Slight shock appeared on Feng Tianwu's face as she looked at the 19 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. During these past few years, her improvement was something that she felt was already abnormal. A large part of the reason she had such improvement was because she possessed the fire spirit body. But what about Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian didn't possess an innate spirit body, and he was only an extremely ordinary martial artist. Elder brother Duan, you're really formidable. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tianwu, do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. There's no need. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly as she shook her head. Elder brother Duan, if you said earlier that you'd already broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage and comprehended 8th level wind concept, then I wouldn't spar with you. If she knew earlier about Duan Lingtian's cultivation, then why would she come looking for a beating? 8th level of the void initiation stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Looks like the matter of him intentionally concealing his cultivation wasn't seen through by this little girl, Tianwu. After all, he wasn't an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist now, but a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist. As for his wind concept, he'd just broken through to the 8th level yesterday. Ling Tian brat, you've really hidden yourself well. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao, who sat in the pergola, stood up and slowly walked out of the pergola before sizing up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom, and his face was covered in admiration. When they met for the first time all those years ago, he'd felt that the violet-clothed young man before him was extraordinary. Perhaps that prophecy is true. Otherwise, how could Wu encounter him? Feng Wudao thought in his heart. At this moment, he was even more sure. Chapter 663. A person from a tiny imperial kingdom actually possesses such a cultivation that even far surpasses me all those years ago. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, he can be said to be one of a kind. Feng Wudao sighed in his heart. Not long after, the sky gradually dimmed down, and the veil of night descended. That night, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su sat together, and the table at the center was filled with fine wine and delicacies, and it was precisely prepared by Grandma Su. All of them sat together and ate, and they occasionally chatted idly. The dynasty martial competition is tomorrow. With your strength, Ling Tian, it isn't difficult for you to become eminent and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But, if you want to obtain extraordinary results in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then you must improve your cultivation. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he'd been mentally prepared since long ago. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian thought of something, and he couldn't help but ask. Uncle Feng, I heard today that the Feng clan only has 2 recommendation positions for the dynasty martial competition? Yes. Feng Wudao nodded. Why is it like this? Duan Lingtian asked with a puzzled expression. Even if it's the various empires, they each have 10 positions. Could it be that the Feng clan is inferior to a mere empire? An empire was undoubtedly a colossus. But if a power like the Feng clan wanted to sweep through an empire, and the empire didn't have the protection of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, then the empire was utterly unable to resist it. The various empires under the command of the Dark Han dynasty only had 1 void interpretation stage expert at most. Whereas in the Feng clan, there were many void interpretation stage experts. It can't be compared like this? Feng Wudao shook his head, and he obviously knew something. Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression. Why can't it be compared like this? Feng Wudao said with a smile, do you know that the dynasty martial competition this time is divided into 2 stages? 2 stages? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes, 2 stages. Feng Wudao nodded, and then he said, tomorrow is the first phase of the dynasty martial competition. The young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty won't fight tomorrow. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment when he heard Feng Wudao, and then he asked curiously. Could it be that tomorrow will only be a competition between the young geniuses of the various empires? Yes. Feng Wudao nodded once more. Tomorrow, the strongest 30 young geniuses from the various empires will be determined. These 30 young geniuses will obtain the qualifications to participate in the second phase of the dynasty martial competition. During the second phase of the dynasty martial competition, these 30 young geniuses will compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the young geniuses of our Dark Han dynasty. Now, can you understand why our Feng clan only has 2 recommendation positions? Facing Feng Wudao's final question, Duan Lingtian nodded. Actually, it isn't only our Feng clan. Feng Wudao continued. In the dynasty martial competition this time, besides the imperial family having 3 recommendation positions, the comparatively prominent powers in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty like our Feng clan only have 2 recommendation positions each. As for those ordinary powers, they only have a single recommendation position. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So in this way, the Zhang clan and Yi clan only have 2 recommendation positions each? Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wudao. Yes. Feng Wudao nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was instantly slightly dispirited towards the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. Tomorrow was the competition between the young geniuses of the various empires. Duan Lingtian wasn't really interested towards this. It wasn't that he looked down upon the young geniuses of the various empires, but as the young geniuses of a mere empire, their strengths were still limited when compared to the top young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. Not to mention the others, just Mo Xian who came from the Darkstone Empire with me. Even though he was the number 1 young genius of the Darkstone Empire 1 year ago, he had a fortuitous encounter in the past year. Otherwise, he would at most be at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After they ate and drank to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian and the others dispersed. Elder brother Duan, I'll see you tomorrow. Outside an elegant small courtyard, Feng Tianwu bid her farewells to Duan Lingtian before turning around and returning to the small courtyard. Duan Lingtian left and returned to his own small courtyard. That night, Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment and continued comprehending. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for him, who had just comprehended 8th level wind concept, to comprehend 9th level wind concept in a short period of time. I won't be greedy. Allow me to comprehend the 9th level wind concept after 3 or 4 months. Allow me to comprehend the first-level intermediate wind concept after 7 or 8 months. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking now, that person would surely be speechless. This is called not greedy. The night gradually went deep. Duan Lingtian finally put away the wind concept fragment and lay on the bed before falling into a deep sleep. He hadn't had a good sleep for a very long time. After Duan Lingtian fell asleep, strands of moonlight shone in from the open window and sprinkled onto Duan Lingtian's body like specks of stars. If Duan Lingtian was outside the room now, he would surely be able to notice it. The moon tonight was very, very round, and it was a full moon. Suddenly, a strand of moonlight just happened to sprinkle onto the spatial ring on Duan Lingtian's hand. From the outside, one couldn't see anything wrong with it. But an unexpected change had occurred within the space within the spatial ring. In the extremely quiet space within the spatial ring, various things were neatly placed everywhere in an orderly manner. These things were placed there by Duan Lingtian's will. Right at this moment, a wave of light noises suddenly sounded out from an inconspicuous corner within the spatial ring. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that a broken stone tablet was lightly trembling at that corner. At the same time, a strand of moonlight actually passed into the spatial ring through some unknown method, and it ceaselessly gushed into the stone tablet. The frequency of the stone tablet trembling grew faster and faster. After an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was because the sky had started to brighten, and the moonlight was gradually extinguished. On the surface of the stone tablet, a strand of the faint sheen of moonlight had appeared, and the sheen gradually fused into the strange name on the surface of the stone tablet before vanishing. When the last strand of moonlight vanished, the stone tablet moved. Whoosh! The stone tablet flew up into the air and fiercely flew out, smashing into a pile of origin stones at the side of the spatial ring and smashing all the origin stones into pieces. Subsequently, the stone tablet continued to fly out and smashed some medicinal herbs that were idle at the side. Whoosh! 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 The stone tablet flew out again, and every time it flew out, it smashed everything within the spatial ring into a mess. Gradually, the stone tablet seemed to have lost its strength and completely fell silent. One could imagine. If Duan Lingtian saw everything within the spatial ring, he would surely turn pale with fright. However, the current Duan Lingtian didn't know everything that had happened within the spatial ring. Outside the spatial ring was another world. The sky gradually brightened, and Duan Lingtian, who was lying on the bed, woke up as well. The dynasty martial competition is about to begin. After Duan Lingtian casually washed up, his heart moved, and he took out a new set of clothes from the spatial ring to change into. However, when he was about to throw his pajamas into the spatial ring, he was completely stunned. Heavens! What's going on? Duan Lingtian's heart moved, and the space within the spatial ring appeared before his eyes without reservation. However, the space within the spatial ring caused him to be stunned. Chaotic. It was too chaotic. What's going on? If it wasn't for this spatial ring being unable to contain living things, I would have really thought that a thief had broken into it. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for him being extremely sure of the situation within the space within his spatial ring, he would have really thought that it was so chaotic. After thinking for a long time, Duan Lingtian was unable to think of a reason. Forget it, I'll organize the things first. Even though the space within the spatial ring was a mess, fortunately, the things Duan Lingtian stored within it weren't destroyed. In next to no time, these things were placed back into the distance with a single thought. Even this devil seal tablet came here. After placing most of the things back, Duan Lingtian noticed that the broken stone tablet he obtained in the Swamp of Death in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was actually no longer in the corner. What exactly happened in the space within the spatial ring? Even something as heavy as the Devil Seal tombstone ran over here from that corner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine, and he felt that something was amiss. The Devil Seal tablet was something that Duan Lingtian obtained in the strange underground palace when he entered the swamp of death to search for the mystery of his father, Duan Rufeng's life and death. At that time, there was an extremely powerful soul within the Devil Seal tablet that flashed out of the Devil Seal tablet in an attempt to seize his body. At that time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the soul was even more powerful than the soul of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Perhaps the owner of that soul was once even more powerful than the reincarnation Emperor Wu. After that powerful soul disappeared, the Devil Seal tablet that originally contained that soul also fell into Duan Lingtian's hands and was stored in the corner of the spatial ring. If it wasn't for today's incident, Duan Lingtian would have almost forgotten about it. Whoosh! With a thought, a broken stone tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the Devil Seal tablet. I wonder what kind of words are written on this Devil Seal tablet. The reincarnation Emperor Wu has experienced 2 lifetimes, but he actually doesn't recognize these words. Duan Lingtian shook his head and put the Devil Seal tablet back into the spatial ring. No, I have to quickly change my spatial ring. This spatial ring is too strange. When Duan Lingtian thought about what happened in the space within the spatial ring on his hand, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly took out another spatial ring and transferred all the things in this spatial ring to it. As for this spatial ring, Qi. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a grade 3 weapon flame appeared, and the spatial ring was quickly burned into a pool of liquid by Duan Lingtian. With a thought, Duan Lingtian gradually transformed the liquid into a candlestick. Chapter 664. Because the dynasty martial competition today was only a battle between the young geniuses of the various empires, the Feng clan didn't make a big fanfare. When Duan Lingtian left the Feng clan estate, only Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong were by his side. As for Grandma Su, she stayed in the estate instead and didn't leave. After staying at Feng Wudao's place for over 10 days, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the situation of the estate within the estate, and he knew that Grandma Su was an existence similar to a manager. Grandma Su was in charge of the usual food and other trivial matters. Uncle Feng, where's the Darkhan dynasty's dynasty martial competition held? Duan Lingtian, who soared in the sky, looked at Feng Wudao, who similarly soared in the sky by his side, and asked. The caged battle arena. Feng Wudao spoke slowly. Caged battle arena? Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he was slightly surprised. The Darkhan dynasty has a caged battle arena as well? As well? Feng Wudao shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian. The Darkhan dynasty's caged battle arena existed long ago when the Darkhan dynasty existed. It can be said that the history of the caged battle arena is the history of the Darkhan dynasty. Presently, some of the empires, imperial kingdoms, and kingdoms under the dynasty have caged battle arenas in their imperial cities, yet they're all imitated by the dynasty. Feng Wudao finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He was still thinking earlier that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's caged battle arena actually had one in the Darkhan dynasty. So it turned out that even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's caged battle arena was only an imitation. In this way, the caged battle arena in the Darkhan dynasty's capital ought to be backed by the imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked. As far as he was concerned. Since the caged battle arena was able to be passed down for so long, it presumably relied on a backer that stood towering, and that backer could only be the imperial family. Exactly. Feng Wudao's answer verified Duan Lingtian's guess. The Darkhan dynasty's capital's caged battle arena, now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. After all, The scale of the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City had shocked Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. The cage battle arena in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital would undoubtedly be even more shocking. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 flew towards the north. Along the way, many people could be seen flying in that direction. These people were obviously there to watch the show. Didn't you say yesterday that today is only the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition, and you aren't interested in coming? A middle-aged man who flashed past Duan Lingtian and the others smiled as he looked at his companion by his side. Since I have nothing to do, it's not a bad idea to come and see the talents of the various empires. The latter said. Today will surely not be as exciting as tomorrow. It's even to the extent that there probably aren't many young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above today. The former shook his head and said. Of course. The first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition is only a warm-up, and the most exciting part will be tomorrow. The latter added. Duan Lingtian heard similar words all along the way. Brother Duan. Elder Kong smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, if it wasn't for you having to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition today, the eldest young master, young miss, and I might not have gone to the cage battle arena to watch the show. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was something that he wasn't surprised about. Who were Feng Wudao and Elder Kong? A mere Dynasty Martial competition that was held by a group of young geniuses of the empire was unable to attract them. As for Feng Tianwu, there were probably not many young geniuses of the various empires that could compare to her in terms of cultivation, so she naturally wasn't interested in the Dynasty Martial competition today. We've arrived. Not long after, Elder Kong's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed. An extremely spacious arena had appeared in the distance, and it was more than 2 times larger than the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. This arena was similarly enveloped by an enormous cage, and it caused one to be awed by the sight of it. This is the Dark Han Dynasty's cage battle arena? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze moved from the arena to the surroundings of the cage battle arena. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized. The most unique thing about the Dark Han Dynasty's cage battle arena wasn't the spacious arena, but it was the spectating area in the surroundings. When looked at from afar, the spectating area in the surroundings was divided into 3 levels. The lowest level was the spectating area in the surroundings of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's cage battle arena, and it was like the seats in a movie theater on Earth in his previous life. Of course, the seats in a movie theater were only in one direction, whereas the spectating area here surrounded the entire cage battle arena. Presently, the spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was almost filled with people. When looked at from afar, it was an expanse of darkness. So many people. Duan Lingtian was surprised, as he never imagined that the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition would draw so many people. Numerous exceedingly enormous stone pillars stood at the edge of the cage battle arena. These stone pillars held up 9 spectating areas that floated in midair. The seats on these spectating areas were comparatively fewer, and many of the seats were still empty. These seats were comparatively higher quality and were made of high-quality beast skin. Moreover, there were many armored soldiers standing at the side of these spectating areas, and they were like numerous guardian gods. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw a few groups of people flashing through the sky in a vast array before finally splitting up and descending on the spectating areas that floated in midair. King Yong. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he recognized the person in the lead of one of the groups with a single glance. It was precisely the Darkstone Empire's King Yong. As for behind King Yong, 2 old men followed like shadows, and there were 9 young men following behind them. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with these people. It was precisely the group of people that had come to the Dark Han Dynasty with him. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw another group of people. After King Yong revealed his identity to the soldiers, he led the 11 people behind him to sit at a corner of the spectating area and occupy that area. These spectating areas belong to the second-class spectating areas. Elder Kong introduced to Duan Lingtian from the side. The representatives of the various empires and the young geniuses they brought over for the dynasty martial competition this time are sitting in these second-class spectating areas. Besides that, the representatives of the ordinary powers of the Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses they brought over are sitting here as well. Second-class spectating areas? Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed with emotion in his heart. In this world, everything was really divided into different classes. Whereas the strong would always occupy the best things. So in this way, that place is the first-class spectating area? Duan Lingtian's gaze moved up along the numerous stone pillars that shot into the sky and looked towards the spectating area that was even higher up. The spectating area here was similarly divided into 9 seats. But every single spectating area had extremely few seats, and it was only a small row. The spectating area here was undoubtedly even more luxurious, and the seats in the second-class spectating area were simply like beggars when compared to the seats here. Exactly, this is the first-class spectating area. Elder Kong nodded. Normally speaking, only the higher-ups of powers like the imperial family, our Feng clan, Zhang clan, and Yi clan are able to bring people up to the first-class spectating area. Of course, the experts in the Dark Han dynasty are numerous like the clouds, and some formidable independent cultivators and existences with special statuses like Grade 4 weapons craftsmen, Grade 4 alchemists, and high-grade inscription masters are able to bring people up to the first-class spectating area. Elder Kong spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go. Feng Wudao called out to Duan Lingtian's group of 3 before taking the lead to soar up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they headed towards the first-class spectating area. At the same time, these 4 figures drew the attention of many people. Who are those people? They actually ascended the first-class spectating area. Some martial artists that sat on the second-class spectating area couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They seem to be unfamiliar faces. I can't recognize them. Another person continued. Duan Lingtian? On the second-class spectating area, the 12 people from the Dark Stone Empire including King Yong had finally noticed Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that Duan Lingtian still has acquaintances in the Dark Han dynasty. Moreover, the identities of those people are obviously extraordinary. Especially that red-robed middle-aged man in the lead. At the same time that Su Li was surprised, he couldn't help but gasp. At the instant he saw the red-robed middle-aged man, his heart couldn't help but tremble, and it was as if the red-robed middle-aged man was a dreadful monster. This sort of feeling. I've only felt it when facing Master and Martial Uncle Dao. Su Li was shocked in his heart. There's actually an existence in the Dark Han dynasty that can compare to my Master and Martial Uncle? No wonder Duan Lingtian improved so quickly all along the way. So it turns out that he knows such an expert. Now, Su Li only thought that Duan Lingtian had obtained the help of this expert in these past few years, and that was why Duan Lingtian possessed such a shocking cultivation. If Duan Lingtian knew of Su Li's thoughts at this moment, he would surely be speechless. Feng Wudao had at most helped him comprehend wind concept a few days ago, and besides that, Feng Wudao wasn't of any help to his cultivation. Mo Xian and the other young geniuses were similarly surprised. Duan Lingtian followed behind Feng Wudao to descend into a first-class spectating area. In next to no time, an armored soldier that stood on this spectating area bowed respectfully to Feng Wudao and Elder Kong. Lord Wudao, Elder Kong. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the reaction of the soldier from before. After the soldier saw Feng Wudao, his eyes obviously revealed slight bewilderment. But when he saw Elder Kong, he instead seemed to have been enlightened, and not only did he recognize Elder Kong, he even guessed Feng Wudao's identity. Feng Wudao nodded indifferently, and then he led Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to sit down at the side. Presently, amongst the 9 first-class spectating areas, only the area Duan Lingtian's group sat at was occupied. "Uncle Feng, I'll be going over first." Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Feng Wudao and intended to converge with King Yong's group. After all, he still had to participate in the first phase of the dynasty martial competition today, and he was unable to be a pure spectator like Feng Wudao's group of 3. "Go on. I'll ask Elder Kong to bet some origin stones on you." Feng Wudao smiled. "Origin stones?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found out through Elder Kong's explanation. It turned out that the cage battle arena didn't place bets on the first-class spectating areas, but origin stones. Chapter 665. Uncle Feng, are there any restrictions to placing bets in the cage battle arena? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "There aren't any." Feng Wudao shook his head, and then he asked curiously. "Could it be that you want to place a bet as well by asking this? But the bets of gold and silver have to be placed at the 2 spectating areas below." "No. I'm not placing bets of gold and silver." Duan Lingtian shook his head and pondered for a moment, and then with a raise of his hand, a pile of low-grade origin stones appeared in his hand. There were an entire few thousands of low-grade origin stones, and they were held up by Duan Lingtian's origin energy just like this. It wasn't that he wanted to do this. It was truly because if he didn't use his origin energy to support so many origin stones, then even if he stretched out his hands, he would be unable to lift all of them. For a time, Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Feng Tianwu were stunned as they looked at the origin stones in Duan Lingtian's hand. "Tian Wu, here are 5,000 low-grade origin stones. Help me place all of them on me later." Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and with a raise of his hand, 5,000 low-grade origin stones flew towards Feng Tianwu to float before Feng Tianwu. "Yes, elder brother Duan." Feng Tianwu returned to her senses and put away the pile of origin stones into her spatial ring. She wasn't unfamiliar with low-grade origin stones. But even if it was her, she would at most possess a few tens of low-grade origin stones. She believed that even her father was unable to produce so many low-grade origin stones in one go. "We'll split it equally." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Elder brother Duan, I can't take it. No matter how much I earn, I'll give it to you." Feng Tianwu shook her head and was unwilling to take advantage of Duan Lingtian. When he saw Feng Tianwu persisting, Duan Lingtian didn't continue persuading her. At any rate, Feng Wudao stood behind Feng Tianwu, and she presumably didn't lack low-grade origin stones. Even though mid-grade and high-grade origin stones were very rare in the Dark Han dynasty, there were many low-grade origin stones. After all, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family controlled a low-grade origin stone vein. Of course, guarding this vein wasn't something a mere imperial family could accomplish, and it still required the assistance of formidable powers like the Feng clan, Zhang clan, and Yi clan. So every time low-grade origin stones were mined, besides the imperial family taking the majority, the Feng clan and the other powers were also able to obtain a portion. What the Feng clan could obtain was second only to the imperial family. As the eldest master of the Feng clan, an existence with extraordinary strength, Feng Wudao naturally didn't lack low-grade origin stones. "You're not going to tip them off, are you?" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the nearby armored soldier and said in a low voice. Now, the soldier was planning to leave. It was obvious that he was planning to secretly send a message to lower the odds of Duan Lingtian's victory. Meanwhile, Elder Kong returned to his senses and glanced coldly at the soldier as he grunted. "If you make another move, then I'll make your blood splatter." Elder Kong's words caused the soldier's body to stiffen, and his countenance went ghastly pale. But he didn't dare make any small movements. He knew clearly in his heart. With this old man's status in the Dark Han dynasty, killing him was as simple as crushing an ant. Kid Ling Tian, even I don't carry so many origin stones with me. Where did you get them? Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with slight surprise. Duan Ling Tian taking out 5,000 low-grade origin stones in one go had shocked him as well. Many? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly when he heard Feng Wudao. He wondered what expression Feng Wudao would have if he knew that besides a few thousand low-grade origin stones, there were another few tens of mid-grade origin stones and even a high-grade origin stone within his spatial ring. Of course, he didn't intend to tell Feng Wudao. Uncle Feng, when I just arrived at the Dark Han dynasty, I went around the surroundings. Later on, I noticed a concealed cave within a remote mountain. Duan Ling Tian spoke without thinking and fabricated a bizarre experience. At that time, I noticed a skeleton and a spatial ring within the cave. Those origin stones were within the spatial ring. Elder brother Duan, your luck is really good. Feng Tianwu spoke with surprise. Yeah, such a fortuitous encounter isn't something that anyone can encounter. Brother Duan is a person with fortune as expected. All those years ago, you noticed the underwater abode. Today, you've encountered the remains of a predecessor of extraordinary origins. Elder Kong sighed as well. As far as he was concerned, there were 5,000 low-grade origin stones within the spatial ring. The origins of that skeleton was surely extraordinary. Yeah, your luck isn't bad. Feng Wudao glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to feel slightly guilty. He was able to discern that Feng Wudao didn't really believe what he said. Tian Wu, I'll go converge with King Yong and the others first. After notifying Feng Tianwu, Duan Ling Tian flew out towards the second-class spectating area, and he firmly descended onto the spectating area where King Yong and the others sat. He just happened to descend before King Yong and the others. Meanwhile, many gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. This young man had obviously come down from the first-class spectating area. Who exactly is he? He seems to be a member of the empires under our Dark Han dynasty. But, he seemed to have ascended the first-class spectating area with someone earlier. Looks like he knows a great figure of our Dark Han dynasty. It should be like this. The crowd of spectators in the second-class spectating area discussed animatedly. On the other hand, the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires that had already arrived at the second-class spectating area looked at Duan Ling Tian with surprise. When did such a figure appear in the Darkstone Empire? He's actually related to a great figure of the Dark Han dynasty. If I defeat him, then wouldn't I gain great face? I'll surely make him become my stepping stone. At this moment, the gazes the young geniuses of the various empires looked at Duan Ling Tian were like the gazes of hunters that had seen their prey. It seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to directly enter the arena and defeat Duan Ling Tian. King Yong. After Duan Ling Tian descended to the ground, he lightly smiled as he greeted King Yong. Duan Ling Tian, come, sit here. King Yong called out to Duan Ling Tian to sit by his side. Presently, King Yong sat alone at the front of the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. The two old men were seated in the row behind him. Behind them was Su Li and the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire. I'll just sit by Su Li's side. Duan Ling Tian smiled to King Yong before his figure flashed to descend onto the empty seat by Su Li's side. King Yong didn't persist when he saw this. After he sat by Su Li's side, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force couldn't help but stretch out to envelop Su Li, and he quickly detected Su Li's cultivation. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. As expected. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, yet he wasn't surprised. Last time, when he detected that Long Yun's cultivation had already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, he guessed that Su Li's cultivation ought to have improved again. Now it would seem that his guess was completely correct. Su Li, how's your comprehension of sword concept? After he detected Su Li's cultivation, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Wouldn't you know when it's my turn to make a move? Su Li smiled mysteriously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This Su Li is actually keeping me in suspense? But when he thought of how he liked to keep others in suspense as well, he couldn't help but shake his head. Could it be that this is retribution? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze started to flash past the numerous second-class spectating area. Including our Dark Stone Empire, a total of 17 empires have arrived. But it seems that not all of them have arrived. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw that many people had arrived at the second-class spectating area. Along with the passage of time, the members of 31 empires had quickly gathered. Meanwhile, the people that arrived grew lesser and lesser. I wonder how many empires are there in the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian muttered. The Dark Han dynasty has a total of 36 empires. Su Li lightly smiled when he heard Duan Lingtian's muttering. Su Li, you even know this? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Su Li smiled. Not only do I know, I've practically gone to all of them. Duan Lingtian was astounded as he never imagined that Su Li had once gone to so many places. I presume it was that master of Su Li's brought him there. Presently, Duan Lingtian was more and more interested in Su Li's master. Su Li, has your master come today? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The dynasty martial competition would be held today, and Su Li would fight to seize the qualifications to participate in the second phase of the dynasty martial competition. No. Su Li shook his head. True. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, the dynasty martial competition today is only the first phase, and it will decide on the 30 strongest young geniuses of the various empires. With your current strength, I presume it's in the bag. Your master knows the outcome, so it isn't strange that he hasn't come. Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian with surprise. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so confident of him. One had to know that he had never displayed his current cultivation in front of anyone. Only he and his master knew about it. No. Su Li shook his head. It isn't just that master won't come today. Even if I pass through the first phase of the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second phase of the dynasty martial competition tomorrow, master won't come. He won't come tomorrow as well? This time, Duan Lingtian was completely stunned. Could it be that Su Li's master isn't interested in the dynasty martial competition or the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Or perhaps he feels that Su Li will surely obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? So he feels there's no need to come? The more he thought about it, the more certain Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian, let's not talk about my master first. That person that brought you to the first-class spectating area earlier seemed to be extremely extraordinary as well. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with deep meaning. He is extraordinary. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, but no matter how extraordinary he is, he's probably unable to compare to your master. Your master is an existence from the foreign lands after all. The words foreign lands possessed an absolute deterrent force within the various dynasties. Never had Su Li imagined that Duan Lingtian would change the topic in the blink of an eye, and he shook his head helplessly and didn't ask any further. Chapter 666. Along with the passage of time, the representatives and young geniuses of the 36 empires including the Black Market Empire arrived successively. For a time, the second-class spectating area of the cage battle arena was filled with people. Even if it was at the side of the spectating area where Duan Lingtian and the other members of the Darkstone Empire sat, the representatives and young geniuses of another 3 empires had appeared. King Yong. We haven't seen each other for many years. How have you been? A representative of an empire that had just arrived sat nearby King Yong and took the initiative to greet King Yong. This was an old man in grey clothes with a doddering appearance, a pair of muddy eyes that were neither happy nor angry, and his entire body revealed an unfathomable aura. Senior Lu. King Yong looked at the grey-clothed old man and lightly smiled. I'm very good. I truly never imagined that it would actually be you leading the group from the Windfall Empire this time. When one gets old, one has to come out and walk around more. The old man surnamed Lu replied with a smile. Subsequently, the old man's gaze flashed past the 10 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire one by one, and every time he examined them, a strand of bright light seemed to appear in the depths of his muddy eyes. This was something that Duan Lingtian saw clearly. King Yong, I heard that the #1 young expert of your Darkstone Empire is called Mo Xian. I wonder who it is? The old man asked King Yong curiously. Mo Xian, this is the leader of the 5 great revered elders of the Windfall Empire's imperial family, Senior Lu. King Yong turned around to look at Mo Xian, who sat in the 3rd row when he heard this. Senior Lu. Mo Xian looked at the old man and lightly nodded as he bowed. Not bad, he indeed has a striking appearance. The old man praised. Humph. What #1 young expert of the Darkstone Empire? As far as I'm concerned, all of this is already a thing of the past. A cold snort sounded out and broke the peaceful atmosphere at the scene. For a time, so long as one heard this, including Duan Lingtian, the gazes of everyone present shot towards the source of the voice. A young man with a cold expression was sitting there. Long Yun. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this young man, and it was precisely Long Yun who he'd met since long ago. Long Yun was from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like him. He still remembered that when he met Long Yun for the first time, it was during the martial competition between the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, Long Yun gathered a myriad of glory on himself. During the martial competition of the 5 great sects that time, amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only the saber young master, Long Yun, participated. At that time, practically everyone felt that Long Yun would be able to obtain the honor of #1 in the martial competition. Unfortunately, the result was unexpected. Duan Lingtian, who defeated Long Yun in one go with the status of a dark horse and obtained the honor of first in the martial competition, had fiercely dampened Long Yun's limelight. It could be said that the Duan Lingtian at that time had stepped on the dragon cloud to become famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Long Yun, 1 year ago, you didn't have the guts to fight me. Could it be that you think you can defeat me now? Mo Xian's expression sank slightly. His lustrous eyes emitted an incomparably sharp gaze that slowly landed on Long Yun's body. You don't have the qualifications to fight me now. Long Yun looked at Mo Xian and shook his head. Presently, amongst the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, only Duan Lingtian and Su Li have the qualifications to become my opponents. You can't. As he spoke, he wantonly trampled on Mo Xian's dignity. You're courting death. Mo Xian abruptly stood up and was bristling with rage. His eyes were suffused with crimson red as he stared fixedly at Long Yun, and his voice was extremely cold and fierce. I've said it before. You don't have the qualifications. Long Yun shook his head. From the beginning until the end, he'd never taken Mo Xian seriously, and he indeed didn't take Mo Xian seriously. Perhaps he wasn't a match for Mo Xian a year ago. But now, under the assistance of his formidable master, his cultivation had undergone a tremendous change compared to a year ago. Just like he'd said earlier. Presently, amongst the group of young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire, he only took Duan Lingtian and Su Li seriously. Die! Finally, Mo Xian couldn't restrain himself any longer and shouted out explosively as he pounced towards Long Yun, and he seemed to have transformed into a wild beast that had opened its bloody mouth with the intention of swallowing Long Yun directly. At the same time, along with the origin energy on Mo Xian's body skyrocketing, 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form in the sky above him, when strands of violet-colored energy appeared within Mo Xian's origin energy, and there were even numerous bolts of lightning floating within it. 5 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more in the sky. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 5th level Lightning Concept. This was Mo Xian's current strength. Swoosh! Mo Xian smashed out with his fist, and his origin energy in lightning concept followed along like a shadow, causing a wave of roiling waves of air that blew on the clothes of Duan Lingtian and the others to the point of fluttering. The fist that carried the might of lightning whistled out like a shooting star that tore through the sky, and it fiercely smashed towards Long Yun. Ridiculous! Long Yun's face was still filled with disdain when facing Mo Xian's fist that approached menacingly. Suddenly, Long Yun made a move. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, his palm formed into a blade, and his origin energy raged and bloomed within it. Right at this instant, besides Duan Lingtian and Su Li who were still able to maintain their calm, everyone else stared their eyes wide open as they looked at the scene before them with disbelief. Heavens! What have we seen? At this moment, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had shockingly appeared in the sky above Long Yun. He drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth with merely his origin energy to develop 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. King Yong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Never had he imagined that amongst the group of young geniuses he'd brought over, Long Yun, who was originally only ranked above average, would actually undergo such a great change in his cultivation after a year. The others went pale with fright as well. The first wave hadn't subsided, yet another wave arose. With a raise of his hand, Long Yun's palm blade whistled out to intercept Mo Xian's fist that approached menacingly. The palm blade was still halfway there when it erupted with a sharp and overbearing aura. Another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky, 7th level saber concept. King Yong's brows raised as his eyes were filled with disbelief. Exactly what has this Long Yun encountered in this past year? Now, King Yong was practically certain. In the past year, Long Yun had surely obtained a fortuitous encounter, and it was a shocking fortuitous encounter that could only be chanced upon by luck. What a joke! If it wasn't for a shocking fortuitous encounter, would an ordinary person be able to reveal a strength that shocked everyone 1 year later? The palm blade descended, and it carried the strength of 17 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Mo Xian's strength of 12 ancient mammoths, it was an entire 5 ancient horned dragons stronger. The strengths of the two of them weren't on the same level at all. On the other hand, Mo Xian's expression had already changed long ago when he saw the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun. Now, even if his heart was filled with regret, he was already unable to back down. As the saying goes, spilled water can't be undone. At this moment, he didn't even have the time to withdraw his spirit weapon, and he could only brace himself and go head-on against Long Yun. He was practically able to guess his outcome. Enough! Right when Mo Xian was completely disheartened, King Yong shouted out in a low voice. In the next moment, King Yong made a move and easily dispersed the surging strength of the two of them before blasting them back to their respective seats. Unlike Long Yun, who lightly floated to his seat. Bang! Mo Xian fiercely sat back on his seat as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At that instant earlier, he felt death was so close to him, and it was the first time in his entire life that he'd felt the threat of death. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Right at this moment, Long Yun's disdainful voice entered into Mo Xian's ears, causing Mo Xian to seem as if he was struck by lightning, and his face instantly flushed red. But he just happened to be unable to retort. After all, it was indeed his skill that was inferior. For a time, he felt extremely ashamed and resentful. Even though he didn't look at the gazes that descended onto him from the surroundings, he was able to guess that they were surely gazes of ridicule. King Yong. Finally, Mo Xian lowered his head and took a deep breath before saying to King Yong, "I forfeit in the dynasty martial competition this time." Forfeit. Even though Mo Xian's words were short, they were resolute. Mo Xian wouldn't be unable to even endure a little blow like this, right? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Right at this moment, Mo Xian's figure flashed and transformed into a swift flowing light that left the second-class spectating area before charging into the sky and vanishing in the horizon. As soon as Mo Xian left, everyone present recovered from their shock and shook their heads. No one had imagined that Mo Xian was such a sore loser. King Yong, looks like the rumored #1 young expert of your Dark Stone Empire isn't really the strongest young genius of your Dark Stone Empire. Old man Lu looked at King Yong and sighed. Mo Xian's departure caused King Yong to be stunned, and at this moment, he recovered from his shock when he heard the old man. I never imagined that Long Yun would be able to possess such a cultivation in a short period of a year. Long Yun's change was unexpected to King Yong. Earlier, he said, amongst the young geniuses of your Darkstone Empire, only Duan Lingtian and Su Li have the qualifications to be his opponents? The old man said with surprise, King Yong, your Darkstone Empire has really concealed itself deeply. Looks like besides this person, your Darkstone Empire has another 2 young geniuses that are even stronger than the so-called #1 young expert of your Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian. I wonder which 2 young geniuses are they? As the old man finished speaking, his tone was filled with interest. The group of young geniuses behind the old man recovered from their shock from before, and they sized up the remaining 8 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire with interest. Obviously, they were extremely curious about who Duan Lingtian and Su Li were. In next to no time, they followed the gazes of the other 6 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and obtained the answer they wanted. So young? When their gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man and red-clothed young man that sat together, they were dumbstruck. Aren't they too young? Amongst the 2 people before them, the red-clothed young man ought to be close to 30. Chapter 667. It was these 2 young men that were taken to be true opponents by that 7th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius of the Darkstone Empire that had comprehended 7th-level Saber concept? They slightly didn't dare believe it. After all, if it was according to this, then wouldn't it mean that these 2 young men were existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above? Actually, it wasn't only the group of young geniuses from the Windfall Empire that didn't believe it. Even the other 6 young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire weren't willing to believe it as well. Long Yun possessed the strength to crush Mo Xian after a year, and it had already caused them to be shocked. If it was according to Long Yun, didn't that mean that Duan Lingtian and Su Li's current strengths were sufficient to crush Mo Xian? In this way, the #1 young expert of their Darkstone Empire was too worthless, right? In merely a year, he was completely surpassed by 3 people that were inferior to him a year ago? Duan Lingtian. Su Li. Actually, even King Yong slightly didn't dare believe it now. If it was only Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't doubt it. But with Su Li included, it caused him to be slightly uncertain. Swoosh. Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind flashed over from afar. At the same time, a figure stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. Instantly, the gazes of the group of people from the Darkstone Empire and Windfall Empire were drawn over. The sky above the cage battle arena usually prohibited martial artists from standing in the sky. The people that were capable of standing in the sky were only members of the cage battle arena, or in other words, members of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Presently, the person that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena was a white-clothed young man. The white-clothed young man was around the age of 35, had a cold expression, slanted brows, and a graceful bearing. He's the person that's presiding over the dynasty martial competition today? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. So young. Actually, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian that was surprised, even the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires and the spectators in the inferior spectating area were shocked by the age of the white-clothed young man. After all, the people that presided over the cage battle arena in the past were at least middle-aged. Only a presiding with a formidable strength was capable of deterring the slaves and demon beasts that carried out the cage battle, and to a certain extent, powerful was equivalent to old. Welcome the representatives and young geniuses of the 36 empires to participate in our Dark Han dynasty's martial competition. I'm the host of the selection for the first phase of the martial competition today. The white-clothed young man's face was cold as he spoke slowly. Subsequently, the white-clothed young man changed his tone and went straight to the point, and he directly stated the objective of the dynasty martial competition today. All in all, the final objective of the dynasty martial competition today was to decide on the most outstanding 30 young geniuses amongst the 360 young geniuses of the 36 empires. On the other hand, these 30 young geniuses would gather with all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty tomorrow and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition. The others should already know about these rules, right? Duan Lingtian discovered that the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires in the secondary spectator seats weren't very surprised after hearing the white-clothed young man's words. In next to no time, the white-clothed young man started to introduce the specific rules of the martial competition today. Duan Lingtian listened seriously. The rules of the dynasty martial competition today are extremely simple. The 360 young geniuses will each draw a number token that belongs to them, and they'll undergo the selection according to the order of the number tokens. Due to the large amount of people, we'll carry out 10 selections at the same time at the beginning. Besides that, there'll be people specially assigned to record every single selection. The white-clothed young man had only just spoken up to hear when 10 figures soared up into the sky from below to stand behind him. These were 10 middle-aged men with expressionless faces, and they were like 10 statues. Obviously, these were the people that were in charge of recording the results of the battles. The first round of the selection will eliminate ordinary people. The second round of the selection will eliminate another half of the people. At that time, only 90 people will remain. After the 90 people are decided on, the rules will change. Whereas if there's a young genius with a good strength at the beginning but is eliminated due to bad luck, then so long as you're unwilling. At the end, you'll be given a chance, and you'll still have the chance to obtain one of the final 30 positions. The white-clothed young man finished speaking in a single breath. Subsequently, it was to draw a number token. Swoosh. 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 9 swift figures soared up into the sky and each descended onto a second-class spectating area. These were 9 young men, and each of them held a large wooden tray in their hands. On top of the wooden tray, there were 40 metal tokens. The 40 tokens were facing down, and the back was facing up. On the surface, they were exactly the same. Looks like this drawing of tokens is to allow us to choose the token on top. Whereas when these tokens are flipped open, the numbers on them are different. Su Li's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Early on when the young man that held the wooden tray descended onto their second-class spectating area, his spiritual force had already silently stretched out to cover the tokens on the wooden tray. Although Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was unable to be used as an eye. But he was still able to use his spiritual force to detect the grooves carved on the front of the token and determine the numbers on it. The numbers on these 40 tokens were actually messed up. There's a number 3 token, a number 52 token, and a number 327 token. There's no pattern at all. Now, Duan Lingtian was practically able to confirm it. The tokens on the wooden trays in the hands of the 9 young men that had ascended onto the second-class spectating area were all disordered, and there was no pattern at all. For example, amongst the 40 tokens on the wooden tray in the hand of the young man that approached Duan Lingtian and the others, only one of the 9 tokens before number 10 was present, and that was number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 4 to 9 tokens weren't present on the wooden tray. On the spectating area that Duan Lingtian was at, there was a total of 40 young geniuses from the 4 great empires, and it just happened to correspond to the 40 tokens. The young man first walked over to Duan Lingtian's side, and the 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire were the first to obtain their tokens. If there's one person missing here, then please draw the token on behalf of this representative. At that time, when it's the turn to draw the token you hold, the other person who fought against the possessor of this token will be given a bye and automatically advance to the next round. The young man that held the jade tray arrived by King Yong's side and spoke to King Yong. Obviously, he knew that a young genius from the Darkstone Empire had left as well. King Yong nodded, and then he raised his hand and intended to casually draw a token. Wait. Duan Lingtian called out to King Yong in a timely manner. King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression, and he had a puzzled expression. Duan Lingtian, you, big brother. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man that held the wooden tray and asked with a light smile. May I know how we'll undergo the advancement selection after we've drawn our tokens? The possessor of the number 1 token will battle the possessor of the number 2 token, the possessor of the number 3 token will battle the possessor of the number 4 token. In this way, the possessor of the number 359 token will battle the possessor of the number 360 token. The young man explained patiently. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked at King Yong and said via voice transmission, King Yong, please choose the 5th token from the left in the row that's closest to you. King Yong couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He didn't know why Duan Lingtian asked him to choose that token. But to him, it didn't matter which token he chose. After all, no matter which token he chose, he would have to assist the possessor of the other token to advance. For example, if he chose the number 1 token, then the possessor of the number 2 token would win without a fight and advance. On the other hand, if he chose the number 28 token, then the possessor of the number 27 token would advance. Whoosh! King Yong raised his hand and flipped over the token that Duan Lingtian spoke of, and he held it in his hand. At this moment, the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire saw it clearly. The token in King Yong's hand was precisely the number 31 token. Subsequently, the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire challenged the tokens. After a few people started to choose, Duan Lingtian and Su Li joined in as well. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's gaze was locked tightly onto one of the tokens at this moment. That token was at a corner, and no one paid any attention to it. Only when the other 8 young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire had drawn their own tokens did Duan Lingtian slowly flip open the token that belonged to him. As soon as Duan Lingtian's token was flipped open, the young man that held the tray was stunned. King Yong was stunned as well. The remaining 8 young geniuses were all stunned. Heavens! What have we seen? 3. Number 32. Su Li glanced at the token in Duan Lingtian's hand, then glanced at the token in King Yong's hand, and he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Duan Lingtian, your luck is really not bad. You advanced in the first round. The token in King Yong's hand could be considered to belong to Mo Xian. No matter who it was, so long as one matched this token that belonged to Mo Xian, that person would be able to obtain the privilege of advancing in the first round. Now, this privilege had been obtained by Duan Lingtian. Number 32. The token in King Yong's hand was precisely number 31. Under numerous envious gazes, Duan Lingtian put away the number 32 token. Right at this moment, a surprised voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian. You. How did you know? This voice transmission belonged precisely to King Yong. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian asked King Yong to choose the token, even though King Yong felt it was strange, he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would do that. Only when King Yong saw Duan Lingtian draw the number 32 token did he realize that all of this was planned by Duan Lingtian beforehand. Or perhaps, Duan Lingtian knew the numbers behind these tokens beforehand. Intuition. Duan Lingtian said via voice transmission. Intuition? The corners of King Yong's mouth twitched, yet he didn't believe Duan Lingtian's nonsense. Chapter 668. What a joke. This is something that can be noticed by intuition. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally discerned that King Yong didn't believe him, but he didn't explain too much. In reality, he naturally didn't rely on his intuition to know that the command token King Yong obtained was number 32, and he didn't rely on his intuition to just happen to obtain number 31 command token. Early on, when the young man that held the wooden tray ascended the spectating area they were at, his spiritual force had already detected the numbers on the 40 command tokens. Out of the 40 tokens, only 2 of them had numbers that were consecutive and opposed to each other. They were number 31 and number 32. It was precisely because of this that the events that followed occurred. He asked King Yong to take number 31 command token. On the other hand, he directly drew number 32 command token. So long as it's an inscription master that's skilled in the control of spiritual force, practically all of them are able to rely on their spiritual force to detect the numbers on the front of these command tokens that are covered, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Because of this, he didn't feel that he was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian, could it be that you're an inscription master? In next to no time, a surprised voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was precisely King Yong's voice transmission. It was very obvious that the Prince of Yong had recovered from his shock and was able to make an accurate judgment. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't keep King Yong in suspense and nodded lightly. This caused King Yong to be unable to refrain from shaking his head and sighing, and then he continued via voice transmission. You're able to detect the numbers on these command tokens with your spiritual force, and your attainments in the art of inscriptions aren't low. Actually, your natural talent in the martial Tao is shocking, so why waste time studying the art of inscriptions? If you didn't study the art of inscriptions, your strength would surely be even stronger now. As King Yong finished speaking, he seemed to be slightly regretful. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's attainments in the art of inscriptions weren't low, and this indirectly showed that Duan Lingtian had put in some painstaking effort in this aspect, thus wasting a great deal of time. If Duan Lingtian was able to use this wasted time on cultivation, his strength would surely be even stronger. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the pity that King Yong revealed towards him. He only shook his head and smiled towards this. Only he knew that his attainments in the art of inscriptions were all inherited from the rebirth martial emperor, and he'd never wasted any time on this. Duan Lingtian, I thought I'd be able to see you make a move first. Now it seems like it won't be possible. Su Li sat by Duan Lingtian's side and shook his head. The number of tokens he drew was 237. It can't be helped. Duan was Duan Lingtian. He was Duan Lingtian Su. Because Duan Lingtian had 8 A. However, Su Li did not doubt it. After all, Su Li didn't know that it was Duan Lingtian who'd asked King Yong to draw number 31 earlier. After a short moment, the 360 young geniuses from the 36 empires on the 9 second-class spectating areas had drawn number tokens that belonged to them. These command tokens were marked with unique numbers. Now, please enter the arena for the young geniuses that have obtained number 1 to 20. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the white-clothed young man stood there with a cold expression as he spoke with a deep voice. Meanwhile, the 10 middle-aged men behind him instantly transformed into flowing lights, and when they appeared once more, they'd already distributed themselves in various areas in the sky above the cage battle arena. The 10 of them intentionally separated themselves by a distance. "Everyone, I'll be going up first." Amongst the group of young geniuses from the Dark Stone Empire, one of them had obtained the number 3 token, and he bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian and the others before flying up. Duan Lingtian had an impression of this young genius. It was precisely Gao Yuhai who'd fought Long Yun that day, and the weapon in his hand was a spirit fan. He was an 8th-level void-prying stage martial artist 1 year ago, and he'd comprehended advanced saber force. He's actually broken through to the 1st level of the void initiation stage after a year. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he looked at Gao Yuhai's figure. Early on when Gao Yuhai spoke, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had already enveloped him like a shadow, causing his cultivation to be unable to escape. 1st level of the void initiation stage. Even though it wasn't to the extent of being at the bottom amongst the young geniuses of the various empires, it was only below average. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had intentionally investigated the cultivations of many young geniuses from the various empires. Amongst them, the weakest were some 9th-level void-prying stage martial artists. 9th level of the void-prying stage. Participating in the dynasty martial competition is only a formality. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Meanwhile, another 19 young geniuses flashed out from the various second-class spectating area to gather with Gao Yuhai. "The possessors of number 1 token and number 2 token, come to me." In next to no time, a middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results spoke out, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly entered into the ears of the 20 young geniuses that entered the arena. Instantly, 2 young geniuses swiftly arrived by the side of the middle-aged man. "The possessors of number 3 token and number 4 token, come to me." Subsequently, another person spoke out. In next to no time, Gao Yuhai and the other young genius had arrived by the side of another middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results. The remaining 16 young geniuses took their respective positions as well. The 20 young geniuses were in groups of 2, and they stood in confrontation with each other. Not far away from every 2 young geniuses that were in confrontation, there was a middle-aged man that stood there with a solemn expression, and he acted as a witness. The battle was about to erupt at any moment. Originally, I was worried. If 360 people were to slowly battle one-on-one, then a single day of time would be utterly insufficient. Now, these 10 battles are being carried out together, and it's much more efficient. Duan Lingtian looked at the 20 young geniuses that were in confrontation and sighed in his heart. The martial competition begins. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man that stood at the center of the sky above the cage battle arena suddenly shouted out in a light voice. Instantly, the young geniuses of the various empires that were divided into 10 areas that were in confrontation attacked successively, and they utilized all their abilities. Swoosh! 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 Numerous figures that were exceedingly swift passed each other. Everywhere they passed, their origin energy skyrocketed, their concepts followed like shadows, and their spirit weapons even fiercely attacked their opponents. In merely a single move, 6 people admitted defeat. The strengths of these 6 people were completely surpassed by their opponents, and they utterly didn't have the slightest room to resist. If they didn't admit defeat, they would surely be heavily injured and might even be killed. After all, on a stage like the Dynasty Martial Competition, even if they were killed, they would have died for nothing. After 6 people admitted defeat, the other 6 people advanced. On the other hand, the remaining 8 people were still fighting like a raging fire. The 8 of them were divided into 4 groups and fought together. Every 2 people that fought each other had equal strengths, and for a time, it was difficult to determine a victor. Amongst them included the Darkstone Empire's Gao Yuhai. Presently, Gao Yuhai relied on the grade 5 spirit fan in his hand to exert his origin energy and first-level saber concept to fight intensely with his opponent. His opponent was similarly a first-level void initiation stage martial artist that similarly possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon and concept that was similar to his, so his opponent's strength wasn't inferior to his. But even though their strengths were similar, at this moment, it was a competition of combat experience and various techniques. Oem. 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 With a raise of his hand, the grade 5 spirit fan in Gao Yuhai's hand flashed out to transform into fan-shaped blade lights that covered the sky and enveloped his opponent. Whoosh! On the other hand, the grade 5 spirit spear in the hand of Gao Yuhai's opponent shook abruptly as swift spear images swept out like a shadow to intercept the fan-shaped blade lights that covered the sky. Bang! 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 Every time the grade 5 spirit sword flashed out, there would be a fan-shaped blade light that was destroyed. But unfortunately, Gao Yuhai was obviously prepared, and at the instant the fan-shaped blade light was completely annihilated by his opponent and his opponent revealed a complacent smile, he attacked like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Oem! Along with Gao Yuhai's figure shaking, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a blade that flashed directly towards his opponent. The spirit fan in his hand even emitted an ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart. What a pity! This person's strength isn't inferior to Gao Yuhai. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Gao Yuhai defeating his opponent, and he felt pity for Gao Yuhai's opponent. It was precisely because of a moment of carelessness that Gao Yuhai's opponent had allowed Gao Yuhai to take advantage of this opportunity. Number 3 is victorious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results of Gao Yuhai and his opponent spoke out coldly. At the same time, a brush and paper appeared in his hand, and he started recording. Thank you for letting me win. At the critical moment, Gao Yuhai, who had sent his opponent flying with his fan, smiled and nodded at his defeated opponent. Thank you for showing mercy. On the other hand, Gao Yuhai's opponent replied sincerely. Obviously, he knew clearly that if it wasn't for Gao Yuhai turning the spirit fan in his hand into a fan shape to attack in time, he would have already died under Gao Yuhai's fan, and it would be impossible for him to only suffer an injury to his internal organs. Compared to Gao Yuhai's leniency, the other 6 people were completely different. The 6 of them were evenly matched, and they fought to the point their eyes went red with envy. In the end, 2 of them died, and 1 was heavily injured. The other 3 people that had obtained victory more or less suffered slight injuries. Not bad. King Yong nodded with satisfaction when he saw Gao Yuhai returning victorious and bringing honor to the Darkstone Empire. This Gao Yuhai isn't bad. Duan Lingtian praised in his heart as he watched Gao Yuhai take his seat. Young geniuses that drew tokens number 21 to 40, enter the arena. Meanwhile, the white-clothed young man spoke out once more. It's my turn. Duan Lingtian smiled. Even though he knew that he utterly didn't have to make a move in this battle, he still soared into the sky to converge with the other 18 young geniuses. Subsequently, the 10 middle-aged men started calling people over to their sides. Possessors of token number 31 and token number 32, come over to my side. When the voice of a middle-aged man sounded out, Duan Lingtian directly went over. When he saw only Duan Lingtian was present and the remaining young geniuses had already taken their positions, the middle-aged man frowned. Where's the other person? What's your number? Chapter 669. Number 32. Duan Lingtian replied. The middle-aged man nodded, and then he swept the surroundings with his gaze before his voice sounded out. Where's the possessor of command token number 31? Along with the middle-aged man speaking, the inferior spectating area was in an uproar. There's someone that isn't entering the arena? It's fine if he admits defeat. Exactly. Moreover, this number 32 is so young, he might be a pushover. Many spectators discussed animatedly. Swoosh. Right at this moment, a young man that wore the attire of a worker of the cage battle arena flashed through the sky and arrived by the side of the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. My lord, a young genius from the Darkstone Empire left at the last moment. The representative of the Darkstone Empire drew a command token on his behalf, and it's precisely number 31. The young man explained the reason. The middle-aged man came to a sudden understanding, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Number 32, out of consideration that the possessor of command token number 31 isn't present, you'll advance in this battle. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since long ago, wasn't surprised, and he directly flew off. Now, the crowd of spectators in the inferior spectating area finally understood what was going on. So it's like this. This young man's luck is really good. Yeah. Otherwise, with his age, he would have probably been eliminated in the first battle. Now he's directly advanced in this battle. Many spectators discussed. Their words revealed that they didn't think that Duan Lingtian's strength was very strong, and they only felt that Duan Lingtian's luck was especially good. When Duan Lingtian returned, the white-clothed young man spoke out once more. Begin. Subsequently, the other 18 young geniuses started fighting intensely. A portion of them admitted defeat, and a portion of them fought to the death. Elder brother Duan actually advanced in this battle? His luck is really good. In the superior spectating area, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in shock. Young miss, brother Duan might not be lucky. Elder Kong shook his head. As an inscription master as well, he naturally knew of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary ability in controlling his spiritual force, and he faintly guessed that all of this was done intentionally by Duan Lingtian. Feng Tianwu had a puzzled expression as she looked at Elder Kong with a puzzled expression. Young miss, don't forget that brother Lingtian is also an outstanding inscription master. As an outstanding inscription master, I'm able to easily see through the details of those command tokens in advance by relying on my spiritual force, and I'll be able to select the command token I want. Elder Kong slowly explained. Grandpa Kong, do you mean that? Elder brother Duan deliberately chose the token that would allow him to advance without a fight? Feng Tianwu wasn't stupid, and she reacted after Elder Kong's reminder. Elder Kong nodded. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that his little trick had already been seen through by Elder Kong. The current him had returned to Su Li's side and sat down as he quietly gazed at the sky above the cage battle arena. There were still 3 groups of 6 young geniuses fighting intensely there. For the sake of winning one of the final 30 positions in the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition today, these young geniuses had exerted their full strength and fought with their backs against the wall. Boom! Soon, a young genius was heavily injured, and his opponent obtained the final victory. In next to no time, another young genius was killed and became a stepping stone for his opponent. For a time, only the final 2 people were still fighting intensely. Both of them had always been evenly matched, and the victor couldn't be decided. But up until now, only the 2 of them remained in battle in the sky above the cage battle arena, and the surroundings were deathly silent, causing them to feel an unusual feeling. In next to no time, one of them was slightly distracted. The consequence of being distracted in battle was being cleanly defeated by the other person. At this moment, another 10 people from the possessors of command token number 21 to 40 had advanced. The dynasty martial competition was still continuing. On the other hand, the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire ascended the arena one by one. In next to no time, Long Yun ascended the arena as well. Long Yun's opponent was a young genius that had a slightly arrogant expression mixed within since the beginning. This young genius boasted shamelessly the moment he saw Long Yun. "Kid, you look to be a little over 30, right? If you're sensible, then quickly admit defeat and go home to drink milk." The young genius's voice wasn't soft, and it spread throughout the silent cage battle arena. Instantly, the strange gazes of the people present descended onto Long Yun in unison. Looks like the strength of this person's opponent isn't bad, this can be discerned from his arrogant words. If he didn't have some ability, would he dare humiliate another like this? But compared to his opponent, this person is indeed a few years younger. Needless to say, his composure isn't bad, as he's still able to maintain a calm expression until now. The crowd of spectators in the third-class spectating area discussed animatedly. Many people even admired Long Yun's composure. Only the second-class spectating area Duan Lingtian and the others had a different atmosphere. Practically everyone in the second-class spectating area had witnessed Long Yun's strength with their own two eyes. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level Saber Concept. Up until now, there hadn't been a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above amongst the young geniuses of the various empires that had entered the arena, nor had a martial artist that had comprehended 7th level concept. It could be said that Long Yun's strength was the strongest amongst the young geniuses that had entered the arena. But this fact was only known by the people in the spectating area Duan Lingtian was at. Long Yun's opponent was obviously someone from the other spectating area, and they didn't notice the scene of Long Yun revealing a strength at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage to crush the 5th level Void Initiation Stage Mo Xian and force Mo Xian to give up participating in the Dynasty Martial competition. For a time, everyone in the spectating area looked at Long Yun's opponent with gazes of pity. Even though Long Yun seemed to be extremely calm now, and it was as if he didn't hear the humiliation of his opponent. But they were able to realize that Long Yun's heart was probably filled with flames of rage since long ago, he was only waiting for an opportunity to blaze with rage. "I only hope that your mouth is formidable and your strength isn't weak. You must be able to receive a single strike of mine." Long Yun looked at his opponent and spoke indifferently. What a joke. Long Yun's opponent grunted coldly with disdain instead, and then his body started to suffuse with vast origin energy. Whoosh! In the sky, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and revealed his cultivation. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Instantly, no matter if it was the spectators in the third-class spectating area or the representatives and young geniuses of the empires in the second-class spectating area, all of them exclaimed in surprise. After all, only a single 6th level Void Initiation Stage young genius had appeared before this. Whereas that young genius had only used a single move to defeat his opponent and smoothly advanced. No wonder he was so arrogant earlier and even didn't hesitate to humiliate his opponent. So it turns out that he's actually a 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. A 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist can already be considered to be a rare expert in the Dynasty Martial competition today. It's even to the extent that obtaining one of the final 30 positions is practically a certainty. If his opponent still doesn't admit defeat now, then I'm afraid he'll suffer misfortune when they really fight. I think that his opponent will admit defeat right away. Many people in the second-class and third-class spectating areas whispered in discussion and couldn't help but guess. But unfortunately, they quickly realized that they hadn't guessed correctly. When faced with the cultivation his opponent revealed, Long Yun's expression remained unchanged as he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and he didn't have the slightest intention of admitting defeat. The martial competition begins. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man spoke out. But at this moment, the other 18 young geniuses rarely didn't make a move. Their gazes descended onto Long Yun and Long Yun's opponent. "Kid, since you won't admit defeat, then I'll send you to hell right now." An arrogant smile bloomed on Long Yun's opponent's face as his figure flashed out, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards Long Yun. Another 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky, swoosh. The Grade 5 spirit weapon used by Long Yun's opponent was a rare enormous hammer. The enormous hammer tore through the sky swiftly as it flashed out like a cannonball that shot out, and it seemed to carry peerless divine might. Bang! The enormous hammer smashed down towards Long Yun as if it wanted to smash Long Yun into a meat patty. Long Yun is about to make a move, Su Li said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded as he saw the slight movements of Long Yun's hand as well. They're utterly not on the same level. Duan Lingtian shook his head. As far as he was concerned, this battle before him was without the slightest suspense. But not everyone had the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian, and many people felt that Long Yun would be unable to escape death. Now, even if he wants to admit defeat, it's probably too late. Sometimes, pride can get you killed. Many people shook their heads, and some of them couldn't help but close their eyes. It's not certain who'll go to hell. Suddenly, Long Yun's cold voice sounded out. While most people were still in a daze, Long Yun moved. Origin energy instantly skyrocketed on Long Yun's body. In the next moment, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an enormous saber that tore through the sky and easily dodged the hammer that his opponent smashed over. Die! Subsequently, along with Long Yun's light shout, his entire body had already arrived above his opponent. The spirit saber that had suddenly appeared in Long Yun's hand instantly emitted an exceedingly sharp saber light that descended menacingly towards his opponent. Kacha! Long Yun's opponent was slashed into two from top to bottom by his saber, and blood that covered the sky sprayed out. Humph! Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man that was in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition grunted in a low voice, and with a raise of his hand, his palm whistled out and carried along a shocking wave of heat. It was origin energy that covered the sky that carried along formidable fire concept as it tore through the sky and swept out, and it burned the remains of Long Yun's opponent and the blood that covered the sky into ash. The white-clothed young man attacked swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him didn't even have the time to condense into form before dispersing. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage? 9th level fire concept? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp as he looked at the white-clothed young man. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll probably be one of the young geniuses in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. Chapter 670. Most importantly, he's a member of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. This time, he'll surely be amongst the 3 people recommended by the imperial family. Duan Lingtian was more certain the more he thought about it. But the things that the people present noticed now were different from what Duan Lingtian noticed. Numerous gazes descended onto Long Yun, and from the initial astonishment to the later astonishment, they revealed their surprise towards Long Yun. Or perhaps, at that instant earlier, they'd gotten to know Long Yun once more. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. He's actually a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. I truly never imagined. His strength is actually so formidable. I originally thought he would be smashed to death by his opponent's hammer. Simply unexpected. Who would have imagined that he's actually a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? His opponent was unfortunate as well. Perhaps that person felt that he could be arrogant because he was a 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. But who knew that he'd actually bitten off more than he could chew? Needless to say, Sometimes, some things are really fate. No matter if it was the third-class spectating area or the second-class spectating area, many people shook their heads and sighed with emotion. Number 73 is victorious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that was in charge of recording Long Yun's accomplishments returned to his senses and announced. Long Yun had advanced. When Long Yun returned to the second-class spectating area, many surrounding spectators looked at him with reverence. Of course, there were also people that looked at him with hatred. On another second-class spectating area, a representative that was obviously from an empire stared fixedly at Long Yun with eyes that almost split apart from rage. His hands formed into fists and clenched tightly, and his body started trembling intensely. His nephew was killed by this person. Even though his nephew had died for nothing in an occasion like this, he still hated Long Yun to the extreme and wished for nothing more than to tear Long Yun into pieces. At the same time, along with Long Yun killing his opponent, the other 18 young geniuses attacked successively. The battles in the first phase of the dynasty martial competition were carried out like a raging fire. After Long Yun, another 3 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists appeared before Su Li ascended the arena. As for 6th-level void initiation stage martial artists, there were even more, an entire 20 or so people. In next to no time, Su Li ascended the arena. Su Li was the possessor of command token number 237. Swish! An ear-piercing sword whistle was heard. Su Li's opponent was a young genius at the 5th level of the void initiation stage, and his belt was instantly broken by Su Li, causing him to embarrassedly hold up his pants and admit defeat before leaving. Ha ha ha! Unsurprisingly, the crowd burst into laughter as well. The originally solemn atmosphere of the dynasty martial competition was completely destroyed. At the same time, Su Li advanced. This young sword practitioner's strength is very strong. With just one sword, he cut off his opponent's belt. From the beginning until the end, the silhouette of the ancient horned dragon that was formed from the heaven and earth energy dissipated before it could take form. Even though I'm unable to determine his cultivation from the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes. But I guess that his cultivation is at least at the 7th level of the void initiation stage. That's for sure. If he isn't at the 7th level of the void initiation stage, it's impossible for him to draw his sword so quickly. Another 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. Up until now, 5 7th level void initiation stage martial artists have already appeared amongst the young geniuses of the various empires. There's still a third of the young geniuses that haven't entered the arena. Presumably, another 2 or 3 7th level void initiation stage martial artists will appear later on. Amidst a wave of bustling discussion, Su Li returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and slight bewilderment appeared on his face. Earlier, even though Su Li had attacked, he didn't utilize the slightest trace of sword concept, and it caused the curiosity in Duan Lingtian's heart to grow even more. What level has Su Li, who's at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, comprehended to? Long Yun's saber concept has improved so quickly that it's shocking. Or perhaps, Long Yun possesses a concept fragment as well, and it's a saber concept fragment. When he thought of Long Yun's current comprehension in saber concept, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess like this. Besides this, he was unable to wrap his head around why Long Yun's saber concept was able to improve so quickly. If Long Yun possesses a saber concept fragment, then Su Li surely possesses a sword concept fragment as well. In this way, Su Li's attainments in sword concept ought to surpass Long Yun's attainments in saber concept. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. If it was really like this, then the fortuitous encounters of Su Li and Long Yun were truly shocking. Even though their fortuitous encounters were inferior to his, it wasn't much inferior. At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian and Long Yun, the gazes that everyone in the spectating area shot at Su Li was completely different. King Yong, I finally understand now. Why your Dark Stone Empire's Long Yun held him in such high esteem since the beginning. His strength looks like it really isn't inferior to Long Yun. The representative of the Holdwind Empire, Old Man Lu, glanced at Su Li before looking at King Yong and sighing. Your Dark Stone Empire really has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The corners of King Yong's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Based on the current situation, Su Li's strength was indeed not inferior to Long Yun. Senior Lu, you're too kind. Long Yun and Su Li had successively brought honor to the Dark Stone Empire, and it caused King Yong, the representative of the Dark Stone Empire, to feel extremely proud. Now, when he faced the representative of the Holdwind Empire, he was imperceptibly superior. Now, I'm slightly looking forward to the performance of the other young genius of your Dark Stone Empire that Long Yun takes seriously. As he spoke, the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. King Yong looked over as well. Duan Lingtian, now, even he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Needless to say, Long Yun and Su Li's strengths had indeed shocked him. But in his eyes, no matter what aspect it was, Duan Lingtian had always surpassed Long Yun and Su Li without a doubt. Even now, when he saw Long Yun and Su Li obtain fortuitous encounters of their own that allowed their strengths to increase greatly in the past year, he still felt that Long Yun and Su Li were superior to him. But even then, he still looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. So, he similarly looked forward to Duan Lingtian's performance. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the gazes of the old man and King Yong, yet he didn't pay much attention to it. His gaze descended onto the sky above the cage battle arena and looked at the numerous young geniuses in battle. Time silently flowed by. In next to no time, the first round of the Dynasty Martial competition today was nearing its end. Later on, another two young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage appeared. Bang! Along with a 6th level Void Initiation stage young genius defeating another 6th level Void Initiation stage young genius, the first round of the selections had officially ended. Merely this first round of the selections had eliminated an entire 180 people. Of course, there were many people that were disgruntled. For example, the 6th level Void Initiation stage martial artist that was defeated in the end. If it wasn't for him being unlucky and just happened to encounter another 6th level Void Initiation stage martial artist that was stronger than him, he would surely be one of the people that advanced. But he wasn't anxious because he still had a chance. The first round of the selections has ended. The second round of the selections will continue 15 minutes from now, and another 90 people will be eliminated. The white-clothed young man stood in the sky above the cage battle arena as his sonorous voice spread out. 15 minutes of time. The 10 middle-aged men that were in charge of recording the results gathered together and started to unify the results and list out the order of the people that fought. The group of young geniuses that had advanced finally had the chance to catch their breaths. King Yong, I was originally thinking that our Holdwind Empire can compete with your Darkstone Empire to see which side has more young geniuses standing at the end. Now it would seem that there's no need to compete. The old man looked at King Yong and shook his head as he sighed. Now, the situation was clear. The young geniuses of their Holdwind Empire were far inferior to the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. The Darkstone Empire had two young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, and there was another young genius that seemed to be at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Whereas their Holdwind Empire only had two young geniuses at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. They were utterly unable to compare with the Darkstone Empire. The group of young geniuses of the Holdwind Empire lowered their heads in shame when they heard this, and all of them felt that they'd lost face for the Holdwind Empire. On the other hand, no matter if it was the young geniuses that were eliminated or the young geniuses that weren't eliminated, all of their backs were ramrod straight, and brilliant smiles appeared on their faces. 3 of the 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire have been eliminated. 5 of the 10 young geniuses of the Holdwind Empire have been eliminated. The accomplishments of the Darkstone Empire caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. Begin the second round of the selections. In next to no time, 15 minutes had passed, and the white-clothed young man's voice sounded out once more, causing everyone to be unable to refrain from shuddering and returning to their senses. As for the 10 middle-aged men that were in charge of recording the accomplishments, they'd already taken their positions. All the possessors of the number 1 to 40 token, so long as you've advanced in the first round of the selections, come up. The white-clothed young man spoke with a sonorous voice. After the first round of the selections, half of the possessors of the number 1 to 40 tokens had been eliminated, and only 20 people remained. It just happened to gather 10 battles. On the side of the Darkstone Empire, there were instead 2 people that entered the arena this time. The first was Gao Yuhai. The second, number 32. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked at the number on the token in his hand, and then he followed Gao Yuhai to leave the spectating area and arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to converge with the other 18 young geniuses. Possessors of the number 2 token and number 3 token, come over here. A middle-aged man spoke out directly. Instantly, Gao Yuhai, who'd drawn the number 3 token earlier, and another young genius went over. Obviously. During the first round of the selections earlier, the battle between number 1 and number 2 was won by number 2 and advanced. The battle between number 3 and number 4 was won by number 3. Now, it was the turn of number 2 and number 3 to battle. Subsequently, the other 9 middle-aged men spoke out successively. Possessors of the number 30 token and number 32 token, come over here. Along with a middle-aged man from the east speaking out, Duan Lingtian flew over. Chapter 671. The possessor of the number 30 token was a young man around the age of 35. Needless to say, the young geniuses of the various empires that were able to stand here today were top genius martial artists in their respective empires, and they had their own arrogance. Duan Lingtian's opponent was no exception. "You're that kid that had a bye in the first round?" The young man had an arrogant expression as he sized up Duan Lingtian from above, and he asked with disdain. However, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the young man. Or perhaps, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the young man. After he used his spiritual force to detect the young man's cultivation, Duan Lingtian had already completely disregarded the young man. A 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist didn't pose the slightest threat to him now. This kid is rather arrogant. The young man's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian dared disregard him, and his eyes emitted a ruthless sheen as he said with a low voice, "Do you know that no one has ever dared disregard me like this? Then there will be one today." Duan Lingtian still didn't look at the young man, and he straightened his sleeve as he spoke unhurriedly. "Kid, you're courting death." The young man's face went grim as the origin energy on his body soared, and it seemed to have transformed into flames that whistled out. Whoosh! In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. All of this undoubtedly displayed the young man's cultivation. 5th level of the void initiation stage. If it wasn't for the white-clothed young man that was in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition today hadn't announced the start, the young man would have already impatiently made a move against Duan Lingtian. At this moment, in the spectating area where the group of people from the Darkstone Empire sat, the gazes of everyone had converged onto Duan Lingtian, especially the representatives of Qingyong and Windfall Empire. They even stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. All of them wanted to know what cultivation Duan Lingtian possessed now. He was actually able to make Long Yun, who had already broken through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, think so highly of him. Duan Lingtian. Long Yun stared at Duan Lingtian and took a deep breath. He was also eager to know Duan Lingtian's current cultivation. Besides defeating Su Li and winning honor for his master, his goal was to defeat Duan Ling Tian and wash away the humiliation of the past. If he could, he would kill the Duan Ling Tian after defeating the Duan Ling Tian. It was to prevent Duan Ling Tian from looking for trouble with the Azure Forest Trisect in the future. Amongst the three great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect, the person that was originally the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader was his foster father, and he was greatly indebted to him. He didn't want to put his foster father in danger. "I can finally see you in action." As Su Li muttered to himself, his face was filled with anticipation. On the other hand, the lower-class spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was in an uproar at this moment. It's that young man that was lucky enough to advance in the first round of the selections. This young man should be the youngest among all the young geniuses from the various empires present today, right? That's right. He was indeed the youngest. He looks to be around the age of 25 at most. He's from some empire? Could it be that there's no one in the younger generation of that empire? These spectators in the lower-class spectating area were unable to see the situation in the middle-class spectating area. It's someone from the Dark Stone Empire again. Some of the representatives from other empires in the middle-class spectating area knew of Duan Lingtian's origins. This time, the Dark Stone Empire had sent two young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. It was difficult to not draw their attention. "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly admit defeat. Otherwise, once the martial competition begins, I'll tear you into two." Duan Lingtian's opponent, the young man, had a slightly savage expression, and his eyes even flickered with a scarlet-red sheen that seemed ready to swallow Duan Lingtian up. "Tear me into two?" Duan Lingtian started laughing. "That will depend on if you have the ability. You'll see in a moment." Even though Duan Lingtian's composure caused the young man to faintly feel uneasy. But this trace of uneasiness vanished when he saw Duan Lingtian's young appearance. He didn't think that a young man around the age of 25 would be a match for a 5th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist like him. Duan Lingtian was actually deliberately mystifying himself. He believed that so long as the white-clothed young man that presided over the cage battle arena announced the start of the martial competition, this young man would surely admit defeat at the first possible moment. Whereas he would strive to tear Duan Lingtian into two in that instant. He was a man of his word. The martial competition begins. After the 20 young geniuses took their places, the white-clothed young man spoke out. Instantly, many young geniuses made a move and chose to gain the initiative by striking first. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian's opponent. Duan Lingtian's opponent flashed towards Duan Lingtian at the instant the white-clothed young man finished speaking, and he was like a falcon that was hunting its prey. In the sky, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared at the side of the 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Obviously, Duan Lingtian's opponent wasn't only a 5th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, he'd also comprehended 5th-level concept and possessed a Grade 5 spirit weapon. Hiss! The young man's right hand tightly held onto the spirit weapon's sharp claw as it tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of light howls of the wind that were slightly ear-piercing. His figure flashed like the wind, and he arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. He attacked like a bolt of lightning, and the Grade 5 spirit weapon contained raging origin energy and 5th-level concept that followed like a shadow as it flashed out to directly strike towards Duan Lingtian's head. When faced with the full-force attack of this 5th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as before. When he saw his opponent's sharp claw flashing over, Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing arts. He didn't move, but he raised his hand and lightly shook it. The violet-colored sword light that few people present were able to see clearly flashed before vanishing, and it seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson snake that fiercely bit onto the young man's neck. Swoosh! Along with the sword light vanishing, the surrounding spectators didn't even have the time to react when Duan Lingtian had already put away the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand and kicked out. Bang! Before the young man's sharp claw had even approached him, Duan Lingtian kicked onto the young man's chest and kicked him flying. At this moment, the young man didn't move in the slightest and allowed Duan Lingtian to kick him flying. If one looked carefully, one would notice that it wasn't that he didn't want to move. It was that he'd already breathed his last. An extremely fine sword mark had appeared on his throat, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood was ceaselessly gushing out from it. A 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist was killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. Number 32 is victorious. The middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results was stunned, and then he recovered from his shock before announcing. So strong. Killing a 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist in a single move. Is this really a young man around the age of 25? The group of people that originally thought that Duan Lingtian would lose for sure were dumbstruck. Why are there so many young experts in the Darkstone Empire? Many representatives of the empires couldn't help but frown, as they never imagined that such formidable young geniuses would appear successively in the Darkstone Empire. As far as they were concerned, the strength of this violet-clothed young man seemed to not be inferior to the other 2 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire that were at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. As expected. The representative of the Windfall Empire, Old Man Lu, sighed. On the other hand, even though King Yong was mentally prepared since long ago, he was still shocked. This Duan Lingtian. His strength is actually so strong? This fellow seems to still be holding back. Su Li's slanted brows raised as he thought to himself. Duan Lingtian. Long Yun's expression was solemn. He didn't see Duan Lingtian's attack clearly earlier, and it allowed him to realize that his strength seemed to be slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian. This caused him to be extremely displeased. I wonder what my odds are. When faced with the numerous burning gazes, Duan Lingtian completely disregarded them, and his figure flashed out as if transforming into a violet bolt of lightning that flashed out directly. But this time, he didn't return to the location of the group from the Darkstone Empire, and he instead headed directly towards the first-class spectating area. His actions caused many people to be stunned. That place doesn't seem to be a place that anyone can go up, right? Even the white-clothed young man that presided over the cage battle arena couldn't help but slightly glance over. When he saw Duan Lingtian sitting by the side of the 3 Feng clan members, slight surprise appeared on the white-clothed young man's face. He's from a tiny empire, yet he actually knows Feng Wudao. Tian Wu, how much did you earn? Duan Lingtian sat by Feng Tianwu's side and asked impatiently. Feng Tianwu was stunned, and then she realized what Duan Lingtian was talking about, and for a time, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Elder brother Duan, the cage battle arena hasn't opened the bet yet. The bet will only be opened during the 3rd round of the selections. The 3rd round of the selections has only begun. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and only now did he realize that he was too impatient. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly, and then he bid his farewells to Feng Wudao and Elder Kong before returning to the spectating area where the group from the Darkstone Empire sat by Su Li's side. Duan Lingtian, you even know the people sitting in the first-class spectating area? The representative of the Holdwind Empire, the old man surnamed Lu, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with surprise. I can be considered to know them. Duan Lingtian nodded casually. I can be considered to know them? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched. What sort of answer is this? After Duan Lingtian sat down, he could notice that many gazes were still on him, and they didn't withdraw their gazes for a long time. This caused him to be speechless. Fortunately, after another period of time, those gazes moved away successively from him, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The feeling of being looked at like a monkey was extremely unpleasant. Meanwhile, the outcome of the other 18 young geniuses had been decided successively. The 10 people including Duan Lingtian had become the first to advance in the second round of the selections. On the other hand, Gao Yuhai, who'd entered the arena with Duan Lingtian, had been eliminated instead. Subsequently, the second round of the selections continued. Because the people that participated in the second round of the selections were only half of the people that participated in the first round of the selections, so the second round of the selections ended quickly. On the side of the Darkstone Empire, only Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun had advanced. As for the side of the Holdwind Empire, only 2 people remained, and they were the 2 strongest 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists amongst the young geniuses of the Holdwind Empire. The second round of the selections has ended. Rest for 15 minutes. The third round of the selections will continue after 15 minutes. Chapter 672. Up until now, the group of young geniuses that were participating in the Dynasty Martial competition had either directly crushed their opponents or were directly crushed by their opponents. Of course, there were also some that were evenly matched. Moreover, the battles between these evenly matched young geniuses were more of a test of their respective combat experience and techniques. Skills were commonly referred to as martial skills. But, in terms of martial skill level, practically all the young geniuses present have grasped high-grade Earth-rank martial skills at the perfection stage. This was something Duan Lingtian had noticed since long ago. To Void Prying stage martial artists, an Earth-rank martial skill was linked to the force they comprehended. So long as force arrived at the advanced stage, the high-grade Earth-rank martial skill could be considered to have stepped into the perfection stage. Whereas martial artists at the Void Initiation stage were the most embarrassed. Unless they comprehended Void Interpretation concept as soon as possible and cultivated a Heaven-rank martial skill. Otherwise, in a battle with their opponent, they would notice that their opponent's attainments in martial skills were usually not inferior to them. The battle between the two of them mainly relied on the suppression of origin energy and concept. If origin energy and concept were equal, then it tested their respective combat experience and the gap between high-grade Earth-rank martial skills that were similarly at the perfection stage. The one with an obvious gap would lose without a doubt. In terms of martial skills, there's another gap that's difficult to surmount between high-grade Earth-rank martial skills and Heaven-rank martial skills. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards Heaven-rank martial skills. Heaven-rank martial skills were different from Earth-rank martial skills. The realm of Earth-rank martial skills completely relied on the level of force. On the other hand, even though Heaven-rank martial skills had a threshold and required a martial artist that had comprehended Void Interpretation concept or intermediate concept or above to be able to cultivate it. But it didn't restrict itself to the level of concept. Its main purpose was to guide a martial artist to perfectly utilize their own origin energy in concept, and from there, they would be able to display the most effective attack, defense, and speed. For example, a first-level Void Interpretation stage martial artist was in battle with another first-level Void Interpretation stage martial artist. The concept comprehended by the former was equal to the latter, whereas the spirit weapon of the former was inferior by a level. It was inferior to the strength of an entire 2 ancient horned dragons. Under such circumstances, if the former's mastery of Heaven-class martial skills far surpassed the latter's, it was not impossible for him to win. At that time, the profundity of the Heaven-rank martial skill would be enough to ignore the difference of the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. For example, the latter's brute force is slightly better than the former's, while the former is better at techniques. Therefore, it is not impossible for the former to win. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Of course, although it's brute force, the difference can't be too exaggerated. For example, if an adult fights with a 3-year-old child, even if the adult doesn't have any skills, and the 3-year-old child's skills can be said to be superb, it's still impossible for the 3-year-old child to defeat the adult. When the difference in strength reaches a certain level, a battle between the strong and the weak will result in an absolute suppression. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. Heaven-grade martial skills. Low-grade heaven-grade martial skills are still okay, there aren't too many requirements. If it's a high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, then it's not something that anyone can cultivate. When he recalled the 9 Tribulation sword control technique he obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head. The 9 Tribulation sword control technique required the cooperation of spiritual force to be executed. Unless one was an inscription master. Otherwise, only by becoming Emperor Wu would one be able to execute the 9 Tribulation sword control technique with the cooperation of spiritual force. Compared to the 9 Tribulation sword control technique, even though the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash contained within the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique left behind by Emperor Wu is also a high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, yet it doesn't rely on spiritual force. What it relies on is. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian started to search through the memories related to the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique left behind by Emperor Wu. Sword concept. Duan Lingtian never imagined that besides cultivating a mental cultivation method, the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique also taught one how to comprehend sword concept in a short period of time. So this 9 Dragons Radiant Flash is a set of sword skills. It's a completely new set of sword skills created by Emperor Wu by combining the high-grade heaven-rank sword skills, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash and 9 Dragons Radiant Sword. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Sword skill. Sword concept. If I'm able to comprehend sword concept, then by relying on the sword concept fragment in my possession, wouldn't my advancement in sword concept be the same as wind concept, and it would advance by leaps and bounds in a single day? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Pleasant surprises came too quickly. Early on when he obtained the sword concept fragment, Duan Lingtian had once thought of trying to comprehend sword force and transform sword force into sword concept. In this way, the sword concept fragment would be able to be put to use and wouldn't be wasted. Moreover, if he comprehended sword concept, then the effect it would have on his future would be extremely great. Last time, he'd obtained 3 profundity fragments in the Sword Monarch's treasure. One of them was the Sword Profundity Fragment. If he wanted to put the Sword Profundity Fragment to use, then he must first comprehend 9th level advanced sword concept before he could start coming into contact with sword profundity. No matter what, the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique could be said to have provided timely help this time, and it pointed out the path forward for Duan Lingtian, allowing him to avoid taking many detours. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, while in a daze, Duan Lingtian heard a voice calling out to him by his ears. Only now did he return to his senses and look at Su Li who was by his side. What's wrong? Earlier, it was Su Li who'd called out to him. Don't be distracted, it's time for you to enter the arena. Su Li laughed bitterly. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard this, and then he raised his head to look, and he noticed that the dragon cloud had already flashed towards the sky above the cage battle arena. Besides that, there were another 18 young geniuses that flashed out successively. The 3rd round of the selections has begun. Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and then his figure flashed out to follow them. The people that entered the arena at the beginning of the 3rd round of the selections were the 20 young geniuses that were decided from the possessors of number 1 to number 80. These 20 young geniuses had successively advanced in the first 2 rounds of the selections, and they'd obtained the qualifications to participate in the 3rd round of the selections. Duan Lingtian's opponent was a young man in green clothes. 4th level of the Void Initiation stage. After he detected the young man's cultivation, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. When the 20 young geniuses took their positions, the white-clothed young man's voice sounded out. Begin. I admit defeat. As soon as the white-clothed young man finished speaking, a panicked voice sounded out with extreme urgency. It was Duan Lingtian's opponent, the green-clothed young man, who'd admitted defeat. The young man's speed of admitting defeat was so swift that even Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Even a 5th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist was killed by you in a single move. I feel that I'm far from being a match for you. I hope you're able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the end. Before the green-clothed young man left, he nodded to Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, with the strength of this violet-clothed young man before him, it wasn't difficult for him to advance in the first round of the dynasty martial competition today. So he gave his blessing to the young man to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Thank you. Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian became the first person to advance in the 3rd round of the selections. I admit defeat. In next to no time, another voice sounded out. It was Long Yun's opponent that admitted defeat as well. Long Yun was the second to advance. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Long Yun headed towards the same place, and they returned to the second-class spectating area that the members of the Darkstone Empire were at. Congratulations. A smile appeared on King Yong's face. At this moment, he was able to notice that the surrounding representatives of the various empires looked at him with eyes filled with envy, and it caused him to feel complacent. Besides a portion of people admitting defeat, the situation of the battles in the 3rd round of the selections was even more intense. It's my turn. Not long after, it was Su Li's turn. On the other hand, Su Li was only going through the motions, and his opponent directly admitted defeat without the slightest hesitation. Su Li advanced. On the side of the Darkstone Empire, the 3 young geniuses that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the 3rd round of the selections had all advanced. On the other hand, the luck of the 2 young geniuses from the Holdwind Empire wasn't bad, and they didn't encounter an existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, allowing them to advance successively as well. Only 45 young geniuses advanced in the 3rd round of the selections. After resting for another 15 minutes, the 4th round of the selections continued. The objective of the 4th round of the selections was to decide on 30 young geniuses. Duan Lingtian, Long Yun, and Su Li didn't encounter any other 7th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses, and they advanced once again with ease. But after they advanced this time, the middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results of the selections asked them to stay. Looks like the final outcome today is about to come out. Su Li's voice transmission clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's still so early. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian glanced at the sky. It was dusk, and it hadn't descended for a long time. In next to no time, the other 27 young geniuses had advanced successively as well. The 4th round of the selections has ended. Now, the 5th round of the selections will begin. No matter who it is, all the people that have been eliminated now have a chance to issue a challenge. The white-clothed young man's voice spread throughout the entire cage battle arena, and it caused everyone to feel like a thunderclap reverberated in their ears. Those that feel their luck was bad earlier can take the initiative to issue a challenge to the 30 young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena now. Remember, everyone only has a single chance. Once you lose, then you'll have no fate with the dynasty martial competition later on. The white-clothed young man continued to add. Instantly, waves of heavy breathing sounded out abruptly from the second-class spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and it rose and fell. On the other hand, the spectators in the second-class spectating area looked at the sky above the cage battle arena with anticipation. All of them knew that this was the last chance of the group of young geniuses that were eliminated earlier. Chapter 673. I've finally waited for this moment. A young man stood up from a second-class spectating area and flashed out to stand in the sky above the cage battle arena, and he rubbed his palms together as he spoke with an excited expression. Obviously, he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. Duan Lingtian looked at this young man. He had a slight impression of this person, and this person was a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was unlucky earlier and encountered another 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, causing him to lose at the hands of the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. In next to no time, this young man chose an opponent. His opponent was only in existence at the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. When he revealed a cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage, 6th level concept, and a Grade 5 spirit weapon, his opponent directly admitted defeat. On the other hand, he smoothly advanced. Me as well. With someone taking the lead, the other young geniuses that felt they were unlucky earlier flashed out successively and started issuing challenges. Some succeeded in their challenges, while others failed. Even if they failed, they weren't discouraged in the slightest, and they heaved a sigh of relief instead. At least, they'd fought for it and had no regrets. Along with the passage of time, practically all the 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists amongst the 30 young geniuses that had advanced were challenged and eliminated. For a time, besides the young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above, only the group of 6th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses remained. From the beginning until the end, no one challenged the almost 10 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above that included Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Instead, it was the other 6th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses that changed their challengers from time to time. Time silently flowed by. Unknowingly, a red glow started to appear in the horizon, and dusk gradually descended. Meanwhile, there was already no one present that took the initiative to issue a challenge. After 15 minutes. If no one issues a challenge, then the Dynasty Martial competition today will end here. The white-clothed young man stood in the sky above the cage battle arena as he spoke slowly, and his voice clearly spread out towards the surroundings. In next to no time, 15 minutes had passed, and no one issued a challenge. The Dynasty Martial competition today will end here. The 30 young geniuses that advanced will still gather here tomorrow. At that time, all of you will gather with the young experts of the various powers of the Dark Han Dynasty and carry out the second phase of the Dynasty Martial competition. After he finished speaking, the white-clothed young man directly flew off. On the other hand, the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena dispersed successively. Today was just a warm-up. Tomorrow will be the best. At that time, these 30 young geniuses from the various empires that were carefully selected will compete with the most outstanding group of young experts of our Dark Han Dynasty. It's truly something that I look forward to. The audience in the lower-class spectator seats gradually dispersed. Similar excited voices rose and fell one after another. I must come early tomorrow to get a good seat. Now that I speak of it, my luck today wasn't bad. I bet on those young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage, and even though the payout wasn't high, I still earned quite a bit of silver. You still want to get a good seat tomorrow? What a joke. I've decided that when most of the people have left, I'll take a spot and not leave. I'll spend the night here. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it earlier? Very soon, many of the spectators in the inferior spectator seats stopped in their tracks and stared at the excellent seats. They were like wild wolves that had seen their prey after being hungry for a few days. In the sky above the cage battle arena, 30 young geniuses stood there quietly. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, a wave of piercing howls sounded out. Subsequently, numerous figures could be seen flying out to stand in the sky above the cage battle arena. These people were all from the empires that the 30 young geniuses belonged to. Presently, the faces of these people were filled with excitement. As for those empires that didn't have a single person that advanced, their representatives and the group of young geniuses had instead left dejectedly. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Long Yun. Congratulations. King Yong led the members of the Dark Stone Empire to stand nearby Duan Lingtian's group of 3 in midair as he spoke with a light smile. 3 people from an empire had advanced. Only the Dark Stone Empire had accomplished this. This time, the Dark Stone Empire was in the limelight. It was even to the extent that the person in charge of the cage battle arena had personally come to look for King Yong earlier and said that because of the Dark Stone Empire's display this time, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family would bestow generous rewards to the Dark Stone Empire. Duan Lingtian and Su Li replied with a smile. As for Long Yun, he had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and he was neither happy nor angry. But at this moment, Duan Lingtian was instead able to clearly notice that the gaze Long Yun shot at him from time to time obviously contained deep battle intent. Obviously, Long Yun still had the intention to trample on him beneath his feet and wash away his humiliation. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Feng Tianwu's voice. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian greeted King Yong and Su Li before flying up the first-class spectating area once more under the complicated gazes of the members of the Dark Stone Empire, and he arrived by the side of the 3 members of the Feng clan. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and smiled. How much did you earn? He'd guessed the reason Feng Tianwu had called him over, and it was none other than the matter of the low-grade origin stones bet. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly. Your odds are very low. I bet all my low-grade origin stones in the 3rd and 4th round of the selections, yet I only won 300 low-grade origin stones in the end. 300 low-grade origin stones? Duan Lingtian was stunned and dumbstruck. So little? Even though he'd guessed that his odds wouldn't be high, he never imagined that it would be low to such an extent. Isn't this a little too excessive? He only wanted to earn some origin stones. He wasn't greedy, and it would be fine if he doubled it and obtained another 5,000 low-grade origin stones. He only had such a tiny wish, yet it was so difficult to realize. Brother Duan, you're too impatient. Frankly speaking, the dynasty martial competition today can't be considered to be a true dynasty martial competition at all, and it's only a competition between the young geniuses of your various empires. The nearby Elder Kong shook his head, and then he said, the dynasty martial competition tomorrow is the true main event. At that time, you can ask the young miss to bet those low-grade origin stones on you, and you'll surely be able to earn a great deal. Of course, the precondition is that you have the confidence to always win. Tomorrow, Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up when he heard this. Right, tomorrow is the true beginning of the dynasty martial competition. At that time, including the 30 young geniuses that had just advanced, all the outstanding young geniuses of the entire Dark Han dynasty would gather together and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He could imagine that the dynasty martial competition that began tomorrow would surely be even more bustling and exciting. Today, amongst the 30 young geniuses of the various dynasties that had become eminent, there were only less than 10 existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. In the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, there were far more young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Since it's like this, Tian Wu, you'll take care of those origin stones for me. If I enter the arena again tomorrow, remember to bet all your origin stones on me. Duan Lingtian spoke to Feng Tianwu. Presently, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd already seen a large pile of low-grade origin stones beckoning to him and waiting for him to collect them. What a pity. If it wasn't for me being afraid of drawing too much attention by taking out mid-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones, I'd surely bet all the origin stones in my possession on myself. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and he felt extremely regretful that he couldn't be too ostentatious. Lingtian, you should return with us today. Presently, even though the Dark Han dynasty's capital seems to be calm, undercurrents are actually flowing in the dark. It's safest for you to stay by my side. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and suggested. His words were filled with confidence. It was as if so long as Duan Lingtian was by his side, then no one would dare touch Duan Lingtian in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Okay. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse Feng Wudao's good intentions and agreed directly, and then he said, Uncle Feng, I'll go greet King Yong. Since he'd decided to continue staying in the Feng clan estate, then he couldn't avoid greeting King Yong. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to appear near King Yong and the group of young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. Presently, King Yong was surrounded by a few old men, and he was chatting cheerfully with them. As he spoke, King Yong was in high spirits as if he'd encountered a happy occasion. Even though he didn't hear clearly what King Yong was talking about with the old men, Duan Lingtian was able to guess some things. It was none other than because 3 people from the Dark Stone Empire had advanced today. Duan Lingtian recognized that the old men that surrounded King Yong were the representatives of the other empires. Because of him, Su Li, and Long Yun, the Dark Stone Empire could be said to have been in the limelight this time, and it caused the members of the other empires to have a whole new level of respect for them. King Yong. Duan Lingtian spoke out abruptly with a voice that wasn't loud, yet it still caused King Yong to return to his senses. Duan Lingtian. King Yong looked over when he heard this. King Yong, your Dark Stone Empire really concealed its strength deeply. Such a young little fellow already possesses a cultivation that's suspected to be at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. He's truly not simple. Duan Lingtian. This name is domineering enough. He's just like his name. After the old men saw Duan Lingtian, they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. Thank you, seniors, for your praise. I don't deserve it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled to the old men. Not bad. He's neither arrogant nor rash, a good seedling. The old men nodded repeatedly in praise once more. King Yong. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian didn't continue to be courteous with the old men, and he looked at King Yong instead as he said, I won't be returning with all of you today. I'll return to the Feng clan estate with Uncle Feng and the others. Okay. King Yong nodded. Then I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Duan Lingtian replied to King Yong, and then he bid his farewells to Su Li before leaving with the 3 members of the Feng clan. King Yong, this Duan Lingtian of your Dark Stone Empire knows a great figure that has the qualifications to ascend the first-class spectating area of the Dark Han dynasty's cage battle arena? Chapter 674. The cage battle arena in the Dark Han dynasty's capital was divided into 3 levels of spectating area, and one only had to ask around slightly to know clearly about it. The old man that asked King Yong obviously already knew about it beforehand. Yes. King Yong nodded towards the old man's question. He said the Feng clan estate earlier. Feng clan. Could it be that the Feng clan? When the figures of Duan Lingtian and the 3 Feng clan members vanished before their eyes, another old man reacted to what had happened, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict as he asked with astonishment. Subsequently, the gazes of the old men descended onto King Yong in unison. In the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, who didn't know of the Feng clan? The Feng clan was a formidable clan that was only inferior to the imperial family in the Dark Han dynasty. Supposedly, even the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family didn't dare enter into conflict with the Feng clan. Perhaps, with the imperial family's resources and strength, it was sufficient to annihilate the Feng clan. But even if the Feng clan was annihilated, the imperial family would surely suffer great losses and suffer great losses. Thus, how terrifying the Feng clan was could be seen from this. It was precisely because of this that the Feng clan's status in the Dark Han dynasty was extremely high, and it could be said to be beneath a single person and above a myriad of people. Now, a mere young man from the Darkstone Empire had actually established a relationship with a suspected higher-up of the Feng clan? They couldn't help but be shocked by this. Exactly, it's the Feng clan. King Yong nodded when faced with the questioning gazes of the three old men. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't a secret. It was even to the extent that so long as the higher-ups of the various powers of the Dark Han dynasty gathered together tomorrow, the identity of that person from the Feng clan would surely be exposed and be difficult to conceal. Even though they'd guessed it, when they heard King Yong personally confirm it, the three old men still couldn't help but gasp. King Yong, do you know which higher-up of the Feng clan was that person from before? An old man couldn't help but ask curiously. Whoever's strength is the strongest in the Feng clan, is that person. King Yong spoke slowly. At the same time that the old men were dumbstruck, King Yong called out to the other 8 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire before flying out together. The old men only recovered from their shock after the figures of King Yong's group vanished in the horizon, and they were moved. I truly never imagined that not only did a young expert appear in the Darkstone Empire. That young expert is even related to that eldest master of the Feng clan. It's not as simple as being related. If I'm not wrong, then the red-clothed young woman that was by the side of the Feng clan's eldest master earlier ought to be that young woman that gave rise to much discussion recently, the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Lord Wudao. I see that Lord Wudao's daughter seems to be very close to Duan Lingtian. Could it be that the two of them, while the old men were guessing, they couldn't help but gasp? Looks like it isn't just that Duan Lingtian that we can't afford to offend. Even if it's the Darkstone Empire, we can't afford to offend them in the future as well. Soon, the old men reached a consensus. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. Presently, he'd already returned to the Feng clan estate with Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong, and they'd returned to the vast estate within the estate. Whereas Grandma Su had prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. After they ate and drank to their heart's content, Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, Duan Lingtian looked curiously at Elder Kong, and his face contained slight bewilderment mixed within. He didn't know what Elder Kong wanted to do. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade that was completely black appeared in Elder Kong's hand, and there seemed to be strands of black light flowing around the surroundings of the 3-foot-long blade. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian discerned the grade of this spirit sword, and at the same time, he guessed the reason Elder Kong withdrew this spirit sword, causing his heart to feel slightly warm. Brother Duan, I know you use a sword. You'll surely encounter some young experts of the Dark Han dynasty that possess grade 4 spirit weapons in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow, and if you don't possess a grade 4 spirit weapon, you'll suffer a loss. This grade 4 spirit sword was refined by an old friend of mine that I asked to refine it a few years ago, and I'll give it to you today. Elder Kong passed the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand to Duan Lingtian as he spoke. But Duan Lingtian didn't stretch out his hand to receive it, and he shook his head instead. Elder Kong, keep it. I don't need this grade 4 spirit sword. I don't need it. Duan Lingtian's attitude was extremely clear, he didn't need this grade 4 spirit sword. Brother Duan, now isn't the time to be courteous. How about this, if you're really embarrassed to accept this sword of mine, then take it as I'm lending it to you. How about it? Elder Kong thought that Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to accept his gift, so he took a step back and suggested. When she saw Duan Lingtian remaining indifferent, Feng Tianwu, who sat by Duan Lingtian's side, couldn't watch on any longer, and she persuaded as well. Elder brother Duan, just accept it. This is Grandpa Kong's kind intentions. Moreover, just as Grandpa Kong said, many of the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty will surely possess grade 4 spirit weapons in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. If you don't possess a grade 4 spirit weapon, you'll suffer a loss. As she finished speaking, even Feng Tianwu was slightly anxious. When Feng Tianwu started persuading him, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. After Feng Tianwu finished speaking, the bitter smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew deeper. Tianwu, Elder Kong, I know both of you have good intentions. But, I really don't need this grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian spoke helplessly. Why is it that no one believes the truth these days? Grade 4 spirit sword? That was only something he left behind, and it was no different than trash to him. Both of you don't have to persuade him. In terms of grade, the spirit sword in Ling Tian's possession is much higher than the spirit sword in Elder Kong's possession. Right when Feng Tianwu and Elder Kong were stunned, Feng Wudao spoke out, and his words seemed to know Duan Lingtian's ability very well. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp in his heart. Never had he imagined. During the first phase of the dynasty martial competition selection today, he'd only executed a sword strike that was like a flash in the pan, yet it was actually seen through by Feng Wudao. In terms of grade, it's even higher than this spirit sword. Feng Wudao's words caused Elder Kong to be unable to refrain from gasping deeply, and he muttered as he looked at the black sword in his hand. Doesn't that mean that the spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's possession is a spirit sword of a higher grade than a grade 4 spirit sword? Could it be that it's a grade 3 spirit sword? Father, what you mean is, the spirit sword in elder brother Duan's possession is a grade 3 spirit sword? Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu had recovered from her shock from Feng Wudao's words, and she asked with a trembling voice. A grade 3 spirit sword was a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even to her, a grade 3 spirit weapon was an existence that was far beyond her reach. Because there weren't any grade 3 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han dynasty, so it was extremely difficult for a grade 3 spirit weapon to appear. In the Dark Han dynasty, there was only a single grade 3 spirit weapon that was known to exist, and it was in the possession of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Even the Feng clan didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. Yet now, when she heard Duan Lingtian possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, how could she not be shocked? You have to ask him about this. Feng Wudao didn't answer directly, and he instead looked at Duan Lingtian, who had a helpless expression. Elder brother Duan, instantly, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian. You really have a grade 3 spirit sword? Yes. Duan Lingtian didn't deny it, nor did he intend to deny it. After all, so long as he still wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition, then the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession would be exposed sooner or later. It was actually the same whether it was exposed sooner or later. Moreover, he believed these people before him and wasn't worried that they would scheme against him because of the grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession. Duan. Elder brother Duan. Can you let me see your grade 3 spirit sword? I've never seen a grade 3 spirit weapon. Feng Tianwu was excited to the point her beautiful face flushed slightly red, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with yearning. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't hesitate in the slightest to withdraw his violet myrtle flexible sword. This violet myrtle flexible sword had been improved to the grade of a grade 3 spirit weapon by the materials he'd left behind when he used it to improve the grade of Zhang Shouyang's spirit weapon bottle gourd. The current violet myrtle flexible sword's appearance wasn't any different from before. But there seemed to be strands of violet-colored halos pulsating around the sword, and they were like numerous violet-colored little snakes that were unwilling to leave the violet myrtle flexible sword. After Feng Tianwu received the violet myrtle flexible sword, she impatiently poured her origin energy into it. Whoosh! Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Feng Tianwu, and it first condensed 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before condensing another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The latter was obviously amplified by the violet myrtle flexible sword. 7. 70%? 70% amplification? As she looked at the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above her, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim, and she slightly lost her composure. Her pair of eyes that were like limpid autumn water were suffused with traces of a sheen of disbelief. 70% amplification? Meanwhile, Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su who sat nearby were stunned as well. Especially Feng Wudao. Even though he'd already discerned that the sword Duan Ling Tian used was a grade 3 spirit sword when Duan Ling Tian made a move today. But he only thought that it was an ordinary grade 3 spirit sword. In the Dark Han dynasty, an ordinary grade 3 spirit sword was already sufficient to cause one to be shocked. Never had he imagined that the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's possession was actually a top-grade spirit weapon amongst top-grade spirit weapons. How many grade 3 spirit weapons were there in this world that provided an amplification of 70%? Elder Brother Duan. Where did you get this grade 3 spirit sword? Feng Tianwu was shocked to the point the hand that held the sword trembled. If I said I refined it myself, would you believe me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. At this moment, he seemed as if he completely didn't notice the slightly dumbstruck gazes of Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su. Elder Brother Duan. Is what you said true? You really refined it yourself? Even though Feng Tianwu felt it was unbelievable, she understood Duan Lingtian's character and knew that Duan Lingtian wouldn't speak without thinking. It's the truth. Chapter 675. When he saw Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face revealing a dumbstruck expression, Duan Lingtian said, Tianwu, if you want a grade 3 spirit weapon, then Elder Brother Duan can refine it for you. But Elder Brother Duan temporarily doesn't have the materials required to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, so you need to prepare them yourself. Duan Lingtian spoke extremely casually. It was as if refining a grade 3 spirit weapon was utterly nothing to him. Of course. In fact, refining a grade 3 spirit weapon was indeed nothing to Duan Lingtian. Elder Brother Duan, you want to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for me? Feng Tianwu returned to her senses, and her beautiful face contained slight excitement as she asked with slight uncertainty. Grade 3 spirit weapon. Not to mention her, even her father didn't possess one. Throughout the entire Feng clan, there wasn't a single grade 3 spirit weapon. Now, she had the chance to obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon? How could she not be excited? As for the problem of materials, she didn't care. With the Feng clan's resources and reserves, not to mention the materials required for a grade 3 spirit weapon, it might even be possible for them to gather the materials required for a grade 2 spirit weapon. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Father. After Feng Tianwu obtained Duan Lingtian's confirmation, she looked at Feng Wudao. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao had already returned to his senses, and he'd heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and his precious daughter. He looked at Duan Lingtian. Kid Lingtian, what materials do you need? With a raise of his hand, a brush and paper appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he wrote down a pile of materials on it. You need so many materials? Feng Wudao was slightly surprised as he looked at the dense words on the paper Duan Lingtian passed over. The materials I've written on it are sufficient to refine 4 ordinary grade 3 spirit weapons. At that time, Tian Wu will have one, Uncle Feng will have one, Elder Kong and Grandma Su will have one each. Duan Ling Tian explained slowly. The reason why he added the word conventional was because of the shadow that Duan Ling Tian was traumatized by Zhang Shouyong's spirit weapon, the bottle gourd. The amount of materials required to make that gourd was simply not something an ordinary grade 3 spirit weapon could compare to. You want to refine grade 3 spirit weapons for the three of us? Even if Feng Wudao had roamed unhindered for half of his life, at this very moment, he couldn't help but be shocked by Duan Lingtian's courage. Originally, when he heard Duan Lingtian say that he could forge a grade 3 spirit weapon, he was already extremely shocked. After all, Duan Lingtian was too young. Could such a young grade 3 weapons craftsman really appear in this world? However, the grade 3 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian withdrew and the confidence that Duan Lingtian inadvertently revealed caused him to realize that Duan Lingtian ought to not be boasting. If Duan Lingtian was boasting, then it was utterly impossible for him to take the initiative to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for his precious daughter. Yet now, not only did Duan Lingtian intend to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for his daughter, he even intended to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for every single one of them present. Brother Duan, you aren't joking, right? Elder Kong's breathing became slightly hurried as he asked with slight uncertainty. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions could be considered to be at the top. But in the Tao of weapons refinement, he was a complete and utter stranger. He had his own network of connections in the Dark Han dynasty, and his network of connections included the few grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han dynasty, but even then, he only had a few grade 4 spirit weapons in his possession. Not to mention himself, he didn't even dare think about a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if it was to those grade 4 weapons craftsmen of his, it was an existence that was far beyond their reach. Yet now, someone wanted to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for him? Most importantly, this person was Duan Lingtian. He'd already deeply experienced Duan Lingtian's miraculousness a few years ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had guided him greatly in the Tao of inscriptions, and it allowed him to benefit greatly. At that time, he knew that this young man couldn't be underestimated. Even though Duan Lingtian was young, Duan Lingtian possessed attainments in the Tao of inscriptions that far surpassed him. Such a young person possessing attainments that far surpassed him in the Tao of inscriptions had already caused him to be extremely shocked, and he felt that he'd lived half his life in vain. But now, this young man said he was capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon? If all this was true, then wouldn't it mean that this young man's attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement could similarly be said to have reached the acme of perfection, and it was sufficient to cause those few most outstanding old fellows in the Dark Han dynasty to feel embarrassed? Even Elder Kong didn't know the reason. At this moment, he actually felt slightly delighted in his heart. Perhaps it was because there were a few people by his side that were in the same situation as him. Elder Kong, why would I lie to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when faced with Elder Kong's question. Once the materials are gathered, I'll refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for all of you. Elder Kong, the clan ought to have a collection of these materials. You make a trip. With a raise of his hand, Feng Wudao passed the paper that had numerous materials written on it to Elder Kong. Elder Kong nodded and left after receiving the paper. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian continued sitting before the table and tasted the tea Grandma Su brewed for him. At this moment, his heart was extremely calm. But, at this moment, only Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his calm. No matter if it was Feng Wudao who sat at the side or Grandma Su who stood at the side, their expressions changed constantly. They occasionally looked at the violet-clothed young man that sat there silently drinking tea, and they felt they were more and more unable to see through the young man. Half an hour later, Elder Kong returned with a pile of materials written by Duan Lingtian. As expected of a formidable clan that's only inferior to the imperial family in the Dark Han dynasty. The strength of the Feng clan's resources and reserves is shocking. Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked in his heart as he never imagined that Elder Kong would only use half an hour to prepare so many materials. Since he'd obtained the materials, Duan Lingtian intended to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. First, Duan Lingtian organized the pile of materials Elder Kong withdrew from his spatial ring as he asked Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su. He mainly asked them what spirit weapons they usually used. There were extremely many types of spirit weapons, like spirit sabers, spirit swords, spirit spears, and so on and so forth. Elder brother Duan, help me refine a spirit whip. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed slightly red from excitement. When he heard Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scene when he'd met Feng Tianwu for the first time in the Darkstone Empire's Phoenix Nest City. At that time, he'd fought Feng Tianwu the first time they met on the combat arena during the groom search competition. He still remembered that the weapon Feng Tianwu used at that time was a spirit whip. All right. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and then he started to prepare to refine a spirit whip for Feng Tianwu. A spirit whip wasn't a special spirit weapon, and the materials required to refine it weren't much inferior to spirit sabers and spirit swords. Hiss. With a raise of his hand, a strand of violet-colored flames abruptly arose from the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. The surroundings of the violet-colored flames faintly had traces of copper edges flickering. Violet copper flame. Elder Kong's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in surprise. As an outstanding inscription master and coupled with his good relationship with the Grade 4 weapons craftsmen of the Dark Han dynasty, Elder Kong had a certain level of understanding towards high-grade weapon flames. He knew clearly in his heart. The violet copper flame was a Grade 3 weapon flame, and only a Grade 3 weapons craftsmen were capable of condensing it. At this moment, he didn't have any doubts towards Duan Lingtian's identity as a Grade 3 weapons craftsman any longer. The nearby Feng Wudao's eyes revealed slight astonishment as well. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, but when he really saw Duan Lingtian condense a Grade 3 pill flame, he still couldn't help but be slightly shocked. As expected of the man destined for the young miss. He's extraordinary as expected. Grandma Su stood at the side and muttered. Grandma Su's voice wasn't loud, but who amongst the people present didn't possess a profound cultivation and unique hearing ability? Besides Duan Lingtian, who was concentrating on weapon refinement, the remaining people clearly heard Grandma Su's words. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face blushed slightly as she snuck a glance at Duan Lingtian, and when she noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to not have heard Grandma Su, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Presently, her heartbeat was extremely fast. Because of that prophecy, she had a strange feeling towards Duan Lingtian who'd once defeated her in a domineering manner. This feeling pulled the distance between her and Duan Lingtian extremely close. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't notice Feng Tianwu's gaze that seemed to have a guilty conscience as it swept over from time to time. Presently, he was completely immersed in weapon refinement. Whoosh! 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 The movements of Duan Lingtian's hands were exceedingly swift, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that ceaselessly crisscrossed past each other. At the same time, the pile of weapon refinement materials in his hand were quickly melted into pools of liquid by the Grade 3 weapon flame, and they ceaselessly roiled in the air. What a miraculous method of weapon refinement! Elder Kong exclaimed with admiration. Even though he was a layman in the Tao of weapons refinement. But as the saying goes, even if one hasn't eaten pork, one has at least seen a pig run. In the past, Elder Kong had successively seen 3 Grade 4 weapons craftsmen refine Grade 4 spirit weapons. But as far as he was concerned, the method of weapon refinement of those 3 grade 4 weapons craftsmen was utterly unable to compare to the method of weapon refinement of the violet-clothed young man before him. They were completely not on the same level. 2 hours passed, and the embryonic form of a whip was slowly taking form between Duan Lingtian's hands that raged with the grade 3 weapon flame. Now, it had already reached the final moment. Less than an hour of time was left before the spirit whip was completely refined. Presently, Duan Lingtian still wasn't distracted, and he stared with concentration at the spirit whip that had taken form in his hand, as if he was staring with concentration at his sweetheart. This scene caused Feng Tianwu's mood to slightly surge. It was the first time she'd seen Duan Lingtian have such a concentrated appearance. It couldn't be denied that Duan Lingtian's current appearance was extremely charming, and it had completely attracted her. It was even to the extent that he'd unknowingly and silently captured her heart. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the so-called prophecy, and wasn't bound by the prophecy any longer, and she'd truly fallen in love with this man that was filled with charm from head to toe. Alas! A grown girl can't be kept at home. Chapter 676. In less than an hour, the violet copper pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand was extinguished abruptly. Whoosh! Whereas a crimson red and exquisite whip slowly descended into his hand, and it flickered with strands of crimson red sheens that were extremely gorgeous. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he passed the whip in his hand to Feng Tianwu. Try it. Thank you, elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with excitement that was impossible to restrain, and she received the whip in Duan Lingtian's hand as if she'd obtained a treasure. Then she took a deep breath before the origin energy in her hand raged and fused into the whip. Instantly, the crimson-red whip seemed to have been bestowed with intelligence, and it lightly flicked up as if it had transformed into a crimson-red python. Swish! Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and the whip instantly swept out like a venomous snake leaving its lair, and it moved menacingly. At the same time, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky, and then another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes converged together, and they were lifelike and possessed an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. An amplification of 70% again? Feng Tianwu, who'd put away the spirit whip in her hand, looked at the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were gradually disappearing in the sky above her, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This, on the other hand, Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su who stood nearby were dumbstruck as well. The scene before their eyes had completely exceeded their expectations. It wasn't because they'd witnessed Duan Lingtian refining a grade 3 spirit weapon with their own 2 eyes that they were so shocked. Early on, when Duan Lingtian condensed the violet copper pill fire, they knew that Duan Lingtian was indeed a grade 3 weapons craftsman, and it wasn't difficult for a grade 3 weapons craftsman to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. Now, the reason why they were surprised was because of the amplification power of the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. Although they'd witnessed the 70% amplification from Duan Lingtian's sword earlier, they only thought that it was due to Duan Lingtian's good luck that he was able to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that could be called the best of the best. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% boost? This made them inexplicably shocked. Could it be luck? For a time, it wasn't just Feng Wu Dao's group of 3, even Feng Tianwu was shocked by the amplification of the spirit whip in her hand. In their eyes, this might be luck. Soon, the 4 of them looked at Duan Lingtian again. Presently, Duan Lingtian had already started to refine a second grade 3 spirit weapon. This grade 3 spirit weapon was refined for Feng Wu Dao, and the weapon Feng Wu Dao carried with him was a sword. Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with swords, so when he refined it, his speed was even faster than when he refined the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. In merely 2 hours, Duan Lingtian had refined a completely new Grade 3 spirit sword. So fast. The speed of Duan Lingtian's weapon refinement caused Elder Kong, who'd once seen a Grade 4 weapons craftsman refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon, to be unable to refrain from gasping. If he wasn't mistaken. Even if it was those famous Grade 4 weapons craftsmen of the Dark Han dynasty that he knew, the one that refined spirit weapons the fastest seemed to need over 10 hours to refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon. But when it came to Duan Lingtian, a Grade 3 spirit weapon of an even higher grade only required 2 hours to refine successfully. Humph. Those fellows have always bragged before me in the past. If I let them know that Brother Duan only needs 2 hours to refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon, then let me see if any of them would dare brag again. Elder Kong grunted in a low voice as he muttered. Uncle Feng. With a raise of his hand, the jade-green 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand whistled out, and it was brought along by his origin energy to float before Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao lightly nodded, then with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade had already arrived before Feng Tianwu. Father? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Give it a try. Feng Wudao said to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath when she heard this, then she put away the Grade 3 spirit whip in her hand into her spatial ring as if she'd obtained a precious treasure, and then she held the Grade 3 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had just refined. The Grade 3 spirit sword was completely jade green, and there were faint azure lights flickering in its surroundings. Coupled with the sharp edge of the sword, it gave off an all-conquering feeling. Whoosh! The origin energy in Feng Tianwu's hand rose before gushing into the Grade 3 spirit sword. Subsequently, whoosh! In the sky above Feng Tianwu, the energy of heaven and earth started to roil as 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes directly condensed into form, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they coiled down. At the side of the 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another few ancient horned dragon silhouettes were swiftly condensing into form, at the same time. Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su practically held their breaths at the same time, and they had serious expressions as they looked at the few ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were slowly condensing into form. In next to no time, an additional 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before their eyes. It's an amplification of 70% again. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly stiff. Grandma Su was stunned. As for Feng Wudao, a bold guess arose in his heart. That was. So long as it was a Grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian, it ought to be the best amongst the best. The first and second time was luck, and the third time was still the same, so it wasn't likely to be luck again. As expected. Along with Duan Lingtian continuing, the last 2 Grade 3 spirit weapons were refined by him, and they similarly revealed an amplification of 70%. At this moment, Feng Wudao had completely confirmed his guess. So long as it was a Grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian, it would surely possess an amplification of 70%. Now, it wasn't only Feng Wudao that had confirmed it, even Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su had confirmed it. For a time, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian seemed as if they were looking at a monster. A Grade 3 weapons craftsman at such an age was already sufficient to cause one to be extremely shocked. But Duan Lingtian wasn't just a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, he was even a weapons craftsman that could easily refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. Even though they didn't know anything about weapons craftsmen above Grade 3. But they could imagine that to an ordinary Grade 3 weapons craftsman, refining a Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% was surely not a simple matter. The sun has almost risen. I'm going to rest for a while. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 4 people that were staring at him in high spirits, then stretched his body before directly slipping away. For a time, only the 4 of them remained looking at each other. Monster. In the end, besides Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su practically spoke out in unison. Wu, you go back and rest as well. It'll be dawn soon. At that time, the second phase of the dynasty martial competition will begin. Feng Wudao said to Feng Tianwu. Okay. Feng Tianwu replied and left. There wasn't the slightest trace of exhaustion on her beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes were brimming with spirit. She utterly didn't seem like someone that hadn't slept for an entire night. Actually, to a martial artist at Feng Tianwu's level, even if she slept for a few days less, it wouldn't have any bad effects. Looks like we've still underestimated Brother Duan. Elder Kong repeatedly looked at the grade 5 spirit weapon in his hand, and after a long time, he let out a long sigh. He's surely the man the young miss is destined to be. Grandma Su had an expression of certainty. We've indeed underestimated him. Feng Wudao lightly nodded, then repeatedly looked at the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand. Unknowingly, a wisp of a light smile had already appeared on the corners of his mouth. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he didn't sleep. I never imagined that after refining a spirit weapon for an entire night, I actually don't feel sleepy in the slightest. Looks like my memories have already completely fused with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed as he thought to himself. Completely fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu meant that Duan Lingtian had truly inherited everything of the Samsara Emperor Wu, including some aspects of experience and methods. Just like tonight's weapon refinement. If it was in the past, Duan Lingtian would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago after successively refining a few spirit weapons like this. But now, he didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion. Today, I was able to refine those few grade 3 spirit weapons at my fingertips. It was as though the weapon refinement techniques and the weapon refinement experience I possessed were something I was born with. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. There's still a few hours before dawn. I can take a nap. As his thoughts spun abruptly, Duan Lingtian lay down on the bed before closing his eyes and slowly falling asleep. In his sleep, he had an extremely long dream. In his dream, he was reunited with his two fiancées that were as beautiful as flowers and jade, and they lived a quiet and peaceful life. There were no struggles, no pressure, they lived in seclusion in the mountains, the men plowing and the women weaving, and they lived freely. In next to no time, Kerr and little Fei got pregnant successively. When he was about to become a father, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he shuddered before waking up. Elder brother Duan, we're leaving. A pleasant voice sounded from outside the room. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Feng Tianwu's voice. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a bitter smile. I was about to enjoy being a father. Tian Wu's shout has shattered this dream. When he was washing up and changing his clothes, Duan Lingtian's mind was still ceaselessly flashing with two graceful and beautiful figures. It was precisely his two fiancées. Kerr, Li Fei. Kerr, little Fei. How are the two of you doing now? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the foreign lands. On a majestic and precipitous mountain peak, it was covered in snow all year round, and the entire mountain seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. Suddenly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two swift and graceful figures soared into the sky side by side, and in a short moment, they arrived outside the snowy mountain and hovered in the sky. These were two women that wore white clothes and had appearances that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. The two women's appearances were on par, yet they were completely different types, and each had their own merits. Sister Fei, Suddenly, one of the white-clothed women looked towards the south and muttered, "What do you think young master is doing now?" As the woman spoke, her pair of autumn eyes were filled with longing. I don't know either. Chapter 677. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong soared into the sky and left the estate within the estate. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw 4 people gathered together in the sky ahead, and the person in the lead was a middle-aged man that wore white clothes and had a handsome appearance. The middle-aged man emanated a dignified aura between his brows, and he'd obviously been in a high position for a long time. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the middle-aged man had looked over. Subsequently, the middle-aged man brought along the 3 people behind him to walk over to him. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew his limits and knew that the middle-aged man hadn't come for him. In next to no time, under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, the middle-aged man approached and lightly smiled as he looked at Feng Wu Dao who was by his side. Big brother. Elder Kong. After the middle-aged man greeted Feng Wu Dao, he looked at Elder Kong who was by Feng Wu Dao's side. Feng Wu Dao's expression remained unchanged as he nodded lightly. Patriarch. On the other hand, Elder Kong responded with a light smile. My lord, Senior Kong. Meanwhile, the 3 people that followed behind the middle-aged man bowed and greeted Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong in a slightly respectful manner. Tian Wu, the middle-aged man looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a light smile, as the saying goes, a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. These words couldn't be more accurate when used on you. Second uncle, you're too kind. Feng Tianwu nodded and bowed to the middle-aged man, and she wasn't very warm. Actually, she really didn't have much interaction with the middle-aged man in the past. In the end, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a curious expression. This is? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Now, he already knew the identity of the middle-aged man. It was undoubtedly the current patriarch of the Feng clan, and he seemed to be called Feng Tian Nan. Patriarch, this is brother Duan Ling Tian. Elder Kong introduced Duan Ling Tian to Feng Tian Nan, and then he introduced Duan Ling Tian to Duan. Brother Duan, this is our Feng clan's patriarch. So it's brother Duan, excuse me. Feng Tian Nan looked at Duan Ling Tian and squeezed out a trace of a friendly smile. Patriarch Feng. Duan Ling Tian squeezed out a smile as he replied, and he didn't lose his composure because the other party was the patriarch of the Feng clan. Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't know that when his composure entered Feng Tian Nan's eyes, it became unfathomable. Ever since he heard Elder Kong call him brother Duan, Feng Tian Nan had a slightly higher opinion of him, because Feng Tian Nan knew that Elder Kong wouldn't casually call a junior brother. A person that was able to make Elder Kong address him like this surely had something extraordinary about him. Big brother, let's go. Along with Feng Tian Nan greeting Feng Wu Dao in a slightly respectful manner, and after Feng Wu Dao replied, Duan Ling Tian and the group of Feng clan members flew out of the Feng clan estate and headed towards the cage battle arena. On the way, Duan Ling Tian began to size up the other 3 people following closely behind Feng Tian Nan. Amongst the 3 people, 2 were old men over the age of 70, and only 1 was a young man. The young man was a young man that wore plain clothes, and his face had recovered its calm after he greeted Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong, and he seemed to be indifferent to everything in his surroundings. Could it be that this person is the Feng clan's Feng Yunxiang? Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force swept out, and he instantly detected the young man's cultivation. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised, as he never imagined that the Feng clan possessed such a formidable young genius. No wonder it's widely spread amongst the Feng clan disciples that Feng Yunxiang is the strongest in the Feng clan's younger generation. Looks like his reputation isn't undeserved. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was practically able to confirm that this young man was Feng Yunxiang, the #1 expert in the Feng clan's younger generation. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Elder Kong had turned around and glanced at him with deep meaning. Duan Lingtian reacted to this, and he smiled slightly embarrassedly. He knew that Elder Kong had surely noticed him when he used his spiritual force to detect Feng Yunxiang earlier. With Elder Kong's extremely formidable spiritual force, it wasn't difficult for him to notice his spiritual force. Elder Kong's strength isn't simple. Presently, Duan Lingtian, who possessed a second-level void interpretation stage spiritual force, was still able to notice the gap that was like a chasm between him and Elder Kong. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, Elder Kong was most probably in existence at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. At least, Elder Kong's spiritual force was at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. Brother Duan, I heard you're from the Darkstone Empire? You've come to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition as well? On the way, Feng Tian Nan seemed to be extremely interested in Duan Lingtian, and he took the initiative to ask. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, as this wasn't a secret. Presumably, Feng Tian Nan had already clearly investigated his identity since long ago, and Feng Tian Nan was only pretending not to know him earlier. Brother Duan's natural talent is extremely strong. I heard that 3 people from the Darkstone Empire passed through the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. One of them ought to be Brother Duan, right? As Feng Tian Nan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded once more. He's a comparatively outstanding young genius in our Feng clan. Brother Duan can get to know him. He's called Feng Yunxiang. Subsequently, Feng Tian Nan introduced Feng Yunxiang, who followed closely behind him, to Duan Lingtian. I've heard of him. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, then glanced at Feng Yunxiang, yet he noticed that the latter utterly didn't look him in the eye. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. As the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan, it was unavoidable for him to be slightly arrogant. Even though with Feng Tianwu present, he might not be the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan. These two are our Feng clan's Grand Elder and Second Elder. Feng Tian Nan introduced the other 2 old men to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to the 2 old men. But, from the beginning until the end, the 2 old men didn't spare a glance at Duan Lingtian, let alone pay attention to Duan Lingtian. Obviously, no matter if it was Feng Yunxiang or the 2 old men, they obviously didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. Humph. Taking advantage of your seniority. After Feng Tianwu noticed that Duan Lingtian had fallen into an embarrassing situation, she couldn't help but grunt lightly before helping Duan Lingtian out of his predicament. Feng Tianwu's words caused the expressions of the 2 old men to go slightly grim, yet they didn't flare up in the end. What a joke! This young woman wasn't an ordinary young woman, and the person that stood behind her was far from someone the 2 of them were capable of going against. If they really infuriated that person, then they would surely die without a doubt. Even though no one knew what happened to the disappearance of the 3rd elder, they were able to guess who did it through some clues. But even if they'd successfully guessed it, they could only bury this matter deep in their hearts. Once it was exposed, then it would only be them that died. Duan Lingtian's heart felt slightly warm when he saw Feng Tianwu protecting him like this. Brother Lingtian. When the cage battle arena was nearby, a sonorous voice suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard the voice. In the distance, there were 5 people flying over, and one of them was the first to speed up and arrive before Chen Shi in a short moment. Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile when he saw the person that had arrived. The person that had arrived was none other than the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong. After not seeing him for so many days, Zhang Shouyong was still in high spirits. Lord Wu Dao, Senior Kong. After Zhang Shouyong smiled lightly to Duan Lingtian, he hurriedly looked at Feng Wudao and Elder Kong before slightly bowing. Patriarch Feng. In the end, he looked at Feng Tiannan and lightly nodded as he bowed. As for the two Feng clan elders, he utterly didn't pay any attention to them. Feng Wudao nodded to Zhang Shouyong with a calm expression. Zhang Shouyong didn't mind this. It was even to the extent that, as far as he was concerned, the fact that the person before him was nodding to him was already the greatest respect to him. A friendly smile appeared on Elder Kong's face as he praised. Patriarch Zhang has an outstanding son. I truly never imagined. Nephew, you actually know Brother Duan, and you seem to be very familiar with him? Feng Tiannan spoke with slight surprise. Brother Ling Tian and I got to know each other a few years ago, and we can be considered to be brought together by fate. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he said, I've always felt proud that I was able to know this friend of his. His words were extremely respectful towards Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan is extraordinary indeed. Feng Tiannan agreed. This ought to be Lord Wudao's daughter, young Miss Tian Wu, right? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyong's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, and he revealed a friendly smile. Big brother Zhang, since you're a friend of elder brother Duan, then you're a friend of mine as well. You can just call me Tian Wu. Feng Tianwu returned a friendly smile to Zhang Shouyong. Huh. All right. Tian Wu. Zhang Shouyong was a straightforward person, and he directly agreed. But when he looked at Duan Ling Tian once more, his gaze became even stranger, and at the same time, he said via voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, you're really capable. In my opinion, this young Miss Tian Wu seems to have already given her heart to you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Zhang Shouyong's frivolous words, and he refused to be outdone as he replied. Big brother Zhang, are you envious of me? If you're envious, then I can properly discuss it with sister-in-law later and allow you to take another concubine. You bastard. You win. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhang Shouyong instantly seemed as if he'd become a frosted eggplant, and he stopped arguing with Duan Lingtian. Or perhaps, it could be said that Duan Lingtian had grasped his Achilles' heel. Lord Wudao. Elder Kong. Patriarch Feng. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan members that were left behind by Zhang Shouyong came over successively under the lead of the Zhang clan's patriarch, and they greeted Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Feng Tiannan with slight politeness. These few people included Zhang Shouyong's second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, who shared the same father but a different mother. Because of this, Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at him. On the other hand, after Zhang Shouyuan was stared at by Duan Lingtian, his originally normal expression instantly became ghastly pale, and it was as if Duan Lingtian was some sort of scourge. The Zhang clan could be considered to be a formidable clan in the Dark Han dynasty. But before the Feng clan, it was greatly inferior. In the Dark Han dynasty, the imperial family was undoubtedly the strongest force, and the Feng clan was second. Chapter 678. Unknowingly, the Dark Han dynasty's caged battle arena had once again appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Compared to the caged battle arena yesterday, the caged battle arena today was undoubtedly much more bustling. Besides the third-class spectating area being filled since long ago, the second-class spectating area was filled to the brim as well. Even if it was the 9 first-class spectating areas, half of them were filled with many people. On the other hand, the spectating area that Feng Wudao's group of 3 sat on yesterday was completely empty now. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed the Feng clan members to descend into the spectating area. Meanwhile, through Elder Kong's reminder, Duan Lingtian found out that this first-class spectating area was reserved for the exclusive use of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family for the Feng clan. Brother Ling Tian, I'll be going over first. Zhang Shou-yong bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian before heading towards the other first-class spectating area with the Zhang clan members, and he sat on one of the luxurious seats. However, half of the spectator seats were already occupied. Those people were obviously not members of the Zhang clan. Elder Kong, the Zhang clan doesn't have a dedicated first-class spectating area? Duan Lingtian asked Elder Kong curiously. Elder Kong shook his head. Only our Feng clan and the imperial family have a dedicated first-class spectating area. The higher-ups of a first-rate power like the Zhang clan have the qualifications to ascend the first-class spectating area, yet they don't have a dedicated seat. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. As for those figures that possess special status in the Dark Han dynasty like Grade 4 weapons craftsmen, Grade 4 alchemists, and so on and so forth, they similarly don't have a dedicated seat here. But so long as they come, then anyone would warmly welcome them to sit by their side. Elder Kong continued. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. No matter if it was a Grade 4 weapons craftsman or alchemist, they could be considered to be extremely rare existences in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, and there were usually many people that sought them to refine weapons and medicine. Any power would spare no effort to curry favor with an existence like this. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong, Tianwu. I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian glanced down and noticed that the group of people from the Darkstone Empire were already seated at the second-class spectator seats from yesterday. He greeted Feng Wudao's group of 3. Yes. Feng Wudao and the other 2 nodded lightly. Goodbye, clan leader Feng. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian nodded to Feng Tiannan before flashing out, leaving the first-class spectating area and heading towards the second-class spectating area. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian descended before the Prince of Yong and all the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. The Prince of Yong. After greeting the Prince of Yong, Duan Lingtian walked over to Su Li's side and sat down. Zither Prince? Duan Lingtian had just sat down when he heard a cry of surprise. The person that exclaimed in surprise was none other than the saber young master, Long Yun, who came from the same imperial kingdom as Duan Lingtian. Zither Prince? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he turned around to look at Long Yun with slight bewilderment. Only now did he notice that Long Yun was staring fixedly at the distant sky at this moment, and it was as if he'd seen something that caused him to be inexplicably astounded. Duan Lingtian followed Long Yun's gaze and looked over. In the distance, 3 figures had appeared before Duan Lingtian. The person in the lead was an aged old man. The old man wore black clothes, his gaunt face was extremely calm, and his pair of muddy eyes didn't have the slightest luster. Even though this black-clothed old man looked to be an ordinary old man, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. A person like this was usually the most terrifying person. Today, the experts in the cage battle arena are numerous like the clouds, and I'm afraid there's no lack of inscription masters with formidable spiritual force. Spiritual force can't be used rashly. Otherwise, I can directly use my spiritual force to detect this old man's cultivation. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident towards his own spiritual force. The person Long Yun is looking at isn't him. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly looked towards the left, and that was where Long Yun's gaze was at. A white-clothed young man was following closely behind the old man on the left, and he had a cold expression and seemed to be indifferent towards everything in his surroundings. Zither. Zither young master? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the white-clothed young man. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with Zither young master, Zi Shang. A few years ago, when the 7-Star Sword sect hadn't been annihilated and he was still in the 7-Star Sword sect. This Zither young master had once descended to the 7-Star Sword sect and even spoke nonsense about taking his fiancée, Ker, as his wife, and because of this, Zither young master had formed quite a bit of conflict with him. When they met for the first time, he made a 2-year agreement with Zither young master. 2 years later, Duan Lingtian and Zither young master went head to head. At that time, in terms of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was far inferior to Zither young master, but because his spiritual force was stronger than Zither young master and he'd even grasped the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, he easily played around with Zither young master. The scene on the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Fekta Peak, was vivid in Duan Lingtian's mind. At that time, this Zither young master didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and he even fled in a sorry state in the end. But, when he fled, Zither young master had once left behind some ruthless words that he would take revenge on him in the future. At that time, Duan Lingtian utterly didn't take Zither young master's ruthless words to heart. Moreover, along with the passage of time, his strength rose swiftly step by step, and he'd even tossed the threat of Zither young master to the back of his mind. As far as he was concerned, with the advancement of his current cultivation, Zither young master had surely been left far behind by him and was unable to pose the slightest threat to him. Even though he still thought like this when he saw Zither young master now. But he couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw Zither young master here today. Could it be that this Zither young master, Zi Shang, has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition as well? At the same time that Duan Lingtian was surprised, his gaze raised to descend onto the figure that was behind the old man on the right side. This was a graceful figure that was extremely hard, and the owner of the figure was a young woman with an appearance that could be said to be drop-dead gorgeous. She stood behind the old man on the right side and stood on the left side of Zither young master, and they were like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't really like Zither young master's character, he had to admit that Zither young master was indeed a handsome man. Flute fairy? What's she doing here? This young woman wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. She was precisely the flute fairy, Zi Yen, that he'd met in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city that day, and at the same time, she was the younger sister of Zither young master, Zi Shang. What a beautiful young woman. Yeah. There ought to be no young woman in our Darkhan dynasty that can compare to her in terms of appearance, right? Too beautiful. Presently, there weren't many people that flew close to the cage battle arena. Because of the existence of Flute Fairy, Zi Yen, and the black-clothed old man had drawn the gazes of many people. Many people looked at Zi Yen, and they weren't stingy with their words of praise. Of course, there were also some people that didn't agree with the words of some people. Humph. Who said there's no woman in our Darkhan dynasty that can compare to her? I say, are you all blind or something? Look at the first-class spectating area the Feng clan members are at. Lord Wu Dao's daughter isn't inferior to her in the slightest. On the second-class spectating area, a young genius from a power in the Darkhan dynasty grunted. His words instantly caused the group of people to be unable to refrain from raising their heads to look over. With a single glance, they were dumbstruck. That's the daughter of Lord Wu Dao that's been widely rumored in the capital recently? So beautiful. She's simply like a celestial maiden that has descended to the mortal world. In terms of appearance, Lord Wu Dao's daughter is indeed not inferior to that young woman. In terms of bearing, she far surpasses that young woman. Of course. She's Lord Wu Dao's daughter. Instantly, the attention of most of the people in the cage battle arena moved on to the Feng clan's Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian heard similar discussions. He deeply agreed to all of this. Feng Tianwu and Zi Yen came from different backgrounds after all, and they were utterly not on the same level. So the bearing they developed was naturally poles apart. In the distant sky, the Zither young master, Zi Shang, was originally silently following behind his master when suddenly, he felt a gaze lock onto him tightly. After a short moment, he looked over along this gaze. Just a glance caused him to be unable to refrain from revealing a surprised expression. Saber young master? As a figure that was once one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like him, Saber young Master Long Yun was naturally not unfamiliar to him. But what caused him to be surprised was that Long Yun had actually appeared here, and he'd even appeared on the second-class spectating area. Could it be that Long Yun has come to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition as well? For a time, Zishang couldn't help but be slightly surprised in his heart. As far as he was concerned. Today, the reason he was able to appear here and possess the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition and compete with the numerous young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty was basically because of his master and some fortuitous encounters he'd obtained later on. Of course, at the bottom of it all, it was still his master's credit. If it wasn't for his master, it would be impossible for him to come to the Dark Han dynasty and possess an extremely good cultivation environment. If he didn't come to the Dark Han dynasty, he wouldn't have the fortune to obtain that fortuitous encounter. It was precisely because of this string of experiences that the current him was created. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a surprised and delicate voice clearly entered into Zishang's ears. Zishang was recalling his experiences in the recent few years when he suddenly heard his younger sisters exclaim of surprise, and he was first stunned before his face went grim. Duan Ling Tian? He naturally wasn't unfamiliar with this name. It was even to the extent that in the recent few years, he wished for nothing more than to kill this person and wash away the humiliation of the past countless times in his dreams. Yen, where's Duan Ling Tian? Zishang suddenly turned around to look at his younger sister and asked with slight excitement. Over there. Ziyen naturally understood her older brother's feelings, and she hurriedly indicated to look towards the distance. Subsequently, Zishang glanced over. A violet-colored figure sat nearby Long Yun. If it wasn't for his attention being on Long Yun earlier, he would have probably noticed it long ago. Even though some slight changes had occurred to the violet-clothed young man in the distance compared to a few years ago, he was still able to recognize the violet-clothed young man with a single glance. Chapter 679. Zishang's eyes stared wide open as he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, and his body started trembling slightly. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd seen his mortal enemy. In reality, in Zishang's heart, he'd taken the violet-clothed young man before him to be a mortal enemy since long ago. Moreover, it was the type that wouldn't stop until the young man was dead. The humiliation the young man brought to him all those years ago was something he'd never forget. As far as he was concerned, only the young man's death would be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Zishang's loss of composure was noticed by the black-clothed old man who walked ahead, his master. Zishang, what's wrong? Zishang took a deep breath, and his surging emotions were unable to calm down in a short period of time, so he was temporarily unable to reply to the old man. Senior. Meanwhile, Ziyen who stood at the side spoke out. It's that Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian that used demonic techniques to humiliate Big Brother at the 7-star sword Sex Fecta Peak in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that day. Duan Ling Tian? The black-clothed old man followed along the direction Ziyen pointed at when he heard Ziyen, and he looked towards the distant second-class spectating area, and his gaze descended onto the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. That violet-clothed young man, the youngest one. He's Duan Ling Tian. Ziyen added. Him? The black-clothed old man's brows raised as he muttered. I heard that a violet-clothed young man that's shockingly young appeared in the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. He looks to be around the age of 25, and his cultivation is at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Could it be that it's him? As he finished speaking, a rare strand of bright light flashed past the old man's muddy eyes. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above? The old man's words caused Ziyen to be unable to help but be stunned, and she said with slight disbelief. This. How could this be possible? How could this Duan Lingtian's improvement possibly be so swift? She slightly didn't dare believe it. Even though she'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao and knew that Duan Lingtian's natural talent was shocking. But at that time, Duan Lingtian was only stronger than the group of young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only a tiny piece of land that wasn't worth mentioning. In the vast land of the Dark Han dynasty, experts were as numerous as the clouds, and geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. So in the entire Dark Han dynasty, the group of young geniuses from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were utterly nothing. Since Ziyan arrived at the Dark Han dynasty, she deeply felt all of this. But now, she heard that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had actually already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. She couldn't accept this fact for a while. He's also participating in the dynasty martial competition. When Zishang, who was standing at the side, heard the old man's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the killing intent in them was difficult to conceal. If that's the case, then I have the opportunity to kill him personally in front of the group of powerhouses from the Dark Han dynasty. Now, Zishang had gradually calmed down. He stared at Duan Lingtian emotionlessly. I heard that his strength is not bad, and he can be considered one of the best among the young talents of the various empires that went on stage yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, you will have the opportunity to meet him. The black-clothed old man spoke with an expressionless face. He'd heard of the matter between this disciple of his and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sex Duan Lingtian in the past. Actually, with his strength and background, not to mention killing Duan Lingtian, even annihilating the 7-star sword sect was extremely easy. But he didn't do that. He wanted his disciple to deal with all this with his own 2 hands. Crawl up from where you fell. Since the beginning, he'd taught his disciple like this. Yes. Zishang nodded, and then Ziyan escorted the old man to the first-class spectating area. Zither young master. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zishang's icy cold gaze that contained killing intent, yet he didn't care. As far as he was concerned. Unless Zishang had a shocking fortuitous encounter like him, otherwise, even if Zishang had a master in the Dark Han dynasty, it would be impossible for Zishang to catch up to him. Even if Zishang really fought him, Zishang would only be a fish on his chopping board. When Duan Lingtian saw Zishang and Zishang following the black-clothed old man to head directly towards an empty first-class spectating area, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because presently, amongst the 9 first-class spectating areas in the cage battle arena, only that one was empty. Moreover, that first-class spectating area just happened to be situated at the east, and it obviously belonged to the host, whereas the host of the cage battle arena was the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Who's that old man? He actually ascended the first-class spectating area that belongs to the imperial family. Instantly, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Without the invitation of someone from the imperial family, even if it's an existence with a special status in our Dark Han dynasty, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare abruptly ascend that first-class spectating area. He ought to be a member of the imperial family. Many people guessed. The experts in the imperial family are numerous like the clouds, and there's no lack of experts that rarely appear before others. Perhaps, the black-clothed old man is one of those people. It's possible. In the cage battle arena, the group of people discussed animatedly as they guessed the old man's identity. The more they guessed, the more certain they were. A member of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. For the sake of verifying, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan in the sky, and his voice transmission flashed out to enter into Feng Wudao's ears. Uncle Feng, that black-clothed old man is a member of the imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao was originally resting with his eyes closed, and even if the black-clothed old man appeared, he would still remain indifferent. At this moment, when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he slowly raised his head and glanced indifferently at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family before saying, "Yes, he's a member of the imperial family. He's the imperial uncle of the Dark Han dynasty's current emperor, and he usually rarely appears before others and acts alone. His strength isn't bad." As he finished speaking, Feng Wudao's tone became slightly heavier. He was undoubtedly emphasizing that the black-clothed old man's strength wasn't bad. His strength isn't bad? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the black-clothed old man with slight surprise. Even though he discerned a trace of indifference from Feng Wudao's tone. However, a person that was able to make Feng Wudao evaluate him like this obviously had something of his own, and it caused Duan Lingtian to arouse slight fear towards the old man. I truly never imagined that this Zishang actually took such a great figure as his master, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Not to mention the foreign lands, only in the Dark Han dynasty, this black-clothed old man's identity could indeed be considered to be a great figure. On the other hand, Zishang was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Zither Young Master, and he was only a young martial artist whose natural talent in the martial Dao could be considered to be not bad in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The difference between their identities was like the heavens and the earth. How did they become master and disciple? This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to guess. Logically speaking, with the black-clothed old man's identity and background, he only had to say a single word and the numerous young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty with natural talent in the martial Dao that were even more formidable than Zishang would fight to the death to become his disciple. I can't wrap my head around it. I can't wrap my head around it. Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he was truly unable to wrap his head around it. Perhaps, only the black-clothed old man himself knew why he took Zishang as his disciple. His Majesty has arrived. Suddenly, a voice that was like a thunderclap instantly exploded out in the sky far away in the cage battle arena, and it sounded out from afar and suppressed the extremely clamorous voices in the cage battle arena. Subsequently, the cage battle arena was deathly silent. Those people that were chatting and discussing earlier had shut their mouths successively, whereas, those people that were looking around earlier had all stopped their heads and stared fixedly at the source of the voice. The Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty? Just like most of the people present, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but raise his head to look towards the source of the voice when he heard it. In next to no time, the boundless clouds and mist in the distance slowly dispersed. At the same time, a luxurious palanquin that seemed to be dazzling under the morning sun appeared before the eyes of everyone. This palanquin was extremely large. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, it was 2 times larger than the palanquin that King Yong sat in during the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire that day. Swoosh! 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 It wasn't just that. This luxurious palanquin that was dazzling with golden lights was even carried by 8 people, and it was an 8-bearer palanquin. These 8 people were 8 armored soldiers, and they were staring ahead with cold gazes. As they soared through the sky, their movements were in unison, and it brought a form of visual shock to others. The 8 people carried the palanquin as they soared through the sky, and the palanquin was steady like Mount Tai and didn't shake in the slightest. The cultivations of these 8 people are probably not at the ordinary void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian looked at the 8 armored soldiers and couldn't help but think in his heart. Now, his heart was itching. He wanted to rely on his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of these 8 people, yet he was slightly apprehensive of the inscription masters that might be present here. The inscription masters here were existences that had stepped into the void interpretation stage at every turn, and it caused Duan Lingtian to not dare be careless in the slightest. Even if he exposed his spiritual force, so long as Feng Wudao was present, he wouldn't be in any danger. But it was impossible for him to stay by Feng Wudao's side forever. So he still advocated being careful and prudent. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. As expected of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, what extravagance! Duan Lingtian looked at the palanquin that slowly flashed out from behind the clouds and mist, and he sighed in his heart. Compared to the extravagance before him. 1 year ago in the Dark Stone Empire's imperial city, the scene of King Yong making an appearance was simply like a child playing house, and it wasn't worth mentioning. There's someone behind. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, noticed that besides the 8 soldiers that carried the palanquin, there were another 2 people following behind. These were 2 young men. One wore white clothes, the other wore black clothes, and it formed an extremely clear contrast between them. It's him. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw the white-clothed young man. Looks like his guess from yesterday wasn't wrong. This white-clothed young man was indeed one of the 3 young geniuses that the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family had recommended to participate in the dynasty martial competition this time. It's the young man that presided over the dynasty martial competition yesterday. Chapter 680. The 2 young men followed behind the palanquin and arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! Right at this moment, another 2 ear-piercing voices sounded out, and it drew the gazes of most people present. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone, 2 aged figures appeared once more behind the expanse of clouds and mist that came out from the palanquin, and they were 2 old men that were in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, the 2 old men arrived before the palanquin and bowed. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The 2 old men spoke respectfully in unison. At the same time, one of the old men moved open the curtain on the door of the palanquin and looked inside. "Your Majesty, please." A dignified middle-aged man that wore a bright golden dragon robe slowly walked out from the palanquin, and he strode through the sky as if he was walking on level ground. The dignified middle-aged man had an obvious mustache, and he looked to be extremely unique. This mustache caused one to have a deep impression of him, just like the cinnabar mole between King Yong's brows caused one to have a deep impression of him. He's the Dark Han dynasty's emperor? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Right at this moment, besides the group of people in the first-class spectating area that still sat on the spot, and a portion of them didn't move in the slightest. Most of the people in the third-class and second-class spectating areas stood up successively and bowed respectfully to the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Only Duan Lingtian stood up with everyone and nodded indifferently, and he didn't even bend his waist. Not many people saw this scene. But it just so happened that the Dark Han dynasty's emperor saw it, and he just happened to glance past Duan Lingtian with a light smile and saw Duan Lingtian, who didn't bow. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a crane among chickens in the eyes of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. For a time, the smile on the emperor's face froze. It was understandable that the people in the first-class spectating area didn't move too much. After all, every single one of them possessed an extremely extraordinary status. A small number of people were existences that even he didn't dare rashly offend. "Everyone else is bowing to me. Why aren't you bowing?" The emperor reached out and touched the mustache on his mouth. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Do you think that I am not qualified for you to bow to me?" Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. The gazes of everyone followed the emperor's gaze and descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. It's that young man from the Dark Stone Empire. Although this young man is young, his strength is extraordinary. However, he actually dares to not greet His Majesty. How arrogant. A member of a tiny empire actually dares to not greet our Dark Han dynasty's emperor. That's simply disrespectful. I think he's going to be in trouble. The group of people in the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Some people rejoiced in his misfortune, while others broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Your Majesty, he was intimidated by your Majesty just now, which is why he was rude. I hope your Majesty can forgive him. King Yong broke out in cold sweat when he saw the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor was targeting Duan Lingtian, and he spoke in terror. Even though he was the #1 expert of the Dark Stone Empire, he was nothing before the emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty. If the emperor wanted to kill him, then the emperor only had to say a single word. Who are you? The emperor looked at King Yong and asked indifferently. Your Majesty, I'm the representative of the Dark Stone Empire this time, and I'm a king of the Dark Stone Empire's imperial family. King Yong said to the emperor. Dark Stone Empire? The emperor pondered slightly, and then he said, You're that King Yong that's called the #1 expert of the Dark Stone Empire? I've heard of you. Your Majesty, it's me. At the same time that King Yong was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, a bitter smile appeared on his face. The #1 expert of the Dark Stone Empire? Not to mention anything else, just the group of experts present here was capable of casually grabbing a large number of experts that were stronger than him. In this place, this so-called #1 expert of the Dark Stone Empire was utterly not worth mentioning. He's a member of your Dark Stone Empire? The emperor glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at King Yong and asking with a low voice. Yes. King Yong nodded as cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his palms went cold. At this moment, he only hoped that the person from the Feng clan would be able to help Duan Lingtian out of this predicament in time. He believed that so long as that person spoke, then no matter how displeased the emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty was with Duan Lingtian, the emperor would have to give that person some face. Since he's a member of your Dark Stone Empire, then you as the representative can't escape the blame as well. Both of you have to be punished. The emperor's tone was calm as if he was speaking of a matter of no importance. On what basis? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd been silently watching the development of the situation, couldn't sit still any longer, and his figure flashed out to stand before King Yong before raising his head to look at the emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty and shouting in a light voice. On what basis? Duan Lingtian's shout spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. Hiss! 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 For a time, the sounds of gasping rose and fell in the surroundings of the cage battle arena without end. Most people felt their scalps go numb. Has this young man from the Dark Stone Empire gone mad? No matter how great his natural talent is, he hasn't matured after all. So long as the emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty gave the word, he would practically only have an ending of certain death. On what basis? The calm on the emperor's face was finally broken by Duan Lingtian, and he suddenly took a step forward as his dignified voice sounded out once more. On the basis that I'm the emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty and rule over the entire Dark Han Dynasty. Is this enough? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when facing the emperor's oppressive might. Or perhaps, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Even if the emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty wanted to make a move against him, Feng Wudao wouldn't allow it. Not to mention his relationship with Feng Wudao's family wasn't shallow. Even if they didn't have a relationship, Feng Wudao wouldn't stand idly by. After all, he was the man Tian Wu was destined to be within the prophecy, the man that could save Tian Wu's life. Duan Lingtian. Su Li's face went grim, and he broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Besides Long Yun, who had an expressionless face, the other young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. Narrow-minded and making a mountain out of a molehill. I truly don't know why the Dark Han Dynasty has an emperor like you. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the emperor with a calm expression as he spoke unhurriedly. In Duan Lingtian's dictionary, it had always been that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If someone really took the initiative to offend him, then he wouldn't be afraid of trouble. No matter who the person was or what shocking identity the person had, presumptuous. Right when the emperor was angered by Duan Lingtian to the point his face went grim, the expressions of the two old men that guarded before the palanquin went grim, and they shouted out in shock. Besides that, the eyes of the 8 soldiers that carried the palanquin emitted cold lights at this moment, and they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. They seemed as if they would abandon the palanquin at any moment and make a move against Duan Lingtian. As for the other 2 young men, the expression of the black-clothed young man went grim, whereas, the white-clothed young man had an expression of fear when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Compared to the other members of the imperial family, he was even more familiar with Duan Lingtian, and he knew that the relationship between Duan Lingtian and that person from the Feng clan wasn't shallow. Boasting shamelessly and humiliating his majesty. You deserve death. As soon as the old man before the palanquin finished speaking, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot directly towards Duan Lingtian. Father. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Tianwu looked anxiously at Feng Wudao. But Feng Wudao didn't take any action, and he just shook his head. Don't worry, he'll be fine. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old man had already arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, and with a raise of his hand, vast origin energy raged. Subsequently, he slapped out with his palm, causing a wave of wind and clouds to roil. Whoosh! In the next moment, an enormous palm print condensed into form and whistled out to envelop Duan Lingtian. Stay your hand. Right when Duan Lingtian thought that Duan Lingtian was about to make a move, a slightly familiar voice exploded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with slight anxiousness. Subsequently, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind assaulted over. Swish! A material sword light tore through the sky and easily shattered the enormous palm print that swept towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, whoosh! A tall figure appeared before Duan Lingtian and firmly protected Duan Lingtian behind him. Pavilion Master Xiang. When he thought of the familiar voice from before and saw the familiar figure before him, Duan Lingtian recognized the person that had appeared in time to save him. It was precisely the Pavilion Master of the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion and the Vice Guild Master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild, Xiang Ying. We meet again. Let's catch up later. Xiang Ying turned around and lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian before once again turning around. He didn't look at the old man that attacked Duan Lingtian, and instead looked at the Emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty. Your Majesty, this is my little brother. Please give me some face and spare my little brother for today's matter, all right? Xiang Ying. The Emperor frowned slightly when he saw Xiang Ying appear, and he shook his head when he heard Xiang Ying. This matter isn't related to you, you better not be implicated. If it was another matter, then perhaps he would give Xiang Ying some face. After all, Xiang Ying was one of the rare grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han Dynasty, and there was no harm in giving a grade 4 weapons craftsman a favor. But when he thought of the humiliation Duan Lingtian gave him in public earlier, the flames of anger in his heart soared and were difficult to extinguish for a long time, and he wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to die miserably on the spot. If it wasn't for him being the Emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty and every single action of his represented the Dark Han Dynasty, he would have personally made a move and annihilated Duan Lingtian long ago. The Emperor's resolution exceeded Xiang Ying's expectations. For a time, Xiang Ying was slightly hesitant. If he continued to persist, then he would undoubtedly offend the Emperor. But if he didn't persist, then Duan Lingtian would probably die here today. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Xiang Ying's mind, and he looked at the Emperor and said via voice transmission, "Your Majesty, there's something I must tell you. There's a grade 3 weapons craftsman behind this little brother of mine that has a deep relationship with him." Grade 3 weapons craftsman. The emperor, who originally had a resolute expression, went grim when he heard Xiang Ying's voice transmission, and slight fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Is what you said true? Chapter 681. Even though a grade 3 weapons craftsman had appeared in the history of the Dark Han dynasty, it was only a flash in the pan. Moreover, it was a matter of a few hundred years ago. Up until now, there had never been a grade 3 weapons craftsman that had appeared in the Dark Han dynasty and the various other dynasties. It was precisely because of this that a grade 3 alchemist could be considered to be an existence of legend in the eyes of the members of the various dynasties. He could imagine that if a grade 3 weapons craftsman appeared in a certain dynasty, it would surely cause an extremely great stir. It was even to the extent that he only had to promise a grade 3 spirit weapon as the price, and he would be able to make the powers and experts of the various dynasties fight to be the first to do something for him. The temptation of a grade 3 spirit weapon was too great. As the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, even though a grade 4 weapons craftsman was rare, it wasn't as if there weren't any in the Dark Han dynasty, so he could disregard them. But if it was a grade 3 weapons craftsman, he had no choice but to fear it. Your Majesty, if you think I spoke like this intentionally, then feel free to act on your own accord. Xiang Ying looked at the emperor with a calm expression as he spoke via voice transmission. The emperor's expression was extremely gloomy, and he didn't know how to choose for a moment. Presently, he was obviously unable to back down. If he didn't do anything to Duan Ling Tian, then where would his dignity as the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty remain? If he did anything to Duan Ling Tian, then wouldn't he possibly offend the grade 3 weapons craftsman that Xiang Ying spoke of? Offending a grade 3 weapons craftsman wasn't a joke. A grade 3 weapons craftsman only had to pay a few grade 3 spirit weapons as the price, and it was sufficient to make the numerous experts of the various dynasties look for trouble with the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. The Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's resources and reserves were strong, and there were even experts that were numerous like the clouds in the sky, yet it was impossible for them to always keep an eye on a group of younger generation disciples and protect them. Who knew if that grade 3 weapons craftsman would vent his anger on the direct descendant disciples of the imperial family? At that time, even if that grade 3 spirit weapon was used to exchange for 10 direct descendant disciples of the imperial family, there would probably be countless experts that would step forward successively and risk their lives. All of this wasn't something he was willing to see happen. Why hasn't His Majesty punished Duan Ling Tian yet? Zishang sat upright on the spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and his brows slightly knit together. He was originally prepared to watch a good show, but who knew that there would be an awkward silence? Just as the atmosphere in the cage battle arena became a little strange, whoosh! In the sky above the cage battle arena, a white bolt of lightning flashed past, and it instantly arrived by the side of the emperor before respectfully calling out, "Imperial Uncle." The person who appeared next to the emperor was none other than the white-clad young man, the host of the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. At this moment, even though his voice wasn't loud, it still seemed to be exceptionally resounding within the exceedingly silent cage battle arena. Uncle? For a moment, many people were stunned. I didn't expect him to be a direct descendant of the imperial family. I wonder which prince's son he is. I only know that the black-clothed young man is the second son of His Majesty, the second prince. As for him, I've never seen or heard of him before. The second prince is publicly acknowledged as one of the 3 most outstanding young experts in our Dark Han dynasty. He's equally famous as the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao. Who doesn't? The cage battle arena was filled with endless discussions, and it was extraordinarily bustling. Many people were curious about the identity of this white-clothed young man. The emperor looked at the white-clothed young man, who was his nephew, and asked via voice transmission when he heard this. How, do you need something? The white-clothed young man's brows raised as he spoke via voice transmission. This short sentence caused the emperor's expression to change rapidly, and in the end, he heaved a sigh of relief as if he'd obtained an answer to a difficult problem. Subsequently, the emperor raised his head to look at one of the first-class spectating areas. Duan Lingtian frowned as he didn't know what the Dark Han dynasty's emperor was doing, but he still followed the emperor's gaze to look over, and he noticed that at the direction the emperor was looking at, there were two people he knew sitting there. The Yi clan's patriarch and the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang. But at this moment, there was another person between the two of them. This was a young man that sat there with a calm expression, and the space between his brows was slightly similar to the Yi clan's patriarch and Yi Xiang, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but think in his heart. Could it be? He's the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao. Presently, Duan Lingtian wasn't the rash young man he was when he'd just arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's capital. He'd heard of some things that were widely spread in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. There were three extremely outstanding young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty, and they were publicly acknowledged as the top genius martial artists in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. These three people were respectively the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Bai He, the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao. Amongst the three of them, Duan Lingtian only knew Zhang Shouyong. He was clearly aware of Zhang Shouyong's natural talent in the martial Dao, and even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, Zhang Shouyong was absolutely a top existence. Since Yi Shao was equally famous as Zhang Shouyong, Yi Shao would surely not be weak. Duan Lingtian hadn't finished his thoughts when he heard the emperor speak to him once more, and his tone had undergone a tremendous change. So it turns out that you're the son-in-law of Big Brother Wu Dao. You're really a family that doesn't know each other. Today's matter is indeed my fault as a senior. The emperor's expression changed abruptly, and his gloomy expression instantly became warm as if he'd instantly transformed into an amiable senior. He had the bearing of a senior that was magnanimous and wouldn't fuss about it with a junior. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to react to it for a moment. After he reacted to it, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the emperor. Big Brother Wu Dao? He'd naturally guessed who the Big Brother Wu Dao the emperor spoke of was. It was undoubtedly the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. As for why the emperor would suddenly know of the relationship between him and Feng Wu Dao, Duan Lingtian guessed that it was surely related to the white-clothed young man and the Yi clan's patriarch. Earlier, the white-clothed young man ought to have warned the emperor. Subsequently, the emperor looked at the Yi clan's patriarch, and it was very likely that the emperor used a voice transmission to ask about the relationship between him and Feng Wu Dao. When the emperor completely confirmed it, the subsequent change in expression occurred. Looks like that white-clothed young man is extremely concerned about me. He actually knows that the Yi clan's patriarch knows about my background. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the white-clothed young man that stood by the emperor's side. Lord Wu Dao's son-in-law. So this young man from the Dark Stone Empire has such an identity. It's truly surprising. Lord Wu Dao's daughter is so outstanding, yet she's already taken. It's truly a pity. Pity? Even if Lord Wu Dao's daughter isn't taken, do you think you have a chance? Laughable. After they found out about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar once more. What? He's Feng Wu Dao's son-in-law. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, the expression of the black-clothed old man went slightly grim. No. Impossible. How could this be? Zishang, who sat by the old man's side, had an extremely unsightly expression, as never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian had such an identity. He'd already arrived at the Dark Han dynasty for a period of time, and he knew some things about the Dark Han dynasty in detail, including the matters of the Feng clan's eldest master. He knew that the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, was a top expert in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty. Supposedly, his cultivation wasn't inferior to the strongest expert in the imperial family. Because of this, Feng Wudao's status in the Dark Han dynasty was extremely special, and even the emperor didn't dare rashly offend him. So long as it was a discerning person, practically all of them were able to discern this from the change in the emperor's attitude towards Duan Lingtian after he found out about Duan Lingtian's identity earlier. I never imagined that this Duan Lingtian has become a gigolo as well. Ziyan's beautiful brows knit together slightly as she spat, and her words were filled with disdain and contempt. Zi Shang. The old man looked at Zi Shang and said with slight fear, "Originally, Master had no reason to interfere in the matters between you and this Duan Lingtian. But now, since he has the identity of Feng Wudao's son-in-law, you can't intentionally kill him. Otherwise, even Master would be unable to protect you." As the old man finished speaking, his tone was filled with fear towards Feng Wudao. Zi Shang had an unwilling expression as he muttered with a low voice. "Could it be that the enmity between me and this Duan Lingtian is going to end like this?" "Of course not." The old man shook his head and said slowly, "It's fine so long as you don't intentionally kill him. At the same time, you can't intentionally cripple his cultivation. You can do whatever you want for the rest. Sometimes, humiliating a person is even more painful than killing him." Zi Shang's eyes lit up when he heard the old man's reminder. Yeah. Wouldn't it be even more wonderful if he was able to wantonly trample on Duan Lingtian's dignity after defeating Duan Lingtian? With Duan Lingtian's dignity, it would surely be difficult for him to endure his humiliation. It was imaginable. At that time, Duan Lingtian would surely live a life worse than death. "Disciple has benefited from your guidance." Zi Shang took a deep breath as piercingly cold lights flashed in the depths of his eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian only glanced indifferently at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor who'd changed his attitude, and then he looked at Xiang Ying who was standing blankly at the side since long ago. "Pavilion Master Xiang, thank you for earlier." Xiang Ying reacted when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and he laughed in self-ridicule. "I was meddlesome. If I knew earlier that you had such a relationship with the Feng clan's eldest master, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself earlier." Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian and the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, had such a relationship. "No matter what, Duan Lingtian will remember this favor of yours, Pavilion Master Xiang." Duan Lingtian shook his head and spoke with a serious expression. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian invited Xiang Ying to sit at the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated. Originally, with Xiang Ying's status and identity in the Dark Han dynasty, he disdained to sit at this second-class spectating area. Chapter 682. Yet now, under the gazes of everyone present, Xiang Ying had agreed to Duan Lingtian's request and lowered himself to descend by Duan Lingtian's side. "King Yong, this is the Dark Han dynasty's weapons craftsman guild's vice guild master Xiang." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian introduced Xiang Ying to King Yong, and at the same time, he introduced King Yong to Xiang Ying. "The Dark Han dynasty's weapons craftsman guild's vice guild master?" Earlier, when Xiang Ying stood up for Duan Lingtian, King Yong realized that this person wasn't simple. After all, not everyone dared make a move against a member of the imperial family before the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Moreover, the old man from before had made a move under his tacit approval. Now, after he found out about Xiang Ying's identity, King Yong couldn't help but be shocked, and he hurriedly invited Xiang Ying to the seat by his side. "Vice Guild Master Xiang, please sit." At the same time, he started to search through some memories related to the Dark Han dynasty in his mind. In next to no time, he recalled. He seemed to have once heard that the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild had 3 Grade 4 weapons craftsmen, and one of them was the Guild Master and the other 2 were the Vice Guild Masters. Moreover, one of the 2 Vice Guild Masters seemed to be surnamed Xiang. Grade 4 weapons craftsman? For a time, King Yong's mood surged once more. After all, even if it was the Dark Stone Empire he was from, there was only a single Grade 4 spirit weapon in the entire empire, and it was in his possession. A Grade 4 spirit weapon could be considered to be a rare and precious treasure to him and the Dark Stone Empire. Yet now, a Grade 4 weapons craftsman that could easily refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon had appeared before his eyes, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from being shocked and his mood surged to the extreme. As for Duan Lingtian, when he saw Xiang Ying and King Yong sit down successively, he returned to Su Li's side and sat down indifferently. Duan Lingtian. Su Li, who broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian earlier, gave a thumbs up to Duan Lingtian, and the space between his brows revealed admiration. Never had he imagined that after making a trip to the Dark Han Dynasty, Duan Lingtian had actually settled the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, and had even become Feng Wudao's son-in-law. Yesterday, he noticed that the Feng family's eldest son's daughter looked at Duan Lingtian differently, but he didn't think much about it at the time. Now that he thought about it, the other party was interested in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally saw the ambiguous look in Su Li's eyes and knew what he was thinking. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Duan Lingtian, are you just going to ignore the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor? That's not very good, is it? At this moment, Su Li glanced into the distance. Presently, Duan Lingtian seemed to have completely forgotten the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor that was still standing in midair. If he likes to stand there like an idiot, then let him stand there like an idiot. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched. That was the high and mighty emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty, not some random Tom, Dick, and Harry. At this moment, the emperor was slightly embarrassed, and even though there was still a great deal of rage in the depths of his eyes, he didn't flare up again. Subsequently, under the escort of 2 old men and 2 young men, the emperor ascended the first-class spectating area that was specially used by the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, and then he looked at the black-clothed old man and said respectfully, "Imperial uncle." "Yes." The black-clothed old man nodded. "Sit." After the emperor sat down, Zi Shang and Zi Yan, who were at the other side of the black-clothed old man, stood up and bowed to the emperor. "Your Majesty." "Zi Shang, I told you long ago. You're the personal disciple of Imperial Uncle, so you're of the same generation as me. You can just call me Big Brother or Senior Brother in the future." The emperor shook his head. "Zi Shang doesn't dare." Zi Shang was slightly terrified. "Little sister Zi Yan." Meanwhile, the black-clothed young man that followed behind the emperor looked at Zi Yan, who was by Zi Shang's side, and his eyes were filled with burning desire and happiness. "Second Prince." Zi Yan nodded to the black-clothed young man, yet she seemed to be unwilling to pay any further attention to him, and she completely disregarded the second prince's burning gaze that seemed as if it wanted to swallow her up. "Prince Hao." Meanwhile, Zi Shang and Zi Yan looked at the white-clothed young man by the black-clothed young man's side and greeted him. The white-clothed young man was precisely the son of one of the Dark Han Dynasty's older brothers that had already passed away, and he was called by Hao. He was a young genius that possessed natural talent in the martial Dao that wasn't inferior to the second prince, Bai He. In the past, Bai Hao rarely stayed in the Dark Han Dynasty, and he mostly went out to temper himself and move about the various dynasties, causing him to possess abundant experience. It was precisely because of this that there were very few people in the Dark Han Dynasty that knew of his existence. He'd only returned this time because the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was about to arrive. Bai Hao nodded and smiled to Zi Shang and Zi Shang, and then he sat on a nearby seat, causing him to seem to be unconventional. As for the second prince, he walked out with large strides and sat by Ziyan's side. Little sister Ziyan, it's all right for me to sit here, right? After he sat down, he smiled as he asked, and he seemed to be acting first before asking for permission. Ziyan frowned imperceptibly as a trace of detest flashed in the depths of her eyes, yet she didn't flare up in the end when she thought of his identity. Second prince, you're joking. There's naturally no problem. Zishang noticed his younger sister's emotions and was deeply afraid she would flare up, so he spoke to he first. Yes. He nodded lightly. Even though he was warm to Ziyan, yet he was indifferent when facing Zishang, and it was even to the extent that slight disdain seemed to be mixed in the depths of his gaze. He looked down upon Zishang from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, Zishang was only a lowly person from a tiny imperial kingdom that was only taken as a personal disciple by his imperial grand-uncle because of his good luck. Otherwise, Zishang wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Zishang naturally noticed the disdain and contempt in the depths of Baihe's gaze, and he knew what Baihe thought in his heart. Zishang took a deep breath as strands of cold lights leaped about in the depths of his gaze. Baihe. Today, I'll make you and Duan Lingtian become my stepping stones. Zishang was ruthless in his heart, and then he sat down slowly. At the same time, the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered its calm, and no one had arrived for a time. Begin. Right at this moment, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor spoke and announced the start of the second phase of the dynasty martial competition. The second phase of the dynasty martial competition was the true dynasty martial competition. Yesterday, the dynasty martial competition between the young geniuses of the various empires was incomparable, and amongst the great figures of the Dark Han dynasty, only Feng Wudao was present because of Duan Lingtian, and it could only be considered as a small warm-up. Now, the show officially began. Along with the emperor speaking, the entire cage battle arena was deathly silent. Yes. Meanwhile, the old man that made a move against Duan Lingtian earlier and the other old man replied successively, and then they flashed out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. The two old men stood in the sky at different sides, and they seemed to have transformed into two floating statues. The 30 young geniuses of the various empires that advanced yesterday, please enter the arena. One of the old men spoke slowly with a voice that wasn't loud, yet it clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. It's time to go. Duan Lingtian smiled to Suli, Suli nodded. Subsequently, the two of them left their seats and flashed out into the sky. Long Yun followed closely behind them. At this moment, Long Yun's gaze was extremely complicated as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and the matter he found out earlier caused him to be unable to avoid being slightly shocked. Humph. So what if your father-in-law is the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao? That Feng Wudao can be considered to be a top expert in the Dark Han dynasty, yet when placed in the foreign lands, he's not worth mentioning and is inferior to my master. When he thought up to here, Long Yun felt slightly comforted in his heart. In next to no time, the 30 young geniuses of the various empires including Duan Lingtian, Suli, and Long Yun had gathered together and stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. Now, please gather the young geniuses recommended by the various powers of our Dark Han dynasty with the young geniuses of the various empires. The first round of the dynasty martial competition today is about to begin. The other old man spoke with a sonorous voice. Swoosh. 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 Instantly, besides the numerous young geniuses that flashed out from the second-class spectating area of the cage battle arena, even if it was the first-class spectating area, there were many young geniuses that flashed out as well. Amongst the young geniuses that walked out from the first-class spectating area, Duan Lingtian only recognized Feng Tianwu, Feng Yunxiang, Zhang Shouyong, Zhang Shouyuan, Zishang, Yishao, and the white-clothed young man from the imperial family. So many people? When all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty entered the arena, the vast scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being surprised. Including him, the young geniuses of the various empires were only 30 people in total. On the other hand, all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty were almost 100 people, and they appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena in an extremely vast group. Why did he ask all of us to come up here? I don't know. We'll know in a while. For a time, the sky above the cage battle arena was clamorous. Everyone, the first round of the selections will begin immediately after I explain it to all of you. Meanwhile, one of the old men abruptly soared into the sky to stand above all the young geniuses, and his voice resounded out and suppressed all the other sounds. Instantly, the sky above the cage battle arena gradually recovered its calm. Including Duan Lingtian, the gazes of all the young geniuses descended onto the old man that spoke, and all of them wanted to know what he wanted to say next. Today, the first round of the selections of the Dynasty Martial competition will eliminate the remaining 20 people amongst all of you. So all of you must be mentally prepared. The old man spoke slowly. Remaining 20 people? The old man's words caused the expressions of most of the young geniuses present to go grim, and they were slightly terrified. It's only the first round of the selections, yet the remaining 20 people are going to be eliminated? Isn't this too horrifying? I still want to display my ability and pass through a few more rounds of the selections. I know my own ability. I surely don't have any hope of obtaining a position in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but if I'm unable to make a move a few more times, then how can I be worthy of the one and only recommendation position in the sect? Many young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads and were rather vexed. What selection is it? It's so horrifying to actually eliminate over 100 people in one go. Chapter 683. The first round of the selections in the Dynasty Martial competition today will be us exerting our strength at the same time, and will gradually increase our strength to envelop and suppress all of you. So long as you're suppressed and fall, then you're considered to have been eliminated. The remaining 20 people will pass through the first round of the selections and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selections. The old man finished speaking slowly. Instantly, all the young geniuses present understood the contents of the first round of the selections, and all of them revealed fearful expressions. 2 old men were going to suppress them. They could imagine that these 2 old men were surely existences at the void interpretation stage or above. Begin. Right at this moment, the other old man soared into the sky and stood together with the old man before him in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious when he saw this scene. On the other hand, the expressions of the others became serious as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, origin energy skyrocketed on the 2 old men, and they seemed to have transformed into 2 balls of raging flames. The 2 balls of flames coiled around the 2 old men, causing them to seem as if they'd transformed into 2 giants, and their bodies ceaselessly emitted white flames. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled above the 2 old men, and it started to condense into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In the end, 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above each of the 2 old men. 2 first-level void interpretation stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he discerned the cultivation of the 2 old men from the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that was caused when they attacked. Abruptly, the 2 old men shouted out in shock. Instantly, the white flames condensed from origin energy on their bodies covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out in all directions and collided with each other with a bang. Instantly, 2 extremely formidable origin energies abruptly exploded out. For a time, waves of air swept out in the sky as the sound of air exploding echoed out without end. After the whistling origin energies exploded out, they seemed to have transformed into numerous enormous nets that enveloped the group of young geniuses. Whoosh! 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 Terrifying origin energy swept down and pressed down on most of the young geniuses present to the point their faces flushed red. Instantly, most of the young geniuses started to circulate their origin energy and concept to resist this extremely formidable pressure, and there were even some people that withdrew their spirit weapons. Of course, there were many people that remained composed. For example, Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, Bai He, Bai Hao, and Zi Shang. This Zi Shang. Duan Lingtian looked at Zi Shang and could not help but frown. Truthfully speaking, he was already very surprised to see Zi Shang here today. Now, when he saw that Zi Shang could still be so calm and composed under such pressure, he couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Zi Shang. At this moment, even if it's an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, he would have to utilize his origin energy to resist the pressure from those two old fellows. There's only one possibility that this Zi Shang is able to remain so composed at this moment. Duan Lingtian glanced at Su Li. At this moment, even Su Li had to release his origin energy to resist the pressure. Under comparison, Zi Shang seemed to be even more unfathomable. It's extremely likely that Zi Shang has already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. The 9th level of the void initiation stage. It had to be said that Zi Shang's strength shocked Duan Lingtian. Su Li and Long Yun's fortuitous encounters can already be considered to be not bad. But even then, they're still far inferior to this Zi Shang. Looks like this Zi Shang doesn't only have a master from the Dark Han dynasty, and he might have another shocking fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. It's even to the extent that his fortuitous encounter is very likely not inferior to my fortuitous encounter in the Sword Monarch's treasure. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Never had he imagined that this Zi Shang would actually possess such great fortuitous encounters. Presently, Duan Lingtian was surprised when he saw Zi Shang was composed, whereas, Zi Shang was similarly surprised. This Duan Lingtian looks like he has already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain? After his surprise, Zi Shang's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He originally thought that he would be able to completely crush Duan Lingtian this time, but now when he saw Duan Lingtian reveal such a shocking cultivation, he couldn't help but feel slightly weak in his heart. But in next to no time, the gloominess on Zi Shang's face was swept away. Perhaps it's because his luck is good that he obtained many rare spirit fruits. The concept he comprehended is surely far from being able to keep up with his cultivation. When he thought up to here, Zi Shang's mood became much better. Right when Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang were in confrontation and were shocked by each other's cultivations. Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, Bai He, and Bai Hao had shocked expressions as well. Never had they imagined that there were actually so many people with similar cultivations to them in the Dark Han dynasty. This Zi Shang. He's actually a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist as well. Bai He looked at Zi Shang and frowned, and he seemed to be slightly unhappy. After all, in his eyes, he'd never taken Zi Shang seriously. Especially when Zi Shang had just arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he'd once proposed a spar in private, whereas, Zi Shang was crushed by him in the blink of an eye, and Zi Shang could only humbly admit defeat to him. Never had he imagined that Zi Shang, who he'd taken to be an ant in the past, would actually possess a cultivation similar to his. This Zi Shang surely has a fortuitous encounter. Cold lights flickered within Bai He's eyes, and he'd imperceptibly guessed some things. Brother Ling Tian. He's actually at the 9th level of the void initiation stage as well? Zhang Shouyong's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his face was filled with shock. It could be said that he'd watched Duan Lingtian grow up. From the moment they met until now when they participated in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition together. All along the way, Duan Lingtian, whose strength was far inferior to him, had actually caught up to him in terms of cultivation. It probably won't be long before brother Ling Tian will surpass me in all aspects. Zhang Shouyong sighed in his heart. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. These two people, in next to no time, Zhang Shouyong looked at Bai Hao and Zi Shang. I've never seen them in the past. Looks like there are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Dark Han dynasty. Besides Bai He, Yi Xiao, and brother Ling Tian, there's actually another two people that are able to compare to me in terms of cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong imperceptibly felt some pressure. But in next to no time, a smile appeared on his face. It seems to be getting more and more interesting, Zhang Shouyong muttered to himself. When he saw so many young geniuses with cultivations that weren't inferior to him appearing in the dynasty martial competition, he felt the hot blood in his body seethe, and his entire body was filled with battle intent. Bai He, this is? Yi Xiao's gaze descended onto Bai Hao as he curiously asked the nearby Bai He. He's the son of my imperial uncle, Bai Hao. Yi Xiao, you have to be careful if you go against him. Brother Hao's strength isn't inferior to me. Bai He spoke to Yi Xiao. Oh. Yi Xiao was slightly surprised when he heard this. As the second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, Bai He had always been arrogant, and this was something Yi Xiao knew. What caused Yi Xiao to be surprised was an arrogant person like Bai He actually admitted that his cousin brother's strength wasn't inferior to his. At this moment, he couldn't help but think slightly higher of Bai Hao. He's the second prince? Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between Yi Xiao and Bai He, and his brows raised as he looked at Bai He. Never had he imagined that this black-clothed young man was the second son of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the second prince, Bai He, a young expert that was equally famous to Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao in the Dark Han dynasty. Humph. Duan Lingtian had only glanced at Bai He when he was noticed by Bai He. Bai He glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian and grunted. Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't encounter me too early. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I'll surely teach you a good lesson. So that I can let you know that in the Dark Han dynasty, a little kid like you doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant before my imperial father. Duan Lingtian remained indifferent when he heard Bai He, and he shrugged. Second prince, right? Since it's like this, then I'll wait and see. I only hope you don't disappoint me too much at that time. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's words were filled with provocation. You're courting death. When had Bai He been provoked like this? His expression instantly went grim as his eyes flickered with cold lights, and he seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was prepared to bite Duan Lingtian at any moment. Duan Lingtian didn't pay any further attention to Bai He, and he instead started observing the surroundings. Presently, besides the few 9th-level void initiation stage existences that were composed, Su Li, Long Yun, Feng Tianwu, and the other 10+ people were comparatively more relaxed. The remaining people frequently utilized their origin energy and concept to resist the strong pressure that came from the two old men. The situation in the sky above the cage battle arena had now clearly entered into the eyes of all the spectators present. Two void interpretation stage experts have made a move to suppress them. They haven't utilized their concept, yet they've already caused most of the young geniuses to be in a flurry. Of course. Do you think the strength of the void interpretation stage is a joke? Look, a few young geniuses are unable to persist any longer. Along with the crowd of spectators in the third-class spectating area discussing animatedly. In the sky above the cage battle arena, over 10 people successively had flushed faces as their bodies fell down uncontrollably. Meanwhile, even though they'd left the area enveloped by the pressure and their expressions had recovered slightly, their eyes were filled with helplessness and shame. They knew clearly in their hearts that they'd already been eliminated. Duan Lingtian. He's actually so strong. King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with an astonished expression. Little freak. Xiang Ying, who sat at the side, held back for a long time before spitting out these 3 words. On the first-class spectating area. On the side of the imperial family. Even though this Duan Lingtian is arrogant, his strength isn't bad. Based on his cultivation, it's capable of comparing with he and Hao. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor frowned slightly as he spoke with a low voice. He felt a wave of displeasure in his heart when he saw a little kid like Duan Lingtian possess such a profound cultivation. The nearby black-clothed old man had a slightly serious expression as well. He wasn't only surprised by Duan Lingtian's cultivation, he was also surprised by the cultivation of his personal disciple, Zishang. When did Zishang break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Imperial Uncle, Zishang. Chapter 684. The Emperor had a certain level of understanding towards Zishang. He knew that Zishang was the personal disciple of his imperial uncle, and Zishang's natural talent wasn't bad, but it was merely not bad. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, there were numerous young geniuses with natural talent that wasn't inferior to Zishang. Sometimes, even the emperor was unable to wrap his head around why his imperial uncle didn't choose the group of outstanding young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty and instead chose a young genius from a remote imperial kingdom like Zishang to be his personal disciple. But now, he suddenly realized that his previous thoughts were undoubtedly wrong. At this moment, Zishang revealed a cultivation that wasn't inferior to his son and nephew. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Zishang has actually broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage as well. Imperial Uncle, what exactly is going on? How could Zishang's cultivation catch up to he and Hao in such a short period of time? The Emperor looked at the black-clothed old man and took a deep breath before asking curiously. I don't know as well. The black-clothed old man shook his head, yet slight excitement seemed to appear in the depths of his eyes. Truthfully speaking, even he had never expected that Zishang would reveal such a formidable cultivation, and he felt pleasantly surprised from the bottom of his heart. Looks like the prophecy of the Lord Priest all those years ago wasn't wrong. My personal disciple is from the distant Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zishang is the personal disciple I'm bound to inherit. The black-clothed old man's mood surged. All those years ago, the Feng clan's Lord Priest, the grandmother of the Feng clan's eldest master and patriarch, had once divined his destiny for him. During the process of divining his destiny, the Lord Priest had given him a prophecy. According to the guidance of the prophecy, he'd head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at a specific time and just happened to encounter Zishang. It was precisely because of this that he'd taken Zishang as his personal disciple long ago. Even if Zishang's later performance couldn't be considered to be outstanding, but so long as he thought of the Lord Priest's prophecy, he would once again devote himself to teaching Zishang. He believed that the Lord Priest's prophecy wouldn't be made without reason. Yet now it would seem that the prophecy had come true, and the personal disciple he'd taken from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely outstanding. The Lord Priest is truly godly. Perhaps, she knew since long ago that Zishang would have such a day. Truthfully speaking, he was slightly perturbed in the beginning when he took Zishang as his personal disciple. In particular, the suspicious gazes around him made him doubt whether his decision was correct. However, he persevered in the end. Facts proved that his persistence was correct. Even Imperial Uncle, you don't know? The Emperor was slightly surprised, and then he guessed. Looks like Zishang has probably obtained some fortuitous encounters recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to catch up to Heer and Hauer in such a short period of time. Perhaps. The black-clothed old man nodded and declined to comment. His gaze slowly descended onto the violet-clothed young man, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This Duan Lingtian is the youngest amongst the young geniuses present. He seems to have already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. In the end, the old man's brows furrowed slightly, and he was slightly fearful. 9th level of the void initiation stage? This brat hit it really deeply. On the spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Wudao shook his head, and his gaze was extremely complicated. At this moment, the expression of Elder Kong who sat at the side was slightly stunned as well. As for the Feng clan's patriarch, he was completely dumbstruck instead. This Duan Lingtian is a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist. He's even stronger than Yun Xiang. How old is he? Unknowingly, the gazes of most people in the cage battle arena had descended onto the violet-colored figure in the sky above the cage battle arena in unison. It was a violet-clothed young man with slanted brows, starry eyes, and a handsome appearance. Of course, if it was only his outstanding appearance, it wasn't sufficient to make him the center of attention. After all, he wasn't the only handsome young man in the sky above the cage battle arena. What was most attractive about him was his calm and composed demeanor, as well as his frighteningly young face in such an occasion. This young man from the Dark Stone Empire. In terms of age, amongst the over 100 young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena, only Lord Wu Dao's daughter is younger than him. Someone couldn't help but speak with surprise. Now, including him, there are less than 10 people that are able to maintain their composure, and it's even to the extent that they haven't even released their origin energy. Amongst these people, his age is undoubtedly the youngest. His natural talent in the martial Dao is truly too terrifying. I originally thought that amongst the younger generation of our Dark Han dynasty, people like the second prince, the eldest young master of the Zhang clan, and the eldest young master of the Ye clan are already the most outstanding figures. Now it would seem that I've been viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Yeah, besides these 3 people, there are many dark horses this time. Firstly, it's this young man from the Dark Stone Empire. Secondly, it's that white-clothed young man that presided over the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. He ought to be a young prince. The last one wore white clothes and seemed to be a member of the imperial family as well. The second prince and the other 2 white-clothed young men. They're all people that the imperial family has recommended this time. This time, the imperial family is going to gain a great deal of face. The entire cage battle arena was seething with excitement, and it was like a market. Right at this moment, the 2 old men that towered above all the young geniuses looked at each other and nodded before exerting their strength once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, 2 extremely formidable origin energy flames skyrocketed once more on the 2 old men, and they seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of white-colored ripples that swept out towards the surroundings with the 2 old men at the center. For a time, violent winds blew out in the cage battle arena, and some martial artists with low cultivations were even forced to close their eyes. Bang! With the 2 old men at the center, the origin energy ripples that ceaselessly spread out collided together in the end, and they formed an extremely formidable pressure that swept down to envelop all the young geniuses. Instantly, the pressure on the young geniuses present increased greatly. No! Instantly, waves of shrill cries sounded out as another 10+ young geniuses were suppressed to the point of falling down from the sky and being miserably eliminated. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian had a solemn expression on his face. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong and the others were the same. Even up until now, all the 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses including Duan Lingtian still hadn't utilized their origin energy to resist the pressure that came from the 2 old men. But the spirits of everyone were strained as they became solemn, and they weren't carefree like they were before. Obviously, they'd felt a certain level of pressure as well. On the other hand, the young geniuses at the 8th level of the void initiation stage like Su Li, Feng Yunxiang, and the other young geniuses at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage like Feng Tianwu and Long Yunyi had already increased the activation of their origin energy to resist the pressure that descended from the sky. Their movements were extremely relaxed, and it was as if they didn't feel too much pressure. Besides the 9th level Void Initiation stage and 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artists, a few 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artists ought to be able to remain in the final 20 people to advance. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked at Feng Tianwu and encouraged via voice transmission. Tianwu, good luck. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded lightly, and the depths of her bright beautiful eyes contained extreme firmness mixed within. Duan Lingtian smiled. He was extremely confident towards Tianwu. Even though Tianwu's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, the concept she comprehended was far from something an ordinary 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist could compare to. Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and she possessed an innate tacit understanding towards fire concept, causing her to comprehend it extremely quickly. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was the second circle of ripples that were emitted from the origin energy on the two old men that collided with a bang. For a time, the waves of air in the sky covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down once more, and another extremely strong pressure fiercely pressed down onto the group of young geniuses. Subsequently, there were many people that were eliminated. Meanwhile, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body suffused out to form an origin energy light barrier that enveloped him within it. No matter how the pressure from the two old men increased greatly, Duan Lingtian didn't move like a mountain. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Zhang Shouyong, Zi Shang, Yi Shao, Bai Hao, and Bai He successively held up origin energy light barriers to resist the enormous pressure that descended from the sky. Instantly, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian's group of 6. The appearance of 72 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the same time could be said to be magnificent. 6 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artists. A portion of the people present had already guessed the cultivations of Duan Lingtian's group, but there was also a portion of people that were completely unaware. At this moment, when they saw the cultivations revealed by Duan Lingtian's group, all of them were greatly shocked. Looks like the dynasty martial competition today will surely be extremely interesting. Supposedly, besides competing for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the group of young geniuses of our Dark Han dynasty will also decide on their specific rankings and win the various rewards issued by the imperial family. Some people that were well informed couldn't help but reveal. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire cage battle arena seethed with excitement once more, and sharp cries of excitement rose and fell without end. In this way, it also meant that every single person present had the opportunity to see the battle between the top young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. How could they not be excited by this? They still want to decide on their specific rankings? Duan Lingtian heard the discussions in the spectating area of the cage battle arena clearly, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He originally thought that the Dark Han dynasty's dynasty martial competition would be like the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and the Genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it would only decide on the strongest young geniuses, and there was no need to decide on their specific rankings. Now it would seem that he'd guessed wrongly. Chapter 685. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed something else. In the sky above the cage battle arena, besides him and the group of young geniuses from the various empires that were slightly surprised. The other members of the local powers of the Dark Han dynasty like Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong weren't surprised instead, and they seemed to have known about this since long ago. Duan Lingtian, do you have the confidence to compete for the first in the dynasty martial competition this time? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was precisely Su Li's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and shrugged before replying via voice transmission. I don't know. I believe you. Su Li's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Originally, Su Li, who'd broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, thought that he'd already surpassed Duan Lingtian. Only when Duan Lingtian entered the arena and revealed a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage did he know that he was still left behind by Duan Lingtian as before. This caused him to be unable to help but feel bitter in his heart, yet after the bitterness, he couldn't help but feel happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was his good friend, and he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to walk even higher and further on the path of the martial Tao. When he heard Su Li's practically blind trust, Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled. His gaze quickly flashed past Zhang Shouyong, Zi Shang, and the other 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. He knew that these people would be his final opponents. If he wanted to obtain a good ranking in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, then he had to compete with these people. Now, he still didn't know the exact strength of these people, and he only knew that they were all 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artists. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was the third ripple formed from the origin energy of the two old men that continued to collide together. An even stronger pressure swept down. Instantly, another person was eliminated. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises rang out continuously. After every single loud bang, the pressure that enveloped the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena would increase greatly, causing many young geniuses to utilize their origin energy, concept, and spirit weapons to resist in a sorry state. Every time, many young geniuses would be eliminated. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as 5 young geniuses were eliminated. 2 of them weren't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian, and they were precisely the 2 6th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses from the Windfall Empire. I hope you can all stand until the end. The 2 young geniuses of Xiaofan Empire could be considered to be acquainted with Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Even though they weren't familiar with each other, they still gave them their blessings before leaving. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded and thanked him. After the 2 young geniuses of Xiaofan Empire returned, the representative of Xiaofan Empire, the old man with the surname Lu, sighed, and then he looked at the nearby King Yong. King Yong, based on the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, at least 2 of the 3 people from your Darkstone Empire will be able to pass through the first round of the selections. The old man's tone was filled with slight envy. Yes. King Yong nodded. Unknowingly, his gaze had already descended onto Long Yun. He was able to discern that with Duan Lingtian and Su Li's strengths, it wasn't difficult for them to pass through the first round of the selections, whereas, Long Yun was slightly strenuous. Long Yun was only a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist after all. Originally, with Long Yun's age, his cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage could already be considered to be extremely outstanding. But all the young geniuses present were top young experts of the Dark Han Dynasty, whereas, Long Yun seemed to be slightly ordinary amongst these young experts. At this moment, practically all the remaining young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena were existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Whereas when all these young geniuses were added together, there were still 30+ people. The experts in the Dark Han Dynasty are really numerous like the clouds. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. After all, including him, Su Li, and Long Yun, there weren't more than 10 existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above in the various empires. In other words, amongst the 30+ young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above present, there were 20+ young geniuses from the local powers of the Dark Han dynasty. Bang! The origin energy ripples that originated from the two old men were still colliding with each other. Every single time they collided, an extremely strong pressure would sweep down along with them, and it heavily pressed down onto the 30+ young geniuses present, and it wanted to eliminate another 10+ people. Yet this time, no one was eliminated. The 8th level Void Initiation Stage and 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists were still fine, but those 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists had practically exerted all their strength at this moment, and only then were they able to avoid being blasted down by the strength of the two old men. Amongst the 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, only Feng Tianwu and Long Yun seemed to be in a comparatively relaxed state now. The spirit saber in Long Yun's hand is a grade 3 spirit saber. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He was able to discern that the reason Long Yun was able to be as relaxed as Tian Wu was because just like Tian Wu, he possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on. Presently, the grade 3 spirit whip that Duan Lingtian had refined for her had appeared in Tian Wu's hand as well, and she tried her best to resist the pressure that descended from the sky. Because there were comparatively more people present, all the ancient horned dragon silhouettes were practically squeezed together, and it was impossible to distinguish who they belonged to. So, not many people were able to discern that there was anything unusual about the spirit weapons in the hands of Feng Tianwu and Long Yun. Bang! 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 Another 3 enormous bangs sounded out successively after a short period of time. At the same time, only 20 young geniuses remained in the sky above the cage battle arena. The final outcome was finally out. Who? As soon as the outcome was out, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand and heaved a sigh of relief, and her gaze unconsciously descended onto the nearby Duan Lingtian. Her pair of beautiful eyes were tender like water. Compared to Long Yun, Feng Tianwu could be considered to be in a comparatively better state. After all, the fire concept she'd comprehended was stronger than Long Yun's saber concept. Long Yun's countenance was slightly pale, and his body was still trembling lightly. Of course, Long Yun wasn't in the most sorry state. The people in the most sorry state were the other 7 7th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses. They were able to advance successfully because their foundations were slightly stronger than the other 7th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses. At this moment, these 7 young geniuses were drenched in sweat and ceaselessly gasping for breath, and they seemed as if they'd just fought 3,000 rounds with others. All 20 of you advance. Rest for half an hour. The second round of the selections will continue after half an hour. The second round of the selections will directly select the candidates to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. One of the old men spoke out slowly. For a time, the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena dispersed successively. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely trample you beneath my feet and wantonly trample on your dignity. Before Zi Shang left, he glanced viciously at Duan Lingtian, and he was ruthless in his heart. Duan Lingtian frowned as he noticed a gaze that was like a venomous snake staring at him with ill intent, and when he turned around, he noticed the figure that was heading towards the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family. Zi Shang. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this figure, and it was precisely the figure of one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither Young Master. This Zi Shang is much more mature than before. If it was the past him, he would surely be like he from before and talk nonsense before me. Now, he didn't say anything and instead buried his hatred deep in his heart. It can be said that during these past few years, he's already transformed from a wild beast that rampages about to become a venomous snake that's adept at lying dormant in the shadows. As he thought up to here, slight fear arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. If Zi Shang roared at him like a madman and said he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't feel anything. But now, Zi Shang was so calm, and it caused him to realize traces of danger. For some unknown reason, he had a strong intuition in his subconscious, and he felt that Zishang was even more terrifying than the second prince, Bai He. Let's go back. Su Li greeted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu and said via voice transmission, Tian Wu, remember to help me place my bets when I enter the arena. Don't worry, elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu replied with a smile that was like a flower. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Su Li walked side by side towards the second-class spectating area where the group of people from the Dark Stone Empire were. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian was able to notice two fierce gazes staring fixedly at him. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head and noticed the owners of these two gazes. Bai He, Yi Shao. This Yi Shao probably wants to stand up for his younger brother as well. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that he was targeted by Bai He, and his gaze descended onto Yi Shao as he guessed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Long Yun. Congratulations. After Duan Lingtian's group of three returned, the group of young geniuses from the Dark Stone Empire below King Yong congratulated Duan Lingtian's group of three. Congratulations. On the other hand, the representative of the Windfall Empire, Old Man Lu, and the group of young geniuses from the Windfall Empire congratulated Duan Lingtian's group of three as well. Thank you. Duan Lingtian and Su Li lightly smiled as they replied. Only Su Li returned to his seat with a gloomy expression, and his eyes flickered with bright lights, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Brother Lingtian, even though I know your strength isn't weak, yet I never imagined that you're actually a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Xiang Ying, who sat by King Yong's side, looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Xiang Ying's words resonated with the group of young geniuses from the Dark Stone Empire. Yeah, Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that you're the strongest amongst us. Looks like you concealed your cultivation 1 year ago. Exactly. Didn't you conceal it too deeply? If you made a move 1 year ago, Mo Xian would probably not be a match for you. After the group of young geniuses from the Dark Stone Empire witnessed Duan Lingtian's current strength, they naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had held back a year ago. It was precisely because of this that Mo Xian was able to obtain the honor of being the #1 young expert of the Dark Stone Empire. Concealed his cultivation? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard everyone. 1 year ago, he'd used a grade 4 spirit sword as the price to exchange for the spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists from Mo Xian. Chapter 686. Even though a mere grade 4 spirit sword was nothing in his eyes, he wouldn't go so far as to casually give it to a stranger, right? Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't give any further explanation to this. When this scene entered into the eyes of the group of young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire, they instead thought that Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed. Amongst the 20 young geniuses that advanced today, Duan Lingtian sat by Su Li's side and closed his eyes to rest as he thought in his heart. Including me, there's a total of 6 9th-level void initiation stage martial artists. Besides that, there's also Su Li, Feng Yunxiang, and the other 3 8th-level void initiation stage martial artists. The final 9 people are the 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists including Tian Wu and Long Yun. I wonder exactly how many people are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly worried for Feng Tianwu. In the past, even though he'd heard about the amount of people participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, all of that was basically hearsay and couldn't be taken seriously. Some said there were only 5 people, some said there were 15, some said there were 7, 8, all in all, everything was possible before the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family made an official announcement. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, including the Dark Han dynasty. Logically speaking, it's impossible for every dynasty to send many people, and it's impossible for very few people to go as well. According to my personal guess, there ought to not be more than 10 people. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. When Duan Lingtian was resting with his eyes closed, the entire cage battle arena was extraordinarily bustling. Besides discussing the 20 people that had advanced, most of them were discussing a certain person. The 6 9th level void initiation stage young experts including Duan Lingtian were the first to bear the brunt of the discussion. After that, the attention of everyone moved on to the amount of people participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I wonder how many people are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Many people were curious. On the first-class spectating area, Feng Tianwu sat silently on her seat with her eyes closed. If one looked carefully, one would notice that she was cultivating, and it seemed as if she was making a last-minute effort. Half an hour later, the 2 old men that presided over the first round of the selections earlier flashed out successively, and they once again arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena before standing in midair. One of the old men spoke slowly. Next, the second round of the selections of the dynasty martial competition today will begin. The second round of the selections will decide on the 10 strongest young geniuses. These 10 young geniuses will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. 10 spots. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he opened his eyes and a light flashed through them. 10 spots. Sitting at the side, Su Li's eyes lit up. If there were 10 spots, he was confident. 10 spots. Long Yun, who was sitting not far away, frowned slightly, looking as if he had a guilty conscience. Unknowingly, Long Yun's gaze had descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the depths of his gaze seemed to contain slight unwillingness and helplessness. After a year, he was filled with confidence, and he originally thought that he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in the dynasty martial competition. But unfortunately, ideals were beautiful, yet reality was cruel. At the same time that the 9th level void initiation stage cultivation that Duan Lingtian revealed caused Long Yun to be astounded, slight despair arose in the depths of his heart as well. It turned out that when he felt that he possessed a strength that was even stronger than Duan Lingtian with the assistance of his master, Duan Lingtian had once again left him far behind. At this moment, Long Yun even had a feeling of, since I was born, why should I be born? In next to no time, Long Yun took a deep breath and slowly recovered from his shock. 10 spots. Including Duan Lingtian, there are a total of 6 9th level void initiation stage martial artists. These 6 people are existences that are currently difficult for me to shake. In other words, I can only strive for one of the other 4 spots. Otherwise, I would have no fate with the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Long Yun, who was originally filled with confidence, felt pressure assault his body, and he was slightly unable to catch his breath. At this moment, when they heard there were 10 spots, some of the other young geniuses that passed through the first round of the selections were delighted, and some were worried. 20 people, 10 spots. A 50% chance. Besides Feng Tianwu and Long Yun who were still cultivating, amongst the 9 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses that had advanced, all of them revealed helpless bitter smiles. Obviously, they didn't hold too much hope. For the sake of saving time, the 6 9th level void initiation stage young experts in the second round of the selections will directly advance. In next to no time, the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena spoke out once more. Doing this is for the sake of allowing the second round of the selections to end as soon as possible. Later on, after the 10 spots to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are decided, the 10 strongest young geniuses will be ranked. The person ranked high will obtain generous rewards from our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Do the other 14 people have any objections? As he finished speaking, the old man asked. Directly advance? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the old man. In this way, he didn't have to ascend the arena in the second round of the selections, and this was an extremely humane rule. On the other hand, Su Li, who sat at the side, glanced at Duan Lingtian with envy instead. Objections? The 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses that had advanced in the first round of the selections laughed bitterly in unison when they heard the old man. What objections could they have? A 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist was sufficient to crush them in all aspects. As for the 5 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses including Su Li, besides Su Li, the gazes of the other 4 including Feng Yunxiang flickered at this moment. The gazes of the 4 of them had simultaneously descended onto the spectating area where the group of people from the Dark Stone Empire sat. Precisely speaking, their gazes had descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Looks like someone isn't convinced of your superiority. Su Li couldn't help but tease when he noticed the gazes of the 4 of them. If they aren't convinced, then let's fight. Duan Lingtian shrugged as his eyes revealed slight cold lights. But I'm afraid they're unable to endure the consequences of fighting me. At the same time, a strand of killing intent that shot into the sky flashed on Duan Lingtian's body. The others were fine and didn't feel anything. But Su Li, who sat by Duan Lingtian's side, had instead clearly felt that terrifying killing intent, and for a time, frightening coldness arose from the bottom of his heart. What terrifying killing intent! Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian with fear. This good friend that he'd known since he was young seemed to have become more and more unfathomable. Looks like even if I have the assistance of my master, it isn't an easy thing to surpass Duan Lingtian. Su Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What? Yun Xiang. You want to challenge Duan Lingtian? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, looked at Feng Yunxiang, who was by his side, and asked curiously. Feng Yunxiang nodded lightly. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian was a 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, he was too young after all, and his cultivation was probably obtained by relying on a pile of large amounts of spirit fruits. Presumably, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of concept wasn't strong. The 9th level of the Void Initiation stage sounded shocking, but if it was only in terms of origin energy, then it was only the strength of a single ancient horned dragon more than an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. In other words, so long as the concept comprehended by Duan Lingtian was inferior to the concept of an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, then the 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist might not have no chance of defeating Duan Lingtian. Now, based on his personal deduction, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of concept ought to be inferior to his. So, he wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian. But when he thought of how Duan Lingtian was the son-in-law of their Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, he was slightly hesitant, and his gaze inadvertently glanced at Feng Wudao. Big brother, Elder Kong. Do both of you agree with Yun Xiang challenging brother Duan? Feng Tiannan discerned Feng Yunxiang's misgivings, and his gaze moved to descend onto Feng Wudao and Elder Kong as he asked with a light smile. If you're confident, then go ahead. Feng Wudao's reply was extremely straightforward. I agree with the eldest young master. Elder Kong nodded as he spoke. Feng Yunxiang's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, and he didn't have any more misgivings as he hurriedly left his seat and intended to challenge Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he was still too late. I have an objection. A slightly hoarse and ear-piercing voice suddenly sounded from one of the first-class spectator seats. Subsequently, everyone in the cage battle arena saw a figure flash out from the side of the Yi clan's patriarch, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena. This was a young man around the age of 37 or 38. He wore green clothes, was almost middle-aged, and had an ordinary appearance. Yi Lu. Instantly, many people recognized this green-clothed young man. Yi Lu was a figure in the younger generation of the Yi clan that possessed a strength inferior to the eldest young master, Yi Xiao. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, and at the same time, he was one of the people that had advanced in the first round of the selections. This Yi Lu. Could it be that he wants to challenge Duan Lingtian as well? Feng Yunxiang frowned, yet he sat down in the end and silently watched the development of the situation. On the first-class spectating area where the Yi clan sat, the corners of the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, curled into a cold smile, and his vicious gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian who sat on the second-class spectating area below. Duan Lingtian, so what if you're at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Can your concept keep up with your cultivation base? Even though Yi Lu's cultivation is inferior to you, his water concept has already been comprehended to the 8th level, and he's surely stronger than you. Just wait to be defeated by Yi Lu. Yi Xiang was extremely complacent in his heart. Obviously, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian had comprehended concept above the 8th level, and it was even to the extent that he felt that Duan Lingtian's concept might not have even attained the 7th level. As far as he was concerned, before the number 2 expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, Yi Lu, Duan Lingtian was a fish on the chopping block that was at Yi Lu's mercy. Feel free to speak of any objections you have. If you're unconvinced of a 9th level Void Initiation stage young expert, feel free to challenge him. So long as you're able to defeat him, he'll have to participate in the second round of the selections with the other 14 people including you. Chapter 687. Along with Yi Lu making an appearance and the old man speaking, the surroundings of the cage battle arena went completely silent. The gazes of many people descended onto Yi Lu in unison. This Yi Lu probably wants to challenge that young man from the Dark Stone Empire. I think so as well. That young man is too young after all. Even if his cultivation isn't bad, the concept he's comprehended ought to not be strong. Cultivation can be piled up with spirit fruits. But one can only rely on one's own concept. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. When they heard the discussions of these people, besides Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun, most of the people had similar thoughts. Obviously, these people didn't know of the existence of concept fragments. If it was said that spirit fruits were able to pile up a person's cultivation, then concept fragments were similarly able to pile up a person's comprehension of concept. Forget about the other 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. I'm unconvinced of this young man from the Dark Stone Empire. I want to challenge him. Sure enough, Yi Lu's gaze passed through the sky and flashed past the group of young geniuses from the Dark Stone Empire before finally locking onto Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with a strong will to fight. Yi Lu's decision was something that many people present had already guessed earlier, so now that this outcome had come out, no one was surprised. Right at this moment, the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he said slowly, "This young genius from the Dark Stone Empire, please come out and compete with this young genius from the Yi clan. Life and death will be decided." Whoosh! Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath and directly left his seat to soar into the sky, and he arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye to stand opposite Yi Lu. "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Duan Lingtian looked silently at Yi Lu as he asked indifferently. "What? You're afraid?" Yi Lu started laughing. "Afraid?" Yi Lu's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed. "Perhaps there are many people in this world that are capable of causing me to be afraid. But you aren't amongst them. You'll change your opinion in a moment." Yi Lu's tone was resolute, and his words were filled with confidence. Really? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face didn't change. Suddenly, his smile disappeared, and his face became incomparably cold. I'll give you a chance. If you admit defeat now, it might not be too late. What? Are you so arrogant that you think you can kill me? Yi Lu laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder as if he had heard a great joke. Looks like you've already made your decision. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. When the old man explained the rules of the second round of selection, he had already made up his mind. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to challenge him, he would definitely kill them. In this way, not only would he be able to free up a spot for Tian Wu and allow Tian Wu to have an even greater chance of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he would also be able to make an example to others and make others not dare underestimate him. Stop trying to be mysterious. Today, I won't kill you because you're Senior Wu Dao's son-in-law. However, I will still defeat you and break your spirit. Yi Lu shouted out with a grim voice as the clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. At the same time, vast origin energy suffused Yi Lu's body to envelop his entire body, and it seemed as if he was within a ball of white-colored flames. Whoosh! At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Yi Lu as 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form with a vast impetus. It wasn't just that, along with strands of blue-colored energy leaping about within the origin energy on Yi Lu's body, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. 8th level water concept. Instantly, many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 8th level of the void initiation stage and 8th level water concept didn't just test one's natural talent in the martial Dao, it tested one's comprehension ability in the martial Dao as well. As far as many people were concerned, it was extremely rare for Yi Lu to be able to achieve this. No wonder he dared challenge this young man from the Dark Stone Empire. So it turns out that he came prepared. Even though this young man is a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, the concept he's comprehended is probably not even at the 7th level. It's very likely that he'll lose. If this Yi clan's Yi Lu is able to defeat him, then it would really bring great honor to the Yi clan. Looks like the Yi clan is going to be in the limelight this time. Many people whispered in discussion in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Most people were filled with confidence towards Yi Lu, and they didn't think that this young man, Duan Lingtian, would be able to compare to Yi Lu in terms of comprehension of concept. After all, Duan Lingtian was truly too young. According to the train of thought of an ordinary person, they wouldn't feel that the concept Duan Lingtian had comprehended was formidable. At the same time that Yi Lu utilized his origin energy and 8th level water concept, a spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Whoosh! The spear shook as his origin energy swiftly fused into it, and it was like a rock that had sunk into the sea. Instantly, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Yi Lu, grade 4 spirit weapon. Instantly, many spectators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Of course, even more people weren't surprised. Perhaps, with Yi Lu's status in the Yi clan, it wasn't sufficient for him to possess a grade 4 spirit weapon. But today was the dynasty martial competition, and it was related to the Yi clan's face. So even if the Yi clan had to lend it, it would lend a grade 4 spirit weapon to Yi Lu. No matter if Yi Lu won or lost today, it was related to the Yi clan's face and honor. So the Yi clan couldn't be casual in this aspect no matter what. The strength of 25 ancient horned dragons and 3,800 ancient mammoths, as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that was caused by Yi Lu's full strength, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Yi Lu used his full strength as soon as he attacked. Looks like he doesn't dare underestimate this young man from the Dark Stone Empire. On a stage like the Dynasty Martial competition, no one dares be careless. Once one is careless, it's very likely that it would mean defeat. Indeed. Under the gazes of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, Yi Lu moved. Yi Lu held his spear and flashed out as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning, and his speed was so swift that some spectators with low cultivations weren't even able to see Yi Lu's shadow. On the other hand, in the eyes of the spectators with high cultivations, Yi Lu had flashed close to Duan Lingtian from the Darkstone Empire in the blink of an eye. Water Dragon Blast. Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded out in the silent cage battle arena. Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Lu's figure stopped moving as the spear in his hand shook, and roiling origin energy roared out as 8th level water concept followed him like a shadow. Swoosh! Yi Lu's hand shook as the grade 4 spirit spear in his hand was coiled by origin energy that contained water concept, and it seemed to have transformed into a water dragon that pierced towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the extremely terrifying force on the tip of the spear pressed down to the point the airflow in the air moved rhythmically, and it emitted a wave of low and deep sounds of air exploding. It was like the waves of dragon roars emitted by a water dragon. Your martial skill isn't bad. But unfortunately, you're too weak. Right when many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice slowly sounded out and spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. Right when most people couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone saw that Duan Lingtian had moved. He didn't dodge but instead moved to intercept Yi Lu's grade 4 spirit spear that was like a water dragon leaving its lair. Is this Duan Lingtian courting death? Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene, and they felt that Duan Lingtian's actions were no different than committing suicide. His spear flashed over menacingly, yet you're using your body to intercept it? Isn't this courting death? Of course, the gazes of many people lit up, and they seemed to have discerned Duan Lingtian's intentions. Since you're courting death, then you can't blame me. When he saw Duan Lingtian not only didn't dodge but had instead moved to intercept his spear, Yi Lu revealed a frenzied expression as the spirit spear in his hand trembled, and the condensed energy on the tip of the spear instantly exploded out. This was the trump card of the high-grade Earth rank martial skill, Water Dragon Blast, that he'd executed. It utilized condensed energy to transform into a water dragon, and at the instant it approached his opponent, it would explode with a bang. It utilized a formidable impact and even explosive force to heavily injure and even annihilate his opponent in one go. Whoosh! 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 At practically the instant the energy on the tip of the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand exploded out, many people in the spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena stood up instinctively. Duan Lingtian, amongst them, there was no lack of people that Duan Lingtian knew. For example, King Yong, Xiang Ying, and Su Li. Of course, there were also people that knew Duan Lingtian that still maintained their composure, as if they were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. For example, Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Zhang Shou-yong. If he can't even defeat this Yi Lu, then this Duan Lingtian doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. The corners of Second Prince Bai He's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. Duan Lingtian. Zi Shang stared fixedly at the scene before him, and he seemed as if he wasn't willing to miss a single detail. He wanted to see to what extent his enemy of the past had grown to now. Under the gazes of everyone present. At the instant the energy on the tip of the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand exploded out with a bang, Duan Lingtian made a move. People with high cultivations were able to see a violet-colored sword light flash by with the rays of Duan Lingtian's hand. In the next moment. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding abruptly resounded out and spread throughout the cage battle arena, causing the faces of many spectators with low cultivations to flush red, and some even bled from their 7 apertures as they cried out loudly. Subsequently, many people saw Duan Lingtian seem to have appeared out of thin air behind Yi Lu. Right when they were surprised and bewildered. Whoosh! The grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand instantly left his hand and fell down to the ground. Chapter 688. Whoosh! At the instant the grade 4 spirit spear fell down, the origin energy and water concept on Yi Lu's body were obliterated along with it, and his entire body fell straight down. Bang! Under numerous astounded gazes, Yi Lu fiercely fell onto the iron cage in the cage battle arena, and he was hung at the top of the iron cage just like that, hanging in midair. For a time, the scene was deathly silent. Drip! Drip! The fresh blood on Yi Lu's body was still dripping down ceaselessly, and it dripped onto the cage battle arena and caused numerous gorgeous and resplendent roses to splash out. In next to no time, everyone noticed that Yi Lu had completely lost all signs of movement and aura at this moment. Because of the angle, the crowd of spectators on the eastern spectating area were able to clearly see that Yi Lu's blood had come from his throat, and there was even a narrow and long wound on it. It's a sword mark. A single strike to the throat. It's a single strike to the throat. This Yi Lu was killed by a single strike to the throat. Instantly, someone on the eastern spectating area couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In next to no time, feelings of shock started spreading from the eastern spectating area and swept through the entire cage battle arena. For a time, practically everyone knew that the number 2 expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Lu, had been killed by the Dark Stone Empire's Duan Lingtian with a single strike to the throat. What a swift sword strike! I'm an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist at any rate, yet I'm still unable to clearly see the mark left behind by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand when he attacked earlier. If you were able to discern it, then Yi Lu would probably have discerned it as well. In that way, he wouldn't have died. His sword strike seemed to have blasted away the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand before he attacked Yi Lu. This is even more terrifying. His speed of attack was too swift. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't even had the time to completely condense into form. Sounds of discussion rose and fell in the entire cage battle arena, and even more people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed of attack. Even though Duan Lingtian had attacked, yet no one knew exactly how strong he was. It was because he had only used a single sword strike to kill his opponent. It was an extremely fast sword strike. Due to the fact that the ancient horned dragon silhouette in the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to fully condense, even the group of void interpretation stage powerhouses present had no idea how strong Duan Lingtian was exactly. They could only guess on their own. The strength of this Duan Lingtian is much stronger than that Yi Lu. When he attacked, he seemed to not only possess a single type of concept. I faintly heard the sound of wind and thunder, and it ought to be the simultaneous appearance of wind concept and lightning concept. The expression of the black-clothed old man in the imperial family's exclusive first-class spectator seats turned slightly solemn. I heard it too. The nearby Dark Han dynasty's emperor nodded, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. As expected of Feng Wudao's son-in-law, he really is extraordinary. Now, the emperor could understand why this Duan Lingtian was so arrogant in front of him. Duan Lingtian himself was a peerless genius that was unyielding, and he didn't bend his back before others. 2 types of concept. The old man's words caused the nearby Baihe's expression to go slightly grim. After all, even he had only comprehended 1 type of concept and 1 type of advanced force. The time and energy required to comprehend 2 types of concept was something he couldn't imagine. This Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability is actually so strong? Baihe stared at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that his eyes were filled with envy, cold lights flickered as he guessed in his heart. But, since he utilized 2 types of concept, I presume he hasn't comprehended any concept to the 9th level. Otherwise, he utterly didn't need to utilize a second type of concept to kill Yi Lu. Duan Lingtian. I'll surely defeat you. Even if he knew that Duan Lingtian had comprehended 2 types of concept, Zi Shang wasn't afraid in the slightest, and there seemed to be flames leaping about in the depths of his burning eyes that were waiting to swallow Duan Lingtian. On the side of the imperial family, only Bai Hao was comparatively composed. After a trace of astonishment flashed past the depths of Bai Hao's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's display, there wasn't any further movement. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tian Nan, was completely stunned, and he looked at the distant violet-clothed young man with disbelief. Never had he imagined that the strength of this violet-clothed young man would actually be so terrifying. From the beginning until the end, killing an 8th-level void initiation stage martial artist that had comprehended 8th-level concept was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Eldest young master, look, the face of the Yi clan's patriarch has darkened. Ha ha ha. But unfortunately, the young miss is at a critical juncture in her cultivation and wasn't able to see this battle. Otherwise, she would surely be happy for brother Duan. The nearby elder Kong looked at Feng Wudao as he laughed heartily. He probably had the intention of paving the way for Wu by killing Yi Lu. Feng Wudao didn't look at the Yi clan's patriarch, and his calm gaze descended onto the violet-clothed figure in the distance as he muttered in a light voice. Looks like brother Duan really cares about the young Mississippi. Elder Kong smiled. At this moment, the expression of Feng Yunxiang, who sat by the side of the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tian Nan, was slightly stiff, and the depths of his eyes even revealed the sheen of surviving a calamity. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Yi Lu challenging Duan Lingtian a step before him, the person that died now wouldn't be Yi Lu, but him, Feng Yunxiang. At this instant, Feng Yunxiang felt that the clothes on his back were completely drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of being on the verge of death was something he'd felt for the first time. As expected of the eldest master's son-in-law. This cultivation is far from something I can go against. Feng Yunxiang took a deep breath, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian once more seemed to contain slight terror. On the other side of the first-class spectating area, the Yi clan's patriarch had an extremely unsightly expression at this moment. Yi Lu was the number 2 expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, and now that he was killed, it meant that their Yi clan had lost a future void interpretation stage expert. A void interpretation stage expert was of great importance to any power in the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian. The Yi clan's patriarch revealed hatred in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he wished for nothing more than to transform into a wild beast and swallow Duan Lingtian alive. Impossible. Impossible. How could this Duan Lingtian possibly be so strong? How could this be possible? The Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, shook his head ceaselessly as he wasn't willing to believe that everything before his eyes was real. I'm surely dreaming, I'm surely dreaming. Enough. Yi Xiao, who sat at the side, seemed to feel that Yi Xiang was too noisy, and he frowned as he shouted in a low voice. Instantly, Yi Xiang was terrified and stopped muttering. Brother. Yi Lu is dead. After a short moment, Yi Xiang returned to his senses and looked at Yi Xiao with an extremely unsightly expression. I'll take revenge for Yi Lu. Yi Xiao's expression remained as usual as he spoke indifferently, and it was as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. Since Yi Lu was killed until now, Yi Xiao hadn't revealed the slightest fluctuation in his emotions, and it was as if he was an outsider. A strand of light of hope appeared within Yi Xiang's sorrowful and indignant eyes when he heard this. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. In the inferior spectating area of the cage battle arena, the crowd of spectators were seething with excitement, and they shouted out Duan Lingtian's name loudly. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the cage battle arena as he listened to the shouts that sounded out by his ears, and then he lowered his head and looked down for a moment before lightly shaking his head. The current me seems to be no different than those great stars that were chased after on Earth in my previous life. If there's anyone that's unwilling to submit to me, then you're welcome to continue challenging me. Before Duan Lingtian left, he grinned as he looked at the surroundings for a moment before speaking with a loud voice. Arrogant. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was extremely arrogant now. But the people present didn't think anything of Duan Lingtian because of this, and it was only because he'd used his strength to prove that he had the ability to be arrogant. For a time, besides Su Li and Feng Tianwu who was still cultivating, the remaining 13 young geniuses couldn't help but reveal bitter expressions. Challenge Duan Lingtian? Wouldn't that be courting death? The lesson of the past was still hanging on the cage of the cage battle arena. Yi Lu's corpse seemed to be constantly warning them not to rashly challenge Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that not only has your cultivation advanced, even your comprehension of concept has attained such an extent. You're worthy of the title of the #1 genius in the history of our Darkstone Empire. When Duan Lingtian returned to the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated, King Yong was excited to the point of losing his composure. When I saw Brother Ling Tian that day, I discerned how extraordinary Brother Ling Tian is. Today, Brother Ling Tian's elegant demeanor has convinced me. Xiangying by King Yong's side spoke out as well. Up until now, Duan Lingtian was the first young genius that was praised so highly by Xiangying, the vice guild master of the Darkhan dynasty's weapons craftsman guild. King Yong, Pavilion Master Xiang, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian was modest. Duan Lingtian, amazing. After Duan Lingtian returned to his seat and sat down, he saw Su Li give him a thumbs up. Only an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't feel that killing an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist was something to be complacent about. Only an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist? The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's casual words, and then he laughed bitterly. In terms of cultivation and concept, Yi Lu who attacked Duan Lingtian earlier was comparable to him. Perhaps, by relying on the formidable offensive strength of his sword concept, he was sufficient to suppress Yi Lu, but it was extremely difficult for him to truly defeat Yi Lu. Of course, this didn't mean that he was unable to defeat Yi Lu. So long as he utilized the grade 3 spirit sword his master gave him, it wasn't difficult to kill Yi Lu. Little brother Duan, amazing. The representative of Holdwind Empire, the old man surnamed Lu, looked at Duan Lingtian and wasn't stingy with his praise in the slightest. Yeah, amazing. Too amazing. Brother Lingtian, with your strength, you'll surely be able to shine brilliantly in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in another year. The group of young geniuses of Holdwind Empire flattered Duan Lingtian successively, and they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. Chapter 689. At the same time, the representatives of numerous empires came over one by one to greet King Yong warmly. Of course, King Yong knew his own limitations and knew that they had ulterior motives, and their final objective was to get acquainted with Duan Lingtian. Presently, not only was Duan Lingtian the son-in-law of the Feng clan's eldest master, he was also a monstrous genius in the martial Tao that possessed a terrifying strength, and it was sufficient to make the representatives of the various empires look up to him and make them spare no effort to curry favor with him. Duan Lingtian originally didn't want to pay attention to the representatives of the various empires. But for the sake of not making it difficult for King Yong, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly one by one when facing these representatives of the various empires, and in the end, he felt that his face had stiffened from smiling. Who? After the representatives of the various empires left, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. No matter if it was in his previous life or this life, he was most annoyed by this sort of social interaction. Men are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. You're still taking pleasure in my misfortune? After he noticed Su Li, who sat at the side laughing secretly, Duan Lingtian glared angrily at him. Only now did Su Li stop laughing, and then he changed the topic. Duan Lingtian, do you think the other 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists will challenge the other 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses? A total of 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses had appeared in the Dynasty Martial competition this time, and the reason Su Li said 5 was because Duan Lingtian had just revealed his strength and proved himself. So as far as Su Li was concerned, it was impossible for the other 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists to challenge Duan Lingtian. Unless they weren't afraid of death. So, they only had the other 5 people to choose from. How would I know? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Aren't you an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist as well? What? You don't intend to challenge a 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? There's no need for that. Su Li shrugged and grinned. There are 10 positions in any case. Now that the Yi clan's Yi Lu is dead, the competition has lessened, and I'm still confident in obtaining a position. Since it's like this, then why should I waste my strength? When did you become so lazy? Duan Lingtian felt speechless when he heard this. Of course, he believed that with Su Li's strength and the grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's possession that came from Su Li's master, even if Yi Lu didn't die, it wouldn't be difficult for Su Li to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Looks like someone really wants to issue a challenge. I wonder who his target will be. Su Li's gaze suddenly lit up as he looked into the distance. Duan Lingtian followed Su Li's gaze when he heard this. In the distance, a thin figure instantly arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena, and it drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. This was a young man about 35 years old. His face was gloomy and he gave off a malnourished feeling. However, his eyes were as bright as a pair of bright stars. It's the number 1 disciple of the mysterious Yin sect, Feng Yu. He's the head disciple of the mysterious Yin sect, Feng Yu. Feng Yu is a sword cultivator. Supposedly, his sword is even swifter than lightning, and it's swift to the point of killing without spilling blood. Many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had recognized the thin young man. Feng Yu. The number 1 disciple in the Dark Han dynasty's mysterious Yin sect's inner court, and at the same time, the head disciple of the mysterious Yin sect. In the mysterious Yin sect, Feng Yu could be said to be an extraordinary genius in the martial Tao that gathered a myriad of glory. Coupled with him being the personal disciple of the mysterious Yin sect's master, he'd been internally decided to be the next sect master of the mysterious Yin sect since long ago. Killing without spilling blood? When they heard the discussions of some people, Duan Lingtian and Su Li looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. They were similarly capable of killing without spilling blood. Of course, if they wanted to accomplish this, the effort they needed to expend was much more complicated than making a move normally, and it could be said to be an arduous and thankless task. So they couldn't be bothered to do it normally. As far as they were concerned, it was only a fancy method. Presently, so long as it was someone with a strength that wasn't weak, practically all of them weren't surprised by Feng Yu's ability, because they were similarly capable of accomplishing it. So long as one's strength and speed were sufficient, killing without spilling blood wasn't a difficult thing. I wonder who Feng Yu is going to challenge. Su Li said. It ought to be Z Decease. Even though Feng Yu didn't look towards any 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses after he appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian still made a guess. Z Decease? That person from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family? I saw Long Yun staring at him without letting go earlier, and he seems to know him. Su Li's face was filled with bewilderment. Moreover, I keep having the feeling that this name is slightly familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Do you know the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course. Su Li nodded. Long Yun is the person ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters. But with his current strength, he ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters. Su Li had met 4 of the 5 great young masters including Long Yun. They were respectively the first-ranked Crazy Young Master, the second-ranked Flame Young Master, and the fourth-ranked Sword Young Master. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Su Li's gaze lit up. I remember now. Zither Young Master. The Zither Young Master that's ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be called Z Decease. Exactly, it's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. I said earlier that Long Yun ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters now. I never imagined that in the blink of an eye, I slapped my own face. I truly never imagined that there's actually another person amongst the 5 great young masters whose fortuitous encounters are able to surpass Long Yun. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but sigh. He'd heard of the Zither Young Master, Z Decease, and according to rumor, his natural talent wasn't much stronger than Long Yun. As far as Su Li was concerned, Z Decease had surely obtained some fortuitous encounters since he was able to possess a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage today. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance so quickly. As far as Su Li was concerned, the fortuitous encounters of Long Yun and Z Decease could already be considered to be not bad. But compared to the fortuitous encounters of Duan Lingtian and Z Decease, it seemed to be much inferior. Feng Yu, who do you want to challenge? In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man asked Feng Yu. At the same time, Feng Yu slowly raised his head, and his gaze directly descended onto the spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, and it flashed past the 3 young figures. These 3 young men were all 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. These 3 young men of the imperial family occupied an entire half of the 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses in the Dynasty Martial competition today, and they could be said to be in the limelight. Feng Yu wants to challenge the young geniuses recommended by the imperial family? Instantly, many people exclaimed in low voices. Amongst the 3 young geniuses of the imperial family, so long as it's someone from the Dark Han dynasty, practically everyone knows the strength of the second prince. So, Feng Yu ought to not challenge the second prince. Whereas the other 2 are unfamiliar faces. The other 2 are completely white-clothed. One of the white-clothed young men is the person that presided over the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. This person's cultivation is surely not weak. Of course. Otherwise, the imperial family wouldn't allow him to preside over the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed endlessly, and all of them guessed who Feng Yu's target was. In the end, the gazes of most people descended onto the white-clothed figure that was the most unfamiliar to them. This person and the second prince, by he, sat at the 2 sides of the drop-dead gorgeous young woman. Humph. Zi Shang's face sank slightly when he noticed the numerous gazes from the surroundings, as this feeling of being looked down upon caused him to be extremely displeased. I challenge him. In the end, Feng Yu chose his target. Just as most of the people present had guessed, the target Feng Yu chose was Zi Shang. Zi Shang, you have to work hard. If you're defeated by an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, then you won't only lose face for yourself, you'll lose face for Imperial Grand Uncle and our Dark Han dynasty's Imperial family as well. Bai He looked at Zi Shang and ridiculed via voice transmission. Because Zi Yen, who he'd always admired, was sitting by his side, so he didn't dare speak these words directly, and he could only mock Zi Shang via voice transmission. He liked Zi Yan, yet didn't like this older brother of hers. No. More precisely speaking, he looked down upon Zi Shang from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, second prince, I'll absolutely not lose face for my master and the imperial family. Zi Shang took a deep breath when he heard Bai He's voice transmission, and after suppressing the rage in his heart, he replied via voice transmission without showing weakness. Then I'll wait and see. Bai He nodded as a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Brother, do your best. Zi Yan's beautiful face went slightly red as she cheered Zi Shang on. Zi Shang nodded to Zi Yan with tender affection, and then he greeted his master and the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor before flying out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Feng Yu. Dark Moon Sect, Feng Yu. Feng Yu's eyes that were bright like stars stared fixedly at Zi Shang, who stood in confrontation with him as he spoke slowly. Zi Shang. Zi Shang spoke indifferently. You seem to be a member of the imperial family? Perhaps I'm ignorant, but I've never seen or heard of you in the past. Feng Yu said, in the past, I only knew that the imperial family had a second prince, and he was one of the 3 great young experts of our Dark Han dynasty. Even you've said it, that was in the past. Zi Shang's tone was still flat, but so long as it was an attentive person, they would be able to discern traces of wild and unruly arrogance from his flat tone. Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. But, I'm not a weak 8th level void initiation stage martial artist like the Yi Lu from before. As Feng Yu spoke, the origin energy on his body pulsated, and at the same time, a peerlessly sharp aura instantly stretched out from his origin energy. Sword concept. Instantly, the origin energy on Feng Yu's body fused perfectly with his sword concept, and it transformed into a sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a sword. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Yu, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 9th level sword concept. Chapter 690. Feng Yu has actually comprehended 9th level sword concept. As expected of the publicly acknowledged number 1 sword cultivator in the younger generation of our Dark Han dynasty, he's extraordinary as expected. He's only at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, yet he's already comprehended 9th level sword concept. Feng Yu's strength is even stronger than the Yi clan's Yi Lu that was killed earlier. While Duan Lingtian was shocked, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, as they were shocked by the 9th level sword concept Feng Yu executed. 9th level sword concept. It wasn't rare. But an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist comprehending such a concept was sufficient to cause others to be shocked. Such comprehension ability was truly monstrous. 9th level sword concept. Duan Lingtian noticed that Su Li, who sat by his side, was staring fixedly at Feng Yu, and his eyes were filled with burning battle intent. Obviously, as a sword cultivator as well, Su Li had aroused battle intent towards Feng Yu. This Feng Yu's strength isn't bad. But, he's 7 or 8 years older than Su Li. So, in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability, he's currently inferior to Su Li, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew as well that Su Li being able to obtain such a great improvement in such a short period of time was without the help of the mysterious master behind Su Li. Perhaps, during Su Li's cultivation process, he utterly didn't lack spirit fruits. Even if it was sword concept fragments, he didn't lack any. Su Li, do you have confidence in going against him? Duan Lingtian asked via voice transmission. If I don't use a grade 3 spirit sword, I'm not a match for him. If I use a grade 3 spirit sword, then he'll lose for sure. Su Li replied via voice transmission. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to see that. When Feng Yu utilized his origin energy and ninth-level sword concept, a spirit sword that was coiled with origin energy appeared in his hand along with this. At the same time, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Feng Yu, Grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he faintly guessed where Su Li's confidence came from. In terms of cultivation, Su Li was on par with Feng Yu. In terms of sword conception, Su Li was one level lower than him, and he lacked the strength of an entire ancient horned dragon. Spirit sword debate. The spirit sword in Su Li's hand was a level higher than the spirit sword in Feng Yu's hand, and it had the strength of more than one ancient horned dragon. In terms of overall strength, Su Li was slightly better. Of course, he didn't win by much. Generally speaking, if the two of them were to really engage in a bloody battle, they would definitely be evenly matched and it would be difficult to determine the victor. However, considering the powerful self-confidence that Su Li had just displayed, Duan Lingtian believed that Su Li definitely had the confidence to win, or rather, he had the means to win. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Su Li's master was a sword cultivator from the foreign lands, and he'd studied the Tao of sword cultivators for many years. Perhaps he'd already taught Su Li some formidable methods that belonged to sword cultivators. These techniques were basically derived from the sword skills, but they were superior to the sword skills themselves. For example, if a set of high-grade Earth-class sword skills were to be further studied by an expert who was proficient in sword cultivation, many things could be derived from it. It was even to the extent that the expert was capable of perfecting that set of sword skills to the point of directly approaching a heaven-rank sword skill. Duan Lingtian, do you think Feng Yu is able to defeat Zishang? Su Li asked abruptly. Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto the two people in the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Feng Yu held a sword in one hand, and in the sky above him, 26 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were surrounded by 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes like a host of stars surrounding the moon. It wasn't just that, the raging origin energy on Feng Yu's body converged into a vast sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a sharp sword. Compared to Feng Yu now, Zishang stood there like an ordinary person. There wasn't the slightest trace of origin energy on his body. Zishang stared at Feng Yu with a calm gaze, and he finally spoke slowly to answer Feng Yu's question. So what if you're stronger than Yi Lu? In my eyes, no matter if it's him or you, you're both ants. I don't care about the strength of an ant. Zishang's tone was extremely calm, yet the contempt contained within it caused many people to be stunned. Now, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and didn't directly answer Su Li's question from before, and he instead replied with a question. Looks like he's another monstrous genius like you. Su Li shook his head with a bitter smile when he sensed the confidence in Zishang's words. This Zishang is really confident. He actually took Feng Yu to be an ant. I wonder if he really possesses strength, or if he's deliberately mystifying things. His age is obviously slightly younger than Feng Yu. Could it be that he's comprehended ninth-level concept as well? So long as he isn't deliberately mystifying things, then he's most likely comprehended ninth-level concept. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena that had calmed down was once again in an uproar because of Zishang's words. Some people felt that Zishang was deliberately mystifying things. Some people felt that Zishang really possessed strength. Ant? Feng Yu's face went grim as the sword-shaped flames on his body skyrocketed slightly, and his eyes squinted with a fierce gaze as he stared at Zishang like a sword. You take me to be an ant? As the head disciple of the number one sect in the Dark Han dynasty, the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu had his own pride and dignity. Today, he was looked down upon like this by a person that was unknown in the Dark Han dynasty, and killing intent ceaselessly brewed in the depths of his heart. In the end, he was unable to restrain it and completely let it out. Shocking killing intent flashed ceaselessly within Feng Yu's eyes. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll spare your life. Zishang didn't pay attention to Feng Yu, and he stood in the sky as his white clothes fluttered without the wind, and he looked at Feng Yu with a calm gaze as he spoke slowly. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times? Zishang's words caused the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena to be unable to refrain from going into an uproar. Isn't this Zishang too arrogant? He actually wants to make the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu, beg for mercy before him? He's thinking too much. I'm more and more unable to see through him now. Does this Zishang really possess strength, or is he deliberately mystifying things? The bewilderment in the eyes of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena grew deeper and deeper. On the other hand, even more people were anticipating the development of the situation. Imperial Uncle, looks like this disciple of yours is extremely confident of his strength. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Imperial family, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor glanced at the black-clothed old man by his side and smiled. Confidence is a good thing. As the black-clothed old man spoke, he had a calm expression that was tranquil like an ancient well. Humph. Zishang, I hope you don't slap your own face. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Baihe's mouth. On the other hand, the expressions of the few higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect that had come this time were extremely unsightly at this moment. Zishang looking down on and humiliating the head disciple of their Dark Moon sect was no different than humiliating the Dark Moon sect. Want to take my life? That'll depend on if you have the ability. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Yu was completely infuriated, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. His figure flashed out as his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that gave rise to a wave of terrifying waves of air that pierced towards Zishang. At the same time that Feng Yu's figure flashed out, the Grade 4 spirit sword before him moved rhythmically, and in the end, it transformed into 9 gray and hazy sword lights that flashed out like a shadow along with him as they shot straight towards Zishang's vital points. Under his extreme rage, he attacked with a killing blow. It's the Dark Moon sect's high-grade Earth-rank sword skill, 9 Suns Devil Sword. Instantly, someone recognized the sword skill Feng Yu executed. The 9 Suns Devil Sword was a sword skill that possessed an extremely shocking offensive strength. Once it was executed, not only would the user seem to have transformed into a sword, even the spirit sword in the user's hand would transform into 9 fierce and swift sword lights that utilized the user's speed as the impetus to move out. Both its offensive strength and speed weren't weak. Amongst the numerous high-grade Earth-rank sword skills, the 9 Suns Devil Sword could be considered to be a high-grade sword skill. Swish. 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 9 gray and hazy sword lights arrived like shadows, and they gave rise to waves of ear-piercing sword howls as they swept towards Zishang. At this instant, the hearts of the spectators couldn't help but rise to their throats, and everyone stared fixedly at the development of the situation. They anticipated the following scene very much. This zither young master. Looks like he's really become much stronger. Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on Zishang. He noticed that from the beginning until the end, Zishang had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It was as if he utterly didn't take Feng Yu seriously. Now, he should make a move as well, right? When he saw those 9 sword lights about to penetrate Zishang's body, Duan Lingtian's heart shook. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished thinking, Zishang moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only saw a white bolt of lightning flash past, and in the next moment, Zishang's entire body had already soared into the sky and arrived at an even higher place. At the same time, a seemingly simple zither had appeared in Zishang's hand. It's not that zither from all those years ago. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that this zither wasn't the zither Zishang possessed in the past. This zither is a grade 4 spirit artifact. Swish. 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 At practically the exact same instant that Zishang soared into the sky, Feng Yu controlled the 9 sword lights to soar into the sky as well, and they flashed towards Zishang once more. Those 9 sword lights seemed as if they had eyes as they continued to flash towards the vital points on Zishang's body. It seemed as if they wouldn't stop until they killed Zishang. It's over. Amidst the ear-piercing sword howls, Zishang's calm voice sounded out along with it. In the next moment, the people with profound cultivations present were able to clearly see Zishang pluck a string on the zither in his hand, and then it suddenly trembled. Instantly, a strand of material origin energy shot out from the tip of Zishang's finger that plucked the string, and it was accompanied by a strand of azure-colored energy and a strand of fiery red energy. Clang! Suddenly, an ear-piercing zither sound instantly resounded out, and it suppressed the waves of sword howls that were ceaselessly resounding out. How swift! Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart when he saw the material origin energy flash that instantly flashed out swiftly after the zither string was plucked by Zishang. It was too swift. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian felt something flash before his eyes. Chapter 691. At this moment, Feng Yu's eyes were opened wide as he was brought flying up into the sky by inertia. The origin energy on his body was instantly obliterated, and his 9th-level sword concept vanished without a trace. Moreover, the 9 sword lights executed by the sword skill, 9 Sun Devil Sword, vanished along with this. Feng Yu was completely and utterly without any signs of life. Whoosh! After Zishang put away the zither in his hand when facing Feng Yu, who was brought flying up by inertia, his figure flashed out to move to the side in a neither fast nor slow manner. Feng Yu charged up for a while before his speed gradually slowed down before finally stopping. After stopping, Feng Yu's body fell down and heavily smashed onto the cage of the cage battle arena with a bang, and then he followed in the footsteps of the Yi clan's Yi Lu and was hung there. Unlike Yi Lu, even though Feng Yu had died, there wasn't even a trace of blood on his body, and it seemed as if he'd died instantly. What's going on? For a time, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Of course, the people that were in an uproar now were some people with comparatively weaker cultivations. Can someone tell me if this is King act? Zishang only played the zither once and Feng Yu died? Moreover, there isn't even any blood? Killing without spilling blood. Isn't this Feng Yu's method? He's been killed now, yet there's actually no blood. Could it be that this is his retribution? Feng Yu is really dead? Why do I feel it's so fake? Have all of you seen someone kill someone just by playing the zither? Many spectators couldn't help but look at Feng Yu's corpse that hung on the cage of the cage battle arena with questioning gazes. Feng Yu is indeed dead. Meanwhile, one of the old men that was in charge of presiding over the second round of the selections in the sky above the cage battle arena announced. The crowd of spectators naturally wouldn't doubt the old man's words. He's really dead? Isn't this Zishang too terrifying? He killed Feng Yu just by playing the zither. Not only does this Zishang kill without spilling blood, he kills without leaving a trace. Exactly. Even if it's Feng Yu, he has to use a sword to kill. But this Zishang seems as if he utterly doesn't need to use any weapon and is able to kill without leaving a trace. Many spectators whispered in discussion, and when they looked once again at Zishang who stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, their eyes revealed slight terror. Of course, not everyone had the same thoughts as the audience. At the end of the day, the reason these spectators felt that Zishang had killed people without leaving a trace was because their cultivation bases were low. This caused their eyesight to be poor, and they were completely unable to capture any traces of Zishang's attack. Earlier, so long as it was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, practically all of them were able to clearly see it. At the instant Zishang plucked the zither strings, the origin energy that flashed out from the tip of his finger combined with the two concepts to fuse into it, and it transformed into an extremely swift origin energy flash that killed Fengyu. Because the elemental energy inch light was very small and thin, and its speed was very fast, it did not leave any obvious marks on Fengyu's body after passing through it. As for blood, there was no way for it to flow out. This was similar to how Fengyu had killed people in the past. They were both killing without spilling blood. The grade 4 spiritual sword in Fengyu's hand was an astonishingly thin sword. Killing without leaving a trace? Only they could think of something like that. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard the discussions of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, and he felt that these spectators were truly too naive. Duan Lingtian. Earlier, this Zishang killed Fengyu by releasing his origin energy? Su Li took a deep breath and asked. Even though he was an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, he only saw the scene of origin energy appearing from the tip of Zishang's finger and the origin energy fusing into the zither strings. After the zither strings were plucked by Zishang, that strand of fine origin energy had completely vanished from his field of vision. He guessed that it ought to have flashed out to attack Fengyu. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Earlier, he was precisely combining his origin energy with his wind concept and fire concept to rely on the amplification of the grade 4 spirit zither to condense a small and thin origin energy inch light, and it was flicked out from the strings of the spirit zither to shoot towards Fengyu. This was similar to a bow and arrow. An origin energy flash was an arrow. A spirit zither was a bow, and as for a zither string, it was a bowstring. I truly never imagined that Zishang's strength would be so terrifying. Moreover, he's comprehended two types of concept just like you. Duan Lingtian, are you able to discern what level his wind concept and fire concept have respectively attained? Su Li gasped when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't help but ask curiously in the end. I'm unable to discern it. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. He attacked in an instant, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to completely condense into form before dispersing. Zishang's attack earlier was so swift that it wasn't inferior to the speed he attacked with when he killed Yi Lu earlier. I truly never imagined that Zishang's strength would actually improve to such an extent now. Duan Lingtian's gaze was extremely complicated as he looked at Zishang. Even though Zishang's cultivation far surpassed his when he carried out the battle of the 2-year agreement with Zishang that day, because his spiritual force was stronger than Zishang and he possessed the soul skill, 1000 illusions, he was still able to play around with Zishang. Later on, he encountered numerous fortuitous encounters all along the way, and he originally thought that he would be able to leave Zishang far behind him. Yet who would have imagined that Zishang's fortuitous encounters in these past few years seemed to not be inferior to his? The scene in front of him was beyond his expectations. Fengyu. On the spectating area at the west, the expressions of the higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect went grim. Never had they imagined that the head disciple of their Dark Moon sect would fall here, and he was killed without the slightest strength to fight back. They could imagine. After today, their Dark Moon sect would become the laughingstock of the Dark Han dynasty. The higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect glanced at each other before making a decision in the end. They took Fengyu's corpse and left the cage battle arena, and before they left, they looked at Zishang with gazes that were filled with extreme killing intent. The Dark Moon sect wasn't a righteous sect, and it had always stopped at nothing for the sake of attaining its objectives. Today, Zishang had killed the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect and caused the Dark Moon sect to lose face. He'd undoubtedly offended the Dark Moon sect, and it was impossible for the Dark Moon sect to let this matter go. Even though Zishang was a member of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, it was impossible for him to be protected by the experts of the imperial family forever. So long as they found an opportunity, they would surely kill Zishang. Dark Moon Sect. Zishang's eyes narrowed as he looked at the disappearing figures of the Dark Moon Sect's higher-ups, and cold lights flashed within them. Obviously, Zishang had heard of the reputation of the Dark Moon Sect since long ago. Duan Lingtian, I really look forward to the battle with you. Before Zishang left the sky above the cage battle arena, his gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian as he spoke via voice transmission. This was also the first time Zishang had communicated with Duan Lingtian after a few years. I look forward to it as well. I hope you won't flee like a stray dog like the last time. Duan Lingtian grinned and bluntly replied via voice transmission. You. Humph. I won't waste my breath with you. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zishang to be unable to help but recall that unbearable past, and his expression couldn't help but go grim. But in next to no time, his expression returned to normal as if he'd instantly recovered his calm. When he saw the change in Zishang's expression, slight fear appeared in the depths of Duan Lingtian's gaze. If Zishang continued to be enraged, he wouldn't feel anything. But the fact that Zishang calmed down so quickly caused Duan Lingtian to realize that Zishang wasn't the Zishang of the past anymore. The current Zishang was even more terrifying. After a short moment, Zishang withdrew his gaze from Duan Lingtian, and his figure flashed to return to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Zishang, I truly never imagined that your strength is already formidable to such an extent. Even he might not be a match for you now. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor smiled as he spoke to Zishang, and he wasn't stingy with his praise. Your Majesty, you're too kind. Zishang spoke in a neither haughty nor humble manner. On the other hand, the expression of Bai He who sat at the side was as unsightly as it could be. His imperial father's words seemed to have transformed into numerous sharp needles that fiercely pierced into his heart, causing him to be both furious and furious. I'm inferior to Zishang? Zishang, I'll prove to imperial father very soon. You're unable to withstand a single blow before me. Bai He looked at Zishang and spoke via voice transmission with a low voice. Zishang glanced indifferently at Bai He, and he changed his humble attitude from before as he replied via voice transmission. You're as evil as Ong, Z. Even though I don't know why you've always been targeting me like this. But I still want you to know that if we fight, then I won't hold back. What? Do you think you'll be able to defeat me if you don't hold back? Bai He laughed with ridicule via voice transmission. But this time, Zishang didn't pay any further attention to Bai He, and he looked at the black-clothed old man instead. Master, Zishang didn't lose face for you. Good. Good. The old man was extremely satisfied with Zishang's display, and he took the initiative to invite Zishang to sit. Brother, congratulations. Ziyan congratulated Zishang excitedly, and her peerlessly beautiful face was in high spirits, causing it to draw even more attention. Zishang nodded with a light smile, and the gaze he looked at Ziyan was filled with tender affection. Now, is there anyone else that's unconvinced and wants to challenge a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius? In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the two old men that was in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition spoke out once more, and his voice spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, besides Feng Tianwu who still had her eyes closed to cultivate, the remaining 11 7th level and 8th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses all shut their mouths tightly. What a joke! At this moment, who would dare be unconvinced? Yi Lu and Feng Yu could be said to be top figures amongst them, yet they were killed because they refused to accept the results, and they died at the hands of the two 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses that seemed to be the weakest amongst them. They didn't doubt in the slightest that if there was anyone amongst them that dared provoke a 9th-level void initiation stage young genius, then they would surely follow in the footsteps of Yi Lu and Feng Yu. What a pity! With Feng Yu's strength, he would have been able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with absolute certainty. Not only Feng Yu, even if Yi Lu didn't die, he would similarly be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They destroyed themselves. Chapter 692. In the end, not a single one of the remaining 12 young geniuses was unconvinced. Since no one has any objections, then I announce that the second round of the selections will begin now. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man announced once more. Instantly, besides Su Li, the gazes of the other 2 8th-level void initiation stage young geniuses lit up. As far as they were concerned, 2 8th-level void initiation stage young geniuses with strengths that were stronger than them had died, and only 3 8th-level void initiation stage young geniuses remained now. Besides the 6 9th-level void initiation stage young geniuses that occupied one of the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, there were still 4 positions remaining. It wasn't difficult for them to obtain one of the positions. Tian Wu is still cultivating. When he saw the second round of the selections was about to begin, Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the sky to descend onto the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan in the end. Actually, he'd intentionally glanced at Feng Tianwu a few times when he killed Yi Lu. Of course, his objective was mainly to find out if Feng Tianwu had placed a pile of low-grade origin stones as a bet on him. When he saw Feng Tianwu cultivating with her eyes closed, he knew that this little girl had surely not placed a bet. At this moment, after Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu for a short moment, Feng Tianwu abruptly opened her eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Tianwu. She seems to have changed. Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to withdraw his gaze, took a few more glances at Feng Tianwu after he noticed that she'd woken up, and this glance allowed him to discern some clues. Tianwu, you've broken through? Considering that there were many experts in the first-class spectating area and that inscription masters that were skilled in spiritual force might exist, Duan Lingtian didn't use his spiritual force to detect Feng Tianwu's cultivation, and he asked via voice transmission instead. Feng Tianwu, who'd just woken up, hadn't even had the time to suppress her feelings of pleasant surprise when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, and she couldn't help but reply. Yes. As expected. Duan Lingtian gasped. He was once again shocked by the innate talent of the possessor of the fire spirit body. Tian Wu was different from him. He had the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, as well as a series of fortuitous encounters, which allowed him to achieve what he had today. On the other hand, Tian Wu only had the fire spirit body to rely on. Most importantly, Tian Wu was younger than him. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu completely sobered up, and after she found out about what happened earlier from Elder Kong, her peerlessly beautiful face went slightly pale as she hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and said via voice transmission, "Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was cultivating earlier and didn't help you place your bet. There's no rush." Duan Lingtian gently shook his head and said indifferently, "There will be plenty of opportunities later." Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to reply when the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena had already spoken out once more. The objective of the second round of the selections is to decide on the final 4 amongst the remaining 12 people, and they will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties along with 6 9th-level void initiation stage young geniuses. When the old man spoke up to hear, he started to speak about the qualifications for the second round of the selections. The second round of the selections was a free challenge. The 12 young geniuses including Su Li and Feng Tianwu soared into the sky, yet they didn't converge together and instead stood in the sky before their own spectating area. For a time, the 12 young geniuses had become the center of attention. A free challenge. Any one of you can be the first to ascend the arena and issue a challenge to the other person. No matter the outcome, both of you can rest for a round. The second person to issue a challenge isn't allowed to issue a challenge to the two people that have just fought. If the challenges continue like this, the strongest 4 people will be decided on. The old man spoke slowly. This free challenge isn't bad. It's impossible for people without sufficient strength to deceive their way through. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, an 8th-level void initiation stage young genius flew out and was the first to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. It was precisely Feng Yunxiang. Before Feng Tianwu's identity was exposed, Feng Yunxiang was the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Feng clan, and he was an extraordinary genius in the martial Dao. But compared to Feng Tianwu's natural talent and comprehension ability, he was slightly inferior. Now, please choose one of the other 11 people to issue a challenge to. The old man spoke to Feng Yunxiang. I challenge him. Feng Yunxiang pointed at a 7th-level void initiation stage young genius. Subsequently, the two of them entered into a battle. No matter if it was cultivation or concept comprehended, Feng Yunxiang was superior, and the outcome was obvious. Feng Yunxiang was victorious. After the battle, Feng Yunxiang left the arena. Subsequently, numerous figures flew out to challenge the opponents they had the confidence to defeat, and it caused the atmosphere in the cage battle arena to be completely filled with excitement. Swoosh! In next to no time, Feng Yunxiang entered the arena once more. This time, his gaze descended onto the fiery red beautiful figure that hadn't entered the arena until now. Young Miss Tianwu, sorry for the offense. The person he challenged was precisely Feng Tianwu. It's young Miss Tianwu. Isn't he too shameless? He actually challenged young Miss Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu is over 10 years older than him. He's really ruthless to destroy a beauty. Perhaps he feels that young Miss Tianwu's natural talent is stronger than him and has seized his limelight in the Feng clan, causing him to be slightly enraged from embarrassment. For a time, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were filled with curses. So long as it was a normal person, they would unconsciously sympathize with the weak. Especially a peerless beauty like Feng Tianwu, it even caused others to feel pity from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, Feng Yunxiang's identity was slightly sensitive. Make a move. Feng Tianwu had a cold and indifferent expression and tone when facing Feng Yunxiang, and she was like a completely different person when facing Duan Lingtian. Excuse me. Feng Yunxiang took a deep breath as he flashed out, and a grade 4 spirit saber appeared in his hand as his origin energy skyrocketed and saber concept followed him like a shadow as it flashed directly towards Feng Tianwu. In the sky, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 8th level of the void initiation stage. 7th level saber concept. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth continued to change until Feng Yunxiang's saber flashed out like a bolt of lightning, causing another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes to appear. OM. The saber in Feng Yunxiang's hand instantly transformed into saber images that covered the sky, and they were like a dense mass of falling meteors that shot straight towards Feng Tianwu. He attacked with his full strength, and the strength contained within his saber was comparable to the strength of 24 ancient horned dragons and over 3,000 ancient mammoths. When faced with Feng Yunxiang's saber images that covered the sky that sprayed down like an inescapable net, Feng Tianwu raised her hand unhurriedly, and a crimson-red whip appeared out of thin air in her hand. This whip was precisely the grade 3 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian had refined for her. Suddenly, wind blew. The red clothes on Feng Tianwu's body fluttered lightly, and it was like a ball of flames that was burning. Suddenly, origin energy started to blossom in Feng Tianwu's hand that held the Grade 3 Spirit Whip, and fire concept appeared along with it before fusing into the Grade 3 Spirit Whip. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as first 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were condensed into form, and then another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. At the end, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 8th level Fire Concept. A Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. This was Feng Tianwu's true strength at this moment. Swish! The Grade 3 Spirit Whip in Feng Tianwu's hand suddenly swung out like a venomous serpent, and the strength contained within it was an entire strength of 26 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. Compared to Feng Yunxiang, it wasn't just slightly superior. For a time, most of the people in the cage battle arena including Feng Yunxiang went pale when they saw the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth caused by Feng Tianwu exerting her full strength. They hadn't even had the time to react when Feng Tianwu had already made a move. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's figure flashed out like a ball of flames, and everywhere she passed, a wave of explosive sounds arose, causing the waves of air in the air to sweep towards the surrounding cage battle arena. For a time, violent winds blew in the cage battle arena. Swish! Subsequently, the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand moved, and it left her hand to transform into a crimson-red bolt of lightning that coiled around her body as it flashed out. Because of its speed being swift, it seemed to have formed a layer of crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body, and it was like a large fireball that protected Feng Tianwu within it. Right at this moment, the saber lights that covered the sky arrived like shadows. Oum! 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 The saber lights descended like rain and blasted onto the crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body, and it emitted a wave of muffled bangs, yet it was unable to break through the light barrier in the end. What Tianwu executed now is a defensive martial skill executed with origin energy combined with the spirit whip and fire concept. This defensive martial skill is an earth rank martial skill? Duan Tian was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. At this moment, Feng Yunxiang's attacks were unable to even break through the crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body, let alone injure Feng Tianwu. In next to no time, the saber images that covered the sky that approached menacingly gradually dispersed. Swish! At the instant the crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body vanished, the Grade 3 Spirit Whip returned to her hand, and with a raise of her hand, she easily dispersed the remaining saber images. I admit defeat. Right when Feng Tianwu intended to attack once more, Feng Yunxiang recovered from his shock and hurriedly admitted defeat. He wholeheartedly accepted his loss in this battle. As expected of the eldest lord's daughter. Feng Yunxiang sighed in his heart. For a time, the people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were stunned by Feng Tianwu's strength successively recovered from their shock. Young Miss Tianwu is so strong. Yeah, she's too strong. Not only is her cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage, even her fire concept has been comprehended to the 8th level. What's even more shocking is that, the long whip in her hand seems to be a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Young Miss Tianwu is an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, and regardless of concept, she's able to exert the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. The amplification of a spirit weapon is improved on this foundation. Yet earlier, the amplification of young Miss Tianwu's spirit weapon had instead attained the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, the Grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession is able to provide an amplification of 70%. The entire cage battle arena was in a complete uproar. Numerous burning gazes converged onto the crimson-red whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and it seemed as if this whip was even more attractive than Feng Tianwu herself. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%? Even if it's amongst Grade 3 spirit weapons, it can be considered to be the best amongst the best. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.